You are watching the Vodka stream.
What's happening, everybody? Hey, it's Friday. How's everybody doing? Hopefully good. Hopefully great. Another wet night in SoCal. Sorry, I shouldn't have paused like that. That was a little whoa. I paused right there. But yeah, it's raining again in SoCal, cold and raining. So damn. I keep getting these winter storms. I'm over it already, man. But then, of course, when it gets all hot again, I'll be like, bring it back. Please bring it back. So hopefully you guys are doing good. Let's make the vodka flow. Look at that. Nice and chilled right out of the freezer. Fantastic. All right. Just making my traditional vodka spritzer. So that's right. Not doing anything crazy tonight. All right. Cheers, guys. Happy Friday. Let's have a good discussion tonight, huh? Delicious, delicious, delicious. All right. Who we got here? Cosma. What's going on? You rock. That's what happens. Miss Steph, how you doing? Always great to see you, my dear. Called off work. Bad night. Lost my phone today in more than 30 years of having a cell phone. I've never. Wow, that sucks. I don't think I've ever lost my phone either. Oh, no, I take it back. One long time ago, I went to Six Flags and I thought my phone will be fine in my pocket. Went on a ride and sure enough, that thing flew out of my pocket, never to be seen again. That was back in the day though, when it was flip phones and they were very small. You know, I think nowadays, if you just slip like your phone like into your back pocket or whatever, you could kind of wedge it into your pocket. But I had like a small phone, so that was the only time. But technically, I didn't lose it. I know where I lost it. It escaped. It escaped. That's what happened. So, Jason McKenzie, how you doing? Ahoy, hoy! Always good to see you. Nate, personally, I'm not trusting the Superman news until Gunn says it himself. I mean, yeah. But I mean, we're all pretty much suspecting that he's going to do it. I mean, I think it's only a matter of time before, and it makes business sense. It's not my choice. I don't want him to direct it. I've always said I'd never wanted him to direct it. But I mean, if you think about it, it makes business sense because, you know, let's face it, the budgets and money is not going to be flowing like it once was. So if you already got the dude hired, and he's already writing it, you might as well do it. But hey, you never know. We'll see. Maybe they could find somebody still because they still got to get directors for the rest of the stuff. So let's go on MSGT. Somebody toss in some hearts. There you go. There's some hearts right there for you. Black hearts, but hey, still hearts. Still hearts. Jose, so how many spoilers? Yeah. Told you guys. What did I say? You know, and I posted a little short. If you guys want to see on the channel, I did post a short video about it because, you know, I had a little bit of time to kill still before the stream. And I figured I might as well just, you know, pat myself on the back, do a little victory lap because, you know, I mean, I'm not even saying that it was any kind of like anything, but I said I think it was last week, not this past week. I think it was the week before. I said, when will they incorporate cameos into the Shazam marketing? And sure enough, now it's spreading around all over the place, spreading around that, yes, that there is Wonder Woman, spoiled, I guess, but even though we all kind of knew that it was going to be there, that, yeah, in a TV spot. So, you know, it's just one of those things where it's just, I don't even care, to be honest. I was like, okay, she's in it. All right, cool. We already kind of knew way before. So, but yeah, so, oh, well, Joel, what is happening? I do feel bad for David F. Sandberg. He did tweet out about it. I feel bad for the guy because I'm sure he's just like over all this madness now. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's excited for the movie to come out, but I think I think he can't wait to go back to just doing small movies again. And I don't blame him. After being in this big, huge superhero machine, it's got to be difficult, man. What's going on, Bennett? Hope you're all staying warm. It's snowing outside here, and we're getting oof, man. Wonder where's here. I mean, it's just cold and rainy, and it's not even that cold here. But what's going on, Zach? How you doing? Oh, well, look at that. There you go. Smoke if you got them. What's going on, Stephanie T? Good to see you as always. Darkness under the wind. What is happening? We got Brendan right here. It's in 1 week. Yeah. So, say hi to everybody. Good. Yeah, I'll probably rewatch it sometime. Well, I mean, I didn't watch it that I think I watched it around Christmas time because it is a Christmas movie. Just want to say the last few streams have been very good. Well, thanks. Appreciate that. Hopefully tonight will be a good one too. No guest. Don't worry. Guest will be coming back for sure. But yeah, no guest tonight. So it'll just be a panel show. I think spring is safe. Haven time. Yeah, I love spring. Spring's great, especially in California because, yeah, it starts getting into the 80s, but it stays like in the 80s. And there's like it's just spring's nice before we start getting the heat of summer. Hopefully it won't be as bad as last summer. Last summer it got pretty freaking crazy. What's going on, Bang? How you doing? We got Venom. How's it going? Let's see what else we got. Okay. My question is, what was a cell phone? My question is, what was a cell phone 30? Right? That wasn't 30 years ago. That was like 15, maybe more. Maybe close to 18 years ago. Oof. Yeah. It was a cool little phone too. It was black and white. Looked like a Pebble kind of thing. I think it was called the Pebble. It was like a Motorola. And I thought, just going to Six Flags. I remember wearing like these army camouflage cargo pants, and I should have, or no, I wasn't that. Was I wearing Dickies pants? Probably Dickies shorts. I think I was wearing. So I thought, it'll be okay, and went on one of the rides. It might have been Batman the ride. Might have been that. No, it wasn't Batman. I forgot which ride it was, but I just remember walking out and going, "Oh shit!" So then I had to get a new phone, and I went and got a phone all by myself. I found a refurbished place. They got me a phone, a Sony phone, which was fun. Yeah, those old phones, man, I tell you. So much easier to get a new phone now. I mean, my last phone, committed suicide on a hard surface not too long ago. Like what? Back in November, end of November, and just the next day. I mean, it was a little bit of an adventure because I had to go to I went to like 2 different T-Mobiles before I could find the phone that I want. Yeah. Let's see who else we got. When Gunn announces directed, I'll talk about it. Okay. That's fine. Let's see what else we got. Yeah. Like I said, it's not anything, like I said it. I told you they would do it. I told you they would do it. I was like, when, how long until we actually see that? How long do we till we actually see that? I mean, it was only a matter of time because the box office is not tracking well. Yeah, I don't blame. No, I love the guy. I would love to have a conversation with David F. Sandberg. He seems like just a gentle dude, and I loved his little short thing that he made last year when it came to Comic-Con, I think it was, and he did he did like a vlog, but he edited it together with like narration and everything. I thought it was absolutely great. He's a very talented filmmaker. And I enjoyed the first Shazam, and I'm looking forward to next week when we see the second one. So yeah. Yep, they certainly did. What's going on for you, Jason? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yep, everybody's talking about it now. Like I said, it's spreading around like wildfire. Yeah. First cell phone was a pink Motorola. I remember those. I actually had one of those. I did have a pink. I had a temporary pink Motorola Razr at one point. I forgot why. I think somebody gave it to me because I forgot exactly why I had that phone, but I had it for like a few months. I had a pink one. Yeah, I didn't care. I did not care. Well, I mean, I called it. I posted a little short video about it. I mean, I knew it was gonna eventually. It was gonna happen. I knew it was gonna happen. So, yep, it was Nana's birthday. Nana's birthday. I had a Nokia. Yeah, Nokias were badass phones, man. You could do some damage with a Nokia. Those things were bricks. Those things were bricks. Those things were dangerous. I had two Nokia phones. I think two, yeah, two. But then I had one for work when I was a cable guy, and I had one of those like two-way ones. That thing, whew, that thing got beat to shit and still worked. Yeah, who knows? I don't know. I think Peter Safran is trying to fix it more than James Gunn. James Gunn's trying to do everything else. I think Peter Safran and Jason Momoa are really trying to fix it, from what I gathered. James Wan probably in there too, but from what I gathered, he's not heavy on the reshoots and stuff. So yeah, I mean, that was just what I heard. Take it with what take it with a grain of salt. But I was just like, oh boy. Anyways, I think it stopped raining for a beat. It's been raining pretty good. Whew, I made that drink stiff. Yeah, it's gonna be an early night. Just kidding. Yeah, my drink is a little stiff. It's a little. God damn it! I keep pushing the wrong things. Come on now. There we go. That's what I needed right there. Okay. You could drive. Oh yeah, you could drive over a Nokias were just. I mean, if you had a Nokia in your pocket right there and somebody shot you, it would stop the bullet. Probably not, but you know what I'm saying. You know what we're saying. Thing was just gnarly, absolutely gnarly. So, all right, let's see. Where are we at here? Good there. All right. Okay, didn't get a response here, but why not? Sending out the links to the beeps. Should probably just do this right off the bat, huh? Come on. I need a new laptop, I tell you. I do need a new laptop. This one's getting way old. All right. See who pops in here tonight. All right, what are we talking about here? Let's see. Never had a Nokia. I wasn't cool enough, but Jose's first phone was the one invented by Graham Bell. Nice. Talking some Scheiße. Gotta love it. All right. Posted all that. Forgot to send a message to somebody. Hold on. Oops. God, stupid autocorrect. My God. Or auto finish, I should say. Typical peeps coming on. We'll see. We'll see. Might not be anybody, for all I know. You never know. You just never know. Everybody's got lives and stuff, but I know there's some people that are together, some people that have been on here that are together right now in Michigan for the Watchmen screening. So I know that what's happening, and I think some people, yeah, like Wonder Meg, ACS, and all the people, and I think Steven's there too. So, but yeah, hopefully one of these days we'll all get together. Maybe sometime soon, huh? That's what we're all hoping for. Anyways, yeah, we'll see who shows up. Like I said, I sent out the links. Might be late. So you guys are just stuck with me for the time being. That's right. Let's see. Matters to me. I'm counting on these last few DCEU movies since I don't know if I'll like what's coming next. Okay. That works. He might. Last week he was on a good one. He definitely was on a good one for sure. He might be at the movies, or he might, but I don't know. He did hit me up asking if there was a guest tonight, so I don't know. We'll see. I know last week the last week his power went out. He didn't have any power, and then it came back. It came back like probably I think it came back midnight his time, and he was already in bed. So let's see. Will you see Scream? Probably when it comes out. I'm kind of over the franchise, just like I'm over the Fast and Furious franchise. Just kind of over it. I mean, I know they're going like a different route this time, which I was like, cool. I like that. So I thought that was I thought I was like, all right, I want to see 65, so that's why I saw 65 instead. So I'll probably wait. I'll probably wait on that. So yeah. Forgot how the movie's great. Uh-oh. He called me disp shit. And we share the same name, and we got this guy who's in here that wants to give me shit. Oh, that's sad. Yeah, she owned my ass. That's right. She quote tweeted me and called me the fun police, and I cried. I cried for a whole 2 seconds. Whole 2 seconds. Everyone's out doing their own thing then, probably. What's going on, Mr. Toker? Good to see you. Ah, delicious. Maybe you could chat a little about watching. I'm curious if you think it's worth seeing out. Yeah. Or if it's I think like I said, I mean, I didn't give like a full review on it. I didn't give like an entire like I gave my first reaction, and it's enjoyable. It's a simple sci-fi movie. That's it. Simple sci-fi movie. There's nothing like I mean, it's a cool concept of, hey, you got dinosaurs and you got somebody who has futuristic technology. And it's kind of like a Last of Us kind of thing. You got, the dude, and then you got this little girl. And it was funny too, because when I was watching it, I kept on going, who the hell is this little girl? Who is this little girl right here? Her face, just her face. I kept looking at her face. I'm like, I know this girl. I know I've seen her in a movie before. And it was funny too, because when I got home and I was uploading the first reaction, I was about to pull up IMDb. And this is weird because the brain works mysteriously sometimes, because I'm like, what the hell? As I was about to look it up on IMDb, my brain pulled it out of I don't know where, and it just hit me right before I pulled up the IMDb. She played young Gamora in Infinity War. Is it done? Young Gamora. And I was like, there it is. Jeez. But yeah, the little girl in 65 is young Gamora in Infinity War. And I was like, oh, that's why. But yeah, it's a simple sci-fi movie. It doesn't, I mean, I was a little disappointed in the ending, but that's about it. Other than that, I would say go see it. It's a good little sci-fi movie. I think they did trim it down a little bit. They could have done there could have been some more, but I think Adam Driver did a good job. He panted a lot. I mean, there's a lot of when it comes to Adam Driver. He does he does a lot of running and stuff like that, so it makes sense. And he gets pretty effed up sometimes, some wounds. So I think we should have a West Coast flash screening for West Coast peeps. I read that totally different. Just kidding. Zing. The Batman is almost the same story as Arkham Origins game. Interesting. It'll be on Paramount Plus in a month anyways. Yeah, you got that too. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm ready to cry my eyes out with that one. Fast and Furious always a day one. Yeah, I'm over it after After pretty much after Paul Walker was done, I was kind of done with it. Nope, no cringe at all. Tet, sorry. It's actually good. It's actually good. It's good. I know, apparently. I know. I had like a cousin in here. All I only wanted to say was I got owned. Ooh. What's going on, Kenneth? Super excited for James Gunn directing Superman Legacy. Yes. Superman, yes, will do good with Superman. I've liked everything he has said. Yeah. And hopefully Superman Legacy gives him more bright, hopeful. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will. What you think about Batman Cape Crusader? Oh yeah, I think that's great. I mean, obviously I knew that they dropped it. They dropped it off of HBO Max's, like, whatever the hell. But I was like, okay, let's see. Oop. Okay, cool. All right, we'll have somebody droning that's not on Twitter, so it's not as easy. So hold on a sec. Let me send him the link. I gotta send it a different way. I'm glad though, because I'm very happy about that. Very happy that it found a home. And again, I mean, I know there's some people out there that are just like, you know how it is. People, let's see, is it this crap? Hold on a sec. Like, of course, that kind of ignited a fire, of course, with that whole sell Snyderverse to Netflix. But again, the flawed campaign that is why didn't you go to Amazon first? Because Amazon's the one that's going to be paying for that stuff. But again, it's different. It's okay. So they got the animated rights for this specific animated show for 2 seasons. Okay, cool. That is way cheaper. It's a fraction of what it would cost for JLIP. So just something to think about. But those yeah. So that's gonna ignite that little campaign. Okay, so that's the right one. Okay, here we go. Boop. All right. Sorry. Oh shit. Okay. Sorry about that. Sorry, I gotta send it differently. I gotta send it to my phone. Had to send it through my phone for what's his name to show up, because he's not on Twitter. Not as easy. Let's see. Sorry about this, guys. Come on. Where are we at? There it is. Okay. All right. Hold on a sec. Where am I at here? Come on. All right, here. No, that's not what I wanted to click. Man, I swear to God, sometimes they gotta make app icons look different than other app icons. There are some that are just look exactly the same. Where am I at here? Oh, I didn't do it right. Okay, well, I'll get to it right there. But hey, we got people coming in right now. Let's see, we good? Let's see, we'll get it in there. So let me get these people in here first. Jeez. All right, here we go.
Scott!
What's going on?
Thank you for making
sir?
me first. I appreciate that.
Of course, you were the first to join, so of course I'm going to make you first. Drinking some Guinness. Look at you.
After that terrible Irish accent you did the other week ago, I mean, honestly, it was god awful.
It was god awful.
It was god awful. You an idiot for that.
I know.
You
Are you still going to be my friend? You're still going to be my friend?
I know, you're fucking dull. So you finally saw Banshees, right?
Oh yeah, I saw it a few weeks ago. Yeah.
Oh, good. Oh, what a great movie.
Yeah. So I mean, shot beautifully, acted perfectly. I mean, and it's just a simple movie, but yet
it's a character piece.
It's such a character piece, and it's just, I mean, it's odd what happens in there, and I'm like, and then it just makes you think, like, fuck, imagine just being in this little village, and then
on this island.
Yeah, it's a little island, and then like what, it's always fun watching those kind of movies because it's just like, because obviously with everything we have, we're all spoiled with technology and whatnot. It's like these people just did their jobs, and then yes, you go to the pub, you have a pint, it's just
You go home, eat dinner.
that's it. I mean, yeah, it's so crazy. Oops, what did I click?
I don't know. What did you click?
I don't know. There's new things in StreamYard, but we got somebody else that's also joining right now, and
blah blah blah, fake fucking fucks.
Whoa!
What's up?
Yeah.
Oh, I hate this new thing. Oh, that was from my old thing. Hold on. How do I get rid of that headline?
Unholy. I know. I saw that in the back. I was like, "What the hell is?"
No. Because I was on another stream and we were talking about what's his name? The guy who sings the Unholy song. I can't even remember his name now.
I don't even think I know what this is.
The guy that was dressed all weird at the music awards, and everyone said he was a Satanist or something. God, why can't I think of his name now? I used the song for a special parody I made. Why am I not thinking?
Oh wait, that's too close.
That is way too close.
Yeah,
can't
do that filter until there's somebody else that joins. Then it's just, but yeah, way too much. But thank you for joining, Thaggy.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Yes. So what's up with the? See, I feel like you're just gonna be judging us this whole time now.
She is judging us.
That's my listen. Every time I come on here, we got a few people are like, Saggy needs to be on cam. Get Saggy. This is the closest you're getting.
Yeah, that's all of us that say that.
That's the closest you're getting.
Oh man, I felt so bad for you, Dave, because like you sent the link a few minutes ago, but Heather and I were finishing. I was showing her A Man Called Otto for the first time.
Nice.
And then I had to tuck her in, and then
bye.
And then I had to pour my beer.
There you go. No, it's fine. Like I said, I was just killing some time talking about all kinds of stuff that's happening, and
What were you talking about? Because obviously I wasn't watching it at that point.
Well, at first I was talking about. I called it a couple of weeks ago, not this past week, but the new Shazam TV spot was displayed on TV.
And Sandberg tweeted about that.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen the spot, but I can assume based on what everyone is talking about what's in it. So when I saw Sandberg's tweet, I was like, okay, so that's out.
Yep.
So, but once again, I haven't seen it, which is great for me because at least I'm going to go into the movie and like not have seen it. So
you don't need to watch it. I mean, we all knew kind of that. She's going to be there. But I flat out was like, when are they going to incorporate into the
marketing? Right. You've been talking about that for a while.
Yeah, it's not tracking well. And, of course, they're going to try to utilize anything to try to boost ticket sales. And sure enough, it was just like, there it is. And it just kind of went,
But it's also, it's mid-March. And that's just, I remember the Batman came out in March, but the Batman came out in March and there was literally nothing else. Like, go back and look at March 2022. There was nothing else in theaters for that entire month until Everything Everywhere All at Once came out at the end of the month. And even then, it didn't even hit wide release until April. So, because I remember going to see Batman, like I think I saw it 4 times in theaters, and it was because literally I could go every weekend because there was nothing else to go watch in theater.
Yeah, this March has like way too much stuff that's out right now. I mean, people are asking me, "Are you going to see Scream?" And I'm like, I wanted to see 65 more. I was like,
and I can't see 65 right now because here's the problem: is that I do the AMC A-list thing. And you're only allowed 3 reservations. Well, I've used up all of my reservations on future movies to go ahead and like grab my seat. So like if I go see 65 right now, I actually have to pay for the ticket instead of just using one of my A-list because I've got Shazam reserved. I've got John Wick 4 reserved. And I'm sorry, but when those Super Mario Brothers tickets went on sale yesterday, I had to nab those because they're like, that's a family affair. Like that was 4 tickets right there, because we're taking the kids. The kids are excited about Super Mario Brothers.
Oh, yeah. They're promoting when is that? That comes out next month?
April 5th,
That's
first
right.
Wednesday in April, because we're going to see it on Thursday.
Yeah. You know what I'm like getting tired of seeing on my timeline? Everybody's just going like, why does Chris Pratt seem like he doesn't want to be there? I'm like, well, why do you guys hate Chris Pratt so much?
Thank you. Like, it's like at some point, it's like, can we stop complaining about the fact that Chris Pratt's the voice of Mario?
Yeah.
Like, I'm just ready to see the movie. And you know what? I have a feeling I'm going to be perfectly fine with it in the movie, because there's been nothing in the trailers that bothers me. But like you said, there's like this irrational hate that it's just because it's Chris Pratt that they have to hate on it. And I just
it was controversy around Chris Pratt with some of his religious beliefs and whatnot. And
why is that controversial though?
Because every time an actor speaks out politically or religious wise or anything, everyone has to be up in puffs about it, which is why I'm like, listen, with politics, I feel like it's a gray area for me, because like, listen, I'm all for free speech. I think everyone has a right to express what they feel and where they stand politically or whatever. But sometimes it's like and when you're an actor, those things get you in trouble. Unfortunately, it's kind of like you can have your cake and eat it too type of situation. Where I understand, but how many actors have been like, basically try to get canceled, these actors, because they dare speak on things that they politically believe in, or they like look at Zachary Levi. Like, I mean, come on, look at Zachary. So it's
it is one of those things where it's just, and especially with Zachary Levi. I mean, earlier this week, I remember like Shazam updates. They posted about Mr. Angel Ashner, or whatever the hell his name is. Asher, saying like, oh yeah, he went like above and beyond, to try to like bring to Billy that, the trauma that he's had. And then I saw a bunch of people quote tweeting like, yeah, I'm gonna get Zachary Levi in there just making stupid jokes. And I'm like, because he was told to do that. That's the character. He's not. You think he's just doing his thing? I mean, there's a director and there's a script, and he's following that. I mean, it's like he's not just coming on and going, nope, I'm gonna go ahead and wing it and improvise. And I'm like, God, people hate Zachary Levi so much. And then I've even said like, hey, Zach, need to maybe cut off the social media stuff a little bit, to get out of the controversy. And I'm sure he's been told that, but I'm just saying like, but for the most part, I'm like, when people, I mean, it is a weird thing. Like, yeah, when it came to Chris Pratt, it's like one of those things where, he's talked about his religion and stuff like that. And that's a big no-no in Hollywood. It's
also people have associated him with a church that he never even like attended. Like they got offended about a church that he never was a congregate at, and so it's a weird thing, but still it's that going on, which is also funny you bring up Zachary Levi, because I finally caught up on season 4 of The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel on Amazon.
And he's in that, right?
He's a big part of season 2, and then he showed up again in season 3 a couple of times, but he's a major plot. He's a major supporting actor in season 2. What's funny, though, is that Stephanie, and I'm not going to pronounce her last name correctly, but the actress who plays the daughter in Everything Everywhere All at Once, she's a recurring character starting in season 3 into season 4. So it's funny is that I saw her in Maisel before I saw her in Everything Everywhere All at Once.
That's pretty cool. I like that.
I like Sean's comics. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not after like the controversy with Zachary, I kind of like looked into him a little bit, and I'm sitting here kind of like some of the things he said even in the past, I'm just like, buddy.
Like what?
So one thing I disagreed with him heavily on was his takes on he was on Joe Rogan, and he was talking about, I guess the conversation came up about his thoughts on the Johnny Depp Amber Heard stuff. And he was, and like, he made some solid points, but at the same time, it's like, well, what the heck did you expect to happen when you had one of them go public about their stuff? Like, and then in Johnny's career got like, pretty much like the yeet for a while, and of course he had to take it to trial. And of course, once it came out, he was doing that. It was going to be a big public spectacle. So I'm like, you're a celebrity, dude. You know how this works. So you're basically kind of putting your judgment on two fellow actors who are going through a very embarrassing public spectacle and judging it. I'm sitting there like, dude, you should know how this goes. You're an actor. Like y'all gave up your privacy, which sucks because like I don't think it should be that way, but y'all gave up your rights to have privacy in normal lives when you decide to get into the field,
Yeah. And it's also just the case. This is also why a lot of times for me, it's like I can find myself disagreeing with almost every great actor that I've really enjoyed. So it's like that's why I like just not knowing anything about them privately or or personally. It's like I just want to watch your movies.
Yeah,
it's like
enjoy your movies, and and if you're funny, you're doing. I know, but nowadays, like everything.
Like my dad can't stand Tom Cruise because let's Tom Cruise is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs about some things, but I'm like, but Dad, he makes such good damn movies. It's can you just get over the fact you think he's cray and just like
we all think he's crazy.
We all think he's crazy. But I enjoy the hell out of his movies.
Yeah, exactly. It's like he has a Tom Cruise movie coming out. I'm all for it. But do I want to maybe I would like to talk to the guy briefly, but I wouldn't want to have more than 5 minutes, and I'll be like, all right, I don't want you to convert me. Let's go. Anyways, enjoy yourself. I mean, I would not. I just. Yeah, there's been some times where even he has had interviews and they didn't go well, and I don't know. There's just all kinds of stuff.
That's why I say it's like when it comes to actors, it's tough because like on one hand you want them to be themselves and be open and honest, but then sometimes the things that they say you're just like ooh.
And I watched the Zachary Levi Joe Rogan, because I watch Rogan all the time, and he was very nervous. You could tell, like he was just talking. I'm like, fuck, did he have how much coffee did he have?
Oh no, he was jitter.
He was nervous. He was nervous, and it was like, eesh, and then, but for the most part, I'm like, he's still, I mean, to me, he's still a likable guy, but am I going to agree with everything that he says too? No, but it's not going to make me go, all right, well, I hate you now because I disagreed with you on one thing. It's like, no, but we got somebody else joining right now. We got Mr. Hot Takes Donnelly right here.
What's up, everyone? I will promise you I have zero hot takes tonight.
I don't believe you.
Get back and be
you
like,
sit on a throne of lies.
Yeah, how dare you? But it's okay. How's it going, Seek?
Good. How are you guys? Thanks for inviting me, man.
No problem.
I meant to text you earlier, but I wasn't around for a little bit of the day earlier, so I forgot, and then I was like, oh shit, he's live, and I go, all right, I won't invite myself. I'll wait to see if he sends me a link.
Now only Andre does that. Just kidding. I'm
kidding.
I'm not. I like it. Yeah. No. I was like, I remember I was like, I don't know. It got away from me. And then I was like, I meant to hit you up too, to make sure that you were okay to come on tonight. And then when I went live, I was like, oh shit, I forgot to. And then that's why I hit you up. I'm like, hey, you want the link?
That's all good. I just wanted, the reason I changed my name to Hot Takes Donnelly is because I just didn't want to be the third 5-letter person on here that started with an S.
Right.
So I was like, Scott, Saggy, Seek, I better break up.
There you go.
Let the alliteration flow.
Yeah. Hey, you're talking to the Venom vlog here. Yeah.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. Speaking of that, what's going on? I mean, it's getting close to production for 3, huh?
Yeah, they've been in pre-production for a while now because Tom's been between filming his Bikers movie and then he did some reshoots on Havoc, which is coming out on Netflix soon, and then he's been doing jiu-jitsu stuff, and that guy stays busy. And like Scott was saying earlier, he doesn't really stay involved in celebrities' lives, and I typically don't either. But I follow Tom on Instagram, and he shares
nothing,
everything. I mean, as far as like
not political stuff.
No. Like he just shares like what he's doing. He's like, and if fans see him like at the grocery store, he's like, yeah, post it and tag me in it. And so he puts himself out there, but yet he still, you don't know much about him. So I'm
okay with that. I'm really okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm totally okay with that.
By the way, I need to see the shirt. I gotta see the shirt.
Oh,
Transformers. There you
go.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
It's like a faded. Yeah.
Yeah, they just released like an Optimus Prime poster for what's it? The
Rise of the Beast.
Rise
A whole
of the
bunch
Beast.
of stuff. Optimus, they did cardboard cutouts at theaters, or you can start seeing them now. So, yeah, there's
When
a
does
lot.
that come out? June?
June, yeah,
June, yeah, June's a
June's
big
heavy.
month this month.
Yeah, sure
June's
is.
busy this year.
Yeah.
See,
Also
I
busy.
want to be excited for Rise of the Beast because when I found out they were bringing like the Beast Wars Transformers into it, I was like, oh my god, I loved Beast Wars. Even though when you look back on now, the CGI was god awful, but the storyline was great. The stories were great, but then I saw it and I'm like, oh, they're bringing in Optimus Primal. That's so freaking cool, and we're gonna get Cheetor and Rhinox and everybody. And then I was like, oh wait, but they're combining this with modern day Transformers, and I don't know. I wanted it to just be Beast Wars. That would have been great.
Yeah, there's as a big Transformer nerd, like a lot of people don't realize that Beast Wars is about time travel. Like the cartoon was time travel, so it's descendants of primes. It's like Optimus Primal is like a few primes past Optimus, and they come back in time trying to stop something, and they go way too far back, and they hit the prehistoric age. So it's cool that this movie is most likely going to deal with time travel, and I have a theory that it's going to actually end up connecting to the Michael Bay movies, because the Michael Bay movies ended with the introduction of Unicron, and so I'm thinking that it's almost like the Star Trek reboot when they did it, where someone's trying to come back and stop Unicron from rising.
I still haven't seen, when it comes to the Bay movies, I never finished 4.
Okay.
And
you're a good human being, Scott.
Age of Extinction. Oh God.
Yeah, I
did a Transformer.
Yeah, I didn't finish 4, and so I never even watched 5. And
5
so
exhausted me. I remember getting home from watching, what was it called, Last Night?
Last night, yeah.
I remember getting home, and I remember just going, I gotta take a nap.
Yeah,
I feel like for some reason I was exhausted.
Well, you get overwhelmed by sound. Like I only hear it at one ear, so when I saw that movie, I was just like, "Holy shit!" Like I had a headache at the end.
Yeah.
It
was just so much.
See, I don't know if you know this about me, but the animated movie from '86 is because it's the first one I remember. Okay. That's what I credit as my first theatrical movie experience.
Oh, interesting.
Was to go see the Transformers the movie.
Scott,
I still remember the theater I saw it in because it was the same theater I ended up seeing Batman '89 in.
Nice.
Scott, did you ever see Beast Wars though?
No, I didn't, because that was past my time. But I've heard such great things. Like it's on the list to get caught up on, because other Transformers fans have talked so highly about it. But it was one of those things that by the time it came out, I was of an age that I was
out of it.
Yeah. I'm there for, I'm a Gen 1 guy. So, I was there watching the first 3 seasons on television. It was so cool when season 3 came out, and it's a continuation of the movie.
Yeah.
We're literally the season premiere of season 3, the recap of previously on Transformers is basically the movie. But I actually never even finished season 3, or technically going into season 4, because season 4 only ends up being like 4 episodes, because it's basically just the return of Optimus Prime. And I never saw that. And I bought the DVDs when they started releasing them, when the Bay movie started coming out. But I'm going to be honest with you, going back and watching the G1, that's a tough rewatch. Like, like not being 4 anymore, it's hard watching those.
I'm gonna plug a friend of mine. I have a friend named Joe in California, and he does a podcast called Joe on Joe. So it's just him talking about G.I. Joe. And he had me on a couple episodes where the G.I. Joe interact with Transformers. And he's like, you should do a show like this where you rewatch, like what you guys do with Batman. Like, you should rewatch Transformers. I said, oh, I have. Oh, no, I'm not doing a show about that.
No, it's not like, it's really tough. It's one of those that you go back and go, wow, this wasn't good.
Some of it wasn't, but there's some gems in there though.
Like, they're gems, yes.
Like I love the episode which is an episode I completely forgot about, but I did like in California, it was like a 30th anniversary celebration of Transformers. So they rented out a theater. They had a bunch of voice actors show up, and they showed 1 or 2 episodes from every version of Transformers cartoons. Ooh. So we were there for like 6 hours. It was the funnest time in the world. And in that experience, they showed an episode I completely forgot about from Gen 1 where it shows that all the female robots that were left back on Cybertron when the Ark took off, because the Ark took off before loading everyone in. So like Alita 1 and what's her name? I'm going to blank on some of the names, but Chromia, they're all stuck on Cybertron. And it's a whole episode about these female bots that had to like protect this one section of Cybertron against an oncoming wave of Decepticons while everyone was departing the planet. And I was kind of like, I completely forgot about this episode, but it's one of those that would, if it came out today, everyone would go, this is such a woke episode. But it's like, but it's just one of those where I'm like, no, this is good. This is a good story. It kind of reminded me of like those, the times when like men went to war and women stayed and worked at the factories, like the still
Rosie the Riveters, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what it felt. It felt like a love letter to Rosie the Riveter. So I was like, this is cool. I can't believe I forgot about this episode. But if you ever get a chance, I'm sure they're going to re-release them with the movie coming out, the Beast Wars. Get into it because there's actually an episode where they time travel to a time in G1 where Optimus is dead, and it's really neat. I don't want to say any more than that.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's good. You can skip Beast Machines though. Beast Machines was trash. The follow-up after Beast Wars was trash in my opinion. No, because somebody in the chat reminded me about that. I was like, I tried to get into Beast Machines, but I couldn't. But Beast Wars, it's visually bad. I mean, it was good for its time, but it was still bad for its time in a sense. But
I got you.
The story was actually very well done. It kind of just made you forget how bad the CGI animation really was, because it just going back, I tried to watch it again. I was like, God, this is awful, but it was such a good riveting story. And seeing them the new design in the new movie, the only one that looks like really, really good is Optimus Primal. The rest of them kind of just look, and I'm kind of disappointed because I don't know if they're gonna have some of the more popular Beast Machine, like the Beast characters in there, like Raptor or what was the other one? There was so many of them. Scorpina, all of the ones that from things. They have like the key ones. Where I'm gonna be upset if they don't at least have Raptor in there because his story was great. His story was great. I loved his story.
I still remember being very angry about. Well, angry, as much as angry as I get, my outrage is.
I punched everyone in a church because of this.
Yes.
Yeah, but I remember when they had Soundwave and he was just a satellite in Revenge of the Fallen. But then at least they finally made him like a car in the third one, because it's like, I love Soundwave. There was something about a Decepticon that turned into a boombox and the cassette tapes turned into.
For sure.
I loved Soundwave.
Little nostalgia for there.
By the way, I said Scorpina. I think that's Power Rangers. I'm getting because around the time it was Power Rangers. Scorpina's Power Rangers. I had to remember that. I was like, yeah, it was not Scorpina.
Well,
my bad.
Before we bore people who aren't Transformer fans out, I'll just say if you're a Soundwave fan, the last thing I'll say on Transformers is there's a solo comic book that came out a few years ago just called Optimus Prime. It ran 25 issues. If you're a Soundwave fan, I highly recommend picking it up because Megatron is destroyed or has become an Autobot or something. So Soundwave becomes loyal to Optimus, and he becomes Optimus's like second hand, and it's really good, and to the point where he's willing to die for Optimus Prime. So I would say if you're a Soundwave fan, it's a good book to pick up.
Oh, cool.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go. I know. When it comes to the new one, when it came to Bumblebee, I was like, all right, it's fine. I just felt like everybody was like raving about it, and I was one of the people that was like, dude's ET. It was ET.
That's okay that it was ET.
I'll tell you, I enjoyed Bumblebee. I think for me was that after I got baited out, Bumblebee just felt like a
refreshing. I've been pounding fucking tequila all night. Now it's nice to just have a freaking water. Yeah.
And my kids could watch it too, because and they really enjoy it. Yeah. So much so that now, like, literally every time Declan sees a yellow car, it's Bumblebee. Like,
that movie is one of those times where I
didn't hate it. It had Haley Steinfeld was in it.
I didn't. It's one of those movies where I normally don't like when franchises play it safe, but I'm like, oh, they needed to after the last.
They played it big time.
But they needed to big time.
Yeah, true.
So, and now that this one, they'll take a little bit of a, not really of a risk, because there's a lot of nostalgia for Beast Wars. So,
for sure.
Cool.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, like, because you brought up Power Rangers, Saggy. I actually rewatched the movie last weekend.
Yeah, I saw you tweet about that.
Which movie?
Power Rangers.
The remake, the reboot.
Yeah,
the reboot.
the latest one. You know, and I watched that, and I'm just like, it sucks that we're not getting any more of this. To be honest.
Okay, Dave, I got to ask you this because I've seen that. I've seen it once. I did buy it digitally when it was on sale, so I haven't gone back and rewatched it. There was a couple of things about it I really enjoyed. Making Rita the last Green Ranger to explain
that was
how
cool.
That was a cool story point to explain like why she would have the green, power coin. I like that. Funny enough, the most disappointing part of that movie for me was the Zords. Like when they finally became the Megazord.
Yeah.
It
didn't do it for you, huh?
It didn't do it for me.
Interesting.
And it's funny because
you had one job movie.
You had one job. Give me an awesome Megazord fight. Because funny enough, if you go back to the OG movie that ends up not being canon at all, which is weird. But
yeah, that was weird.
It was weird because I enjoyed the first movie, and it was our introduction to the Ninja Zords. And when they become the ninja, that Zord fight, now it's mid-90s CGI, but at least it wasn't guys in boxes, being the Zords. I really enjoyed the Zord fight in the first Power Rangers movie. And so when I watched the new one, I was like, why do I enjoy a Zord fight from a mid-90s movie over this one?
Yeah.
That is
By the way, that was canon. That first movie was canon.
No, they wiped it. No, because they redid the ninja power. The second movie, Turbo, was canon. But the first
okay.
Really? Turbo was canon.
That's right. That is right. I forgot. They did take out the Ivan Ooze element, and they did. Yes, that was. Listen, it's been a while, okay? I watched Power Rangers up until
I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
Yeah.
The problem is that I was like one of the
first time Seek doesn't know what we're talking about. Wow.
Here's the thing. They replaced a lot. Like instead of it being the
I'll
chick,
be over here drinking.
instead of being the chick with the staff, it was Ninja or whatever. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that is right. The movie,
and it was also the introduction of Lord Zed.
Oh, yeah. But see, I was just rewatching the movie, and I'm like, man. I mean, I dug there were some things. Yeah, I think in my opinion, when it comes to the movie, they had problems with, I think, balancing they were trying to make it like a teen angst,
Breakfast Club,
really developing the characters, which I really appreciated. But then they're also like, hey, there's also this campiness that we also have to bring in there. And I think there's a couple times that they didn't know how to balance it properly. But I think they still, for the most part, I think all the Ranger characters, I think the cast was great. Except for Elizabeth Banks. I'm sorry. Her Rita was so fucking over the top. And
she hammed it up, man. Yeah.
Yeah, she hammed it up and I get it, because even if you watch the series, the Rita is like, it's just sure. But I'm like,
that's because it was a dub.
Everybody else.
Yeah, the dub.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was dub. But still, at the same time, I'm like, everybody else was kind of just even keeled. And then she just amped it up to 11. And I was just going, and like when I was rewatching the scenes, I'm like, fuck, man. They just let her go to town with this.
The reason why the movie didn't do, because it's Power Rangers, right? So you're taking something from a popular franchise, and it didn't a lot of the fans were very disappointed because it was like they made it a little too real. Like the character stories were a little bit more too real and too dark. Like even in the original Power Rangers, they touched base on some seriously dark topics, but they did it in a way that wasn't too you know what I'm saying? Like you got
after school special though.
Right. You got the kid that he turns out has, I don't know if he had what was it, autism or something.
Billy in the movie is on the spectrum.
Totally.
Yeah. Well, they touch on that, and it's like things like that. It was like those changes in the characters were a little weird and unnecessary, but. And then having one of the characters, I think, what was the Yellow Ranger, coming out as a lesbian and all that stuff.
Trini was a lesbian in the movie,
right? Yes. And it was like so.
No, I think she was bi.
One of those things, but it's like they were trying to make it way too.
Well, they got to do that. That's what it is, though. But I mean, they didn't put it in your face. It's not like she just like grabbed Kimberly and started making out with her. I mean, it was just, even though I wouldn't have been against that. It might have been the movie better. But no, I'm just saying, like, I think it was just like one little scene when they're around the campfire and they kind of just like throw it out there, and that was pretty much it. So it wasn't anything like in your face. I don't know.
It was, but I mean, with Power Rangers fans, like I said, it was more for like very young kids, and I think they try to make it more for teenagers. It was just like I said, it was a decent movie. Don't get me wrong. I had my things I liked about it. I am gonna say this: they definitely ended on a cliffhanger where it's like, we're not going to get another one where we're not going to get
Tommy.
But here's the thing: we weren't going to get Tommy Oliver in the same sense. There was a lot of rumors that Tommy was going to be a female in the second one.
They probably totally.
Oh, they definitely were going to do that because Rita was the Green Ranger and she was female, so it would have made sense.
Yeah. But I mean, all I say is make it make sense,
Yeah.
And
they made Zordon a ranger. Like, I love the explanation. That was another thing they did really well.
That was cool.
Explaining Zordon and making him one of the original Rangers. I thought that was, like I said, it has points. Like
you got Bryan Cranston in Zordon.
I know, right?
But they did that on purpose because, like I said, for those of you who don't know, Bryan Cranston, before he was an actor, he did a lot of monster
he was the voice of the monsters.
He was a voice of a lot of monsters in Power Rangers. He did a lot of voiceover work in that show.
Billy Cranston.
That's why they got him on. That's why they got him to come back to be Zordon, which was actually really cool to see. That was like a nod to the OG Power Ranger fans that would have known that. They were like, "Oh my God, yeah, Bryan Cranston, he was the one who did the voices."
Yeah, but I just rewatched it and I'm like, dang,
it's like, why am I here?
No, this is interesting actually, because I've only seen the newer movie and I have a vague idea of what Transformers is from conversations with my brother. But again, I don't remember anything from before 2010. So it's not like I talked to my brother a lot about Power Rangers. So I just don't know what you're talking about. When you said the first movie's not canon, I go, wait, the one I saw, and then you said something about Turbo. I was like, oh, I don't know what they're talking about now.
Yeah.
Well, fun fact.
They made a movie that was bigger budget. It actually was decent. And actually, if you think of it as like
about the first movie. Yeah, their costumes were like
armor,
shiny and armored. I was like, whoa.
Well, that's because they had to make their own costumes for the movie. Because for those who don't know, again, Power Rangers came from Japan. It was based off of a series called Super Sentai, and the Power Rangers, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, was actually like Sentai. I think like the 5th or 6th season that they had in Japan. So there was Power Rangers even before the one we got, but we got that one and they kind of combined 2 seasons into one. That's when the Green Ranger came in. The Green Ranger was from a different season. They just for some reason included him in that one. And the same thing with the White Ranger. So it was a lot of like Hans Saban was genius. He's like, we're going to take this Japanese show and make it more American. So a lot of the footage of them fighting, that was all the Japanese footage. The original Yellow Ranger was actually a male in the original Sentai. That's why the Yellow Ranger didn't have a skirt.
Yep.
Yeah. Because that was the thing that I noticed when I was younger. I was like, how come Pink Ranger gets a skirt?
The dick.
I saw a bulge in the
right. So it's like there's a lot, and it's funny because Power Rangers, I'm surprised it's still ongoing because it's been going on for decades, so it's actually really interesting.
Well, they got
a lot of anime was surprising too.
Well, they got the anniversary special coming out on Netflix, this year with with Billy and Zach, the original Blue and Black Ranger, and then the second generation of the other Rangers. Like I know that Chris is super excited for it, and I'm so happy for him.
Oh yeah. Mr. Wong Swenson is a big time Power Ranger.
He's a big time Power Rangers fan. But I'm kind of looking forward to this. Once and always. The special. I'm like, I am like, what you doing with this? Like, I do want to check it out. I do hate they didn't offer Amy Jo Johnson enough money so I don't get a reprise of Kimberly.
Who didn't have a crush on her, man?
I mean, you had a crush on Kimberly.
I hated her because she stole Tommy from me. That was my bae.
But I will say I've always when Power Rangers first came out when I was a young lad, I thought it was cheesy and I was like boo and blah blah blah. But as soon as I saw the promos for the Green Ranger, I went, "Who's this guy? He's green. He's got a shield over. He's got like this protective shield over. I gotta watch this." And when I watched that
5-part was good.
Totally hooked me, and then I became a fan. And that was the only one of those figurines, those big, huge figurines that I had, because I had the Dragon Zord and the Green Ranger, which was great. But yeah, it was the Green Ranger. It was Tommy that brought me in. The whole thing. May he
rest in peace.
Oh yeah,
I forgot that him and Amy Jo, they have a cameo in the movie.
They do have a cameo.
They're out in the city, and they're like, with their
well, they're also in one of the restaurants too. Like they're in the background, ordering. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like,
so Seek says Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. We could actually
oh
talk
boy,
about this.
Yeah. I was joking in the chat.
No, but hey, it's a good way to, because we're talking about old TV shows that are getting revamped,
right?
And now we got a new trailer.
And Teenage Ninja Turtles actually did a cameo on Power Rangers as well. It was an interesting episode of Power Rangers in Space where the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles got into it with the Power Rangers. They were like brainwashed by the bad guy, and they were fighting the Power Rangers until they broke the brainwashing and then fought with them. It was a very iconic episode, but that also unfortunately got us that awful Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles live action where they've introduced Venus.
I never even bothered watching that, which is fine. But I have got to say, I didn't know about Mutant Mayhem coming out. I don't know how I missed that. But then when they had the teaser trailer and the voice announcements, I watched that teaser trailer going, oh my God, my kids are going to love this, and I am totally taking them to this movie.
And that's how you do it right there. You have to, and I even said that too when I talked about it on Film Junkee Live.
Cheers.
Plug.
Cheers. Yeah. And then I was just like, you know what? It's a kids movie, but they're going in with the style of Into the Spideyverse. Almost, it's like it feels like that. And then, obviously, we of course we'll talk about the controversy, because there's always controversy with everything. But I was just kind of like, it's for kids. But then, you have to balance. You have to appeal to the parents too, because they were alive. They were kids when the show was out, with the cartoon and all this stuff. And smart on it. And I'm surprised you did miss it, Scott. I remember hearing about it, that Seth Rogen was going to be doing something with it, and everybody was kind of wondering what it was.
Is he Bebop?
Yep.
Yes, he's Bebop.
He's Bebop. I mean, Jackie Chan is Splinter. I'm like, dude, I'm down for this.
All I know is that mullet, that hairstyle that Splinter was rocking that trailer. I laughed so hard. I'm like, what is that? I'm like, how are you gonna do Master Splinter dirty like that? Give him some weird haircut like that. I was like, please let that be like a Master Splinter from the past scene, because I can't do that.
I love how you say that with your picture with a interesting haircut too.
But
okay, first of all, pause.
But I also love the fact that they got actual teenagers to voice the turtles.
Yeah,
they sound so young, and it's great because they've been called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but they were more like 20-year-olds.
Oh my God, yeah. Yeah, they were. They were really old in the OG version. You're like, how are these teenagers?
Even in the
Michelangelo was the only one that acted like a teenager, where the rest of them kind of didn't.
Yeah, true.
No, Raphael was enough of a dick to be a teenager. Let's be honest.
That's my favorite, man. I loved how rebellious he was.
I was a Leonardo guy. I'm sure that shocks
I was a Raphael guy.
Are you also a Cyclops fan?
I love Raphael. I like Raphael,
but I did enjoy Cyclops. I will not lie.
I'm just
no, you know me a little too well. Yeah, but I liked Cyclops because of the eye beams. Like I thought the power was cool.
Cyclops was a crybaby, and he was too whipped. He was too whipped.
Man. I still loved it. I still loved it when Wolverine walked up to him in the animated series and like gut punched him for leaving Morph behind.
I hated Cyclops. He was such a whiny little brat. He's like, oh my God, Wolverine's trying to take my lady. And she's like, no, it's fine. But then low-key, she was like having a little thing for Wolverine. I just couldn't stand Cyclops, especially in the movies. Oh my God.
They did him dirty in the movies. They did him so dirty in the movies. They made him so
much worse in the movies with his little whiny thing. I'm the leader and I got a girlfriend and you better watch it, Wolverine. You're not cool. I got a friggin' Cyclops eye. I can like melt your face off.
I know, he's so alpha.
He's so alpha.
I am a huge Ninja Turtles fan. I've had the privilege of working with Kevin Eastman a couple times. One of my first comic books I did on Kickstarter, he drew the cover for. a friend of mine hooked us up like through email, and I thought it was bullshit at first. I was like, there's no way this is Kevin Eastman. And he was like, oh my God, dude, I heard your story, like it's so cool to meet you. He's like, what can I do for you? And I was like, I could really use a cover for a book I'm working on. He's like, I'm going to give you 2. And I said, what? And he said, he's like, I heard your story. I know you have trouble drawing. Can you do like a blue pencil drawing of something? Take your time, scan it, send it to me, and I'll finish it for you. So it'll be a collaboration between the two of us. So one cover was purely him, and the other cover was me and him drawn together. And the cool thing is the shirt is you can actually buy it on my merch store. I created a merch store finally. So yeah, it says Soul Star on it. Yeah, plug. I'm a huge bias towards Ninja Turtles. I've seen probably all the movies, which has only been the Michael Bay ones post aneurysm. But my mom said I saw the original ones, and yeah, I'm a huge fan of these characters. Yeah, I've rewatched them all. I've watched a lot of the cartoons. Like I'm just a hardcore fan, and anytime I watch them, I always order pizza all the time.
No, of course. I mean, there's something about pizza. I mean, like, my God. And what's funny is too is like, when people were, I think I even said this on Film Junkie Live, drink. But I even said this too. I'm like, when people are saying, obviously when people complain, like, and I even saw people, it's for kids. I'm like, yeah, it is. Yeah. If you want something that's a little bit more adult, just watch the 1990 version. That was pretty adult if you think about it.
Oh no, it was, and it was a little weird to go see it because it came out on my 8th birthday. Like that was my birthday party. Was me taking my friends opening night to go see that movie. And I remember being like it shocked me as an 8-year-old. Now it was fun to go back and rewatch the movie after reading some of the original Eastman and Laird comics going, oh, that movie nailed it. That movie understood the assignment of the comics. It just missed the fact that most of us going to see the movie was because we were watching the 80s cartoon.
Well, I think that was the thing. They said the director was like really enamored by the comic, and the studio was like really like hoping it could take a cue from that, but blend more like be more kid friendly so they could make the cartoon even bigger. And I think the director like struggled with it or something. I heard some story behind the scenes about it where he really just wanted to make it truer to the comic and kind of just had like a lot of, he had to compromise a lot. But that first movie, whenever we watched it, I was like, oh, wow, this is actually really good. And they're all fun. And the new one looks like a blast. And I know people are like, oh, it looks very kiddie. And I'm like, yeah, but that's what it was when we were that age. Like, you have to bring in a new generation.
Hey, it looks better to me than Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But you know what? My kids love Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And once again, it's the idea of not every iteration is going to be for me, but it's going to be for someone. Yes. And that's what
hopefully it's for your kids. I mean, even like Secret of the Ooze, yeah, sure, they lighten up the shit out of it.
And they don't use their weapons at all.
Yeah, they barely use their weapons, especially in Leonardo. It's like, no, can't use those sharp things, not this time. You're going to only use them to, I remember there's a scene in like the opening.
It's the very opening.
He puts them like up into the ceiling to just like use to kick somebody, and that's it. And it was like, oh. But, it was just like one of those things where it's like, all right, they lighten it up, but I still enjoy it for some reason. Turtles, the third one time, I don't really revisit that one. That one was a little
that one doesn't. When we rewatched it for Squadcast Movies Patreon I loved the first one. I found myself like shocked how much I didn't enjoy Ooze anymore as I've gotten older. And then I watched 3 going, okay, 3 felt like they knew they went too far with 2. So they tried to bring it back.
I need to watch 3 again. Maybe it was because like I just really enjoyed the first 2. And I thought the third one just kind of like, they, you have, they even, doesn't like I always forget his name, who plays Casey Jones.
Oh,
Elias. He played a character in the past, right? He played a character in that movie that's in the past, I believe.
Yes, he did.
Did he? Because I just remember him being. I remember him being stuck in the present when the
Yeah,
when the ones who switch with the turtles.
Yeah, so he had somebody from the past who looked just like him, and April actually thought it was him. He was locked up with her when she was captured.
Yeah.
And
Okay. Yes. I remember this now. Yes.
Yeah, I love the third one. I'm not gonna lie, because it was nice to see
revisit it.
Yeah. No, I thought it was. It's a classic, like you said. A lot of I know that a lot of fans of the old school, they would say that was the worst one, but like I thought it was great. I rewatched it like a few months back, and I was like, I love this movie. I love the relationships that the Turtles made with the past characters, and they had a lot of funny moments. But yeah, it was really good.
It's just kind of funny how like Corey Feldman, who did Donatello in the first one, didn't do it in the second one, and then he returned in the third one, which I was like, I always wanted to know what happened there. If do you guys realize this? Am I just bringing up?
No. I knew that because I also know why we got a different April O'Neil in the.
That's right. We have a different April O'Neil from first to second.
Yeah. So that's fine. I still haven't watched the second Bay one.
With Krang.
Right, I haven't seen it. Like I'm going
I
to
forgot
watch
Craig was in that.
Yeah.
Shit. Dude, I try to block. I mean, when it came to the first one, yeah, it was essentially just the Amazing Spider-Man, the first one, the same fucking plot, like at the end, put this thing on the top where everybody's gonna get turned into something. It was like, wow. I remember a lot of people pointing that out. I remember watching and going, this is the same thing that happens in the Amazing Spider-Man. This is what Connors was trying to do, which was interesting. And then I was trying to, I just did. The only scene that I thought, wow, this scene perfect, was when they're in the elevator. Yes, and they start freaking beatboxing and start doing. I'm like, all right, why couldn't the whole movie be this?
Yeah,
this is them. This is great. What the hell? But they just went off the reservation. Weren't they aliens also? Or something like that?
No. It was still ooze, but they just didn't go into the full story. But the new one though, like you said about Spider-Verse, I knew when I saw Spider-Verse, I think the video's still on my channel, luckily, because I think I got like a hit with a couple of songs and copyright from the rap party. But I went to the premiere and it was like, I don't know, 2 weeks before it came out. And I remember I was like, I don't want to say anything about this movie because I think it's going to change animation like from here on out. And boy, did it! Like from I think Puss in Boots recently had a similar
Puss
style.
in Boots is definitely got a style.
And then this now, and then of course the next Spider-Verse, and I'm like, I love it because I feel like for a long time their animation was taking zero risks with anything, and I, as someone who loves animation, I'm like, I feel like I'm just getting a house style from each studio, and no one's like really rolling the dice on anything. So, kudos to those guys who luckily got fired from Han Solo and went and made one of the best Spider-Man movies I've ever seen. I mean, it's
the best Spider-Man movie.
Yeah.
The best Spider-Man movie.
I like Spider-Man 1 and 2 a lot with Tobey, but I do Spider-Verse is my close third for sure.
Yeah, it's like one of those things. Yeah, I just did a rewatch of all the Spideys, and 2 still holds a place in my heart where I'm like, and I was telling Steph when we were going back and showing all that, I was like, I mean, her favorite is No Way Home. She was just blown away by that after revisiting all that too, and I was just kind of like, 2 still holds a special place in my heart. I don't know, I just like how it's structured and how Peter gets run through the ringer and just all that. It just the way that Raimi approached that. I mean, the Doc Ock scenes, the fight scenes are just so freaking good in that. But yeah, like you said, animation, when it comes to the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I mean, it was just like, all right, cool, they're doing that. But then of course there's the controversy.
Yeah, so what is this? Because you said that earlier and I was like, wait, what controversy?
But April O'Neil is black.
April O'Neil's black. Oh my god. Hold on there, but we got somebody else coming in right now.
Ray. We said black and racial. That's exactly what happened.
The timing on that.
Need another black person on the panel. That's
so I was like, wait a minute, guys, before we start talking about this.
You said you said the inside part out loud, Scott.
Yeah, I did.
He's been drinking Guinness.
Man.
Oh man!
But we were all thinking it though. As soon as he said that, I was like, "Okay, go ahead, Dave. Hit the switch."
Beam me in, Dave.
Perfect entrance right there.
Wow, that's great.
But yeah, that's the controversy. And to be honest, when I first watched it, I didn't even like think about it. And then I rewatched it and I went, oh, that's going to be a thing. I was like, I didn't catch it the first time. And then I rewatched it and I went, oh shit, that's going to be a thing. And sure enough, it's a thing.
I guess I should have figured it would be, but I haven't seen, I just saw the trailer and then I kind of didn't see like any reactions or anything like that. So I had no idea that, but I should have guessed.
It's this thing on Twitter.
Okay. The biggest thing that people like, the weirdest part of this, right? It's like, okay, people were a little upset because, you know, she's black, and there were multiple reasons behind that. Because number one, we're starting to see more when it comes to voice actors that they're trying to like have the characters represent the voices behind them. So the woman who's doing the voice of April O'Neil is a black woman. So that's why they changed it, because they're doing this thing now where I don't know if you remember when voice actors were stepping down from the roles, like the guy who did the voice of Brown on Family Guy, The Simpsons. A lot of white voice actors.
Hank Azaria stopped doing Apu.
They all stepped down from the role because they felt like they wanted to give it to the people who properly represent. But what they're doing now is they're trying to keep that energy going by, if they cast a voice actor, they're trying to make the characters look more like the voice actor, which is like, I understand it, but when it comes to voice acting, I think it's kind of like stupid, because our voices don't have a race to it. If you're going to apply that to modern day society,
I don't totally agree with that.
James, what do you mean? James Earl Jones. Okay, Darth Vader's going to have to be a black guy now.
Watch Chasing Amy.
Darth Vader's not black.
Watch Chasing Amy.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, we have to take away James Earl Jones from Darth Vader. But it also brought up like the lore, the history behind April O'Neil's character, which was an interesting conversation to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, I know her originally. She was based off of Kevin's former wife, I think.
His first wife.
Yeah. So like, I mean, but even still, like, even if that wasn't the case, like, literally, who gives a flying fuck? Like, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Like,
thank you. Yes.
Because there was
a lot of us kind of.
My favorite story about this kind of thing is I think I might have said on your podcast before, so I'll try to abbreviate it. But there was a show called The Shield in the early 2000s with Michael Chiklis. Amazing show. And what happened was there was a character named Charles that was supposed to be in the show. And CCH Pounder showed up and read for the role of Charles. And they were like, well, Charles is described in the script as a white guy. And she was like, I don't give a shit. I want this role. I like this character. And they were like, okay. So she auditioned, she nailed it, and they changed Charles to Claudette. And then she became the character that they put on the show. And what I liked is the people who directed the show, like Sean Ryan and stuff, created the show. He was like, you know, I just wasn't thinking about race or anything like that with characters. I just figured a guy would come in and read for this role because I wanted another like a more passive cop to go against, you know, one of the other characters. And he goes, so when she came in, he's like, she blew us all away because she's an amazing actress. So once I heard that story, I was kind of like when I write scripts, there's some characters I don't describe, you know, so when they send out the sheets for like casting, there's no like description. I want the best person for that role, you know? And so when I hear this stuff, I guess there are people out there that need this to be a controversy so they can make $1 off of it. So that's why they have to like say this. Cause I can't imagine anyone really giving two shits that April O'Neil is black. It doesn't.
I had a bigger problem with Megan Fox as April O'Neil.
Oh yeah, definitely.
What was funny because she's a bad actress.
What was hilarious was like last week's Vodka stream. We were talking about how anytime there's a ginger, they just replace them. Remember, Saggy?
Right, and it's true.
So it was funny because we were talking about that, and then all of a sudden this happened, and I was like, I made that joke online. And
she's still a ginger though. She's still got red hair.
I know,
but no. We're talking like traditional gingers, like white ginger,
also
white
freckle
gingers.
face and blah blah blah. You know, and then of course there was the whole thing, and you know, and I was like, when I talked about it, I went like, all right, so people were throwing around like a video that they just found quickly that explained everything, but then of course you had people push back against that with their research, with like threads and everything, and from what I gathered, it was just like, I think it was like the original intention was April O'Neil was supposed to be Asian, right?
Yeah.
And then they had like the name was based off an African American woman, and then that was pretty much or biracial, yeah. So then it was just like, okay, but then I was just going, okay, but again, who gives a shit? I'm like, I don't care.
Well, and every time this comes up, it's like the people who push back. My bigger issue isn't necessarily like, okay, it's why aren't we highlighting the fact that this doesn't matter? Like the people that want to argue origin or not, like that whole thing that you and RJ were in with Saggy, like no one was saying the ultimate point, which was it doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, I don't care if the story is accurate or not. Like I don't care what side it is. This is not an argument. This shouldn't be an argument. And it's
it is if you're a grifter.
Well, right. For the record, let me explain. I wasn't arguing that I cared. I did a stream about it, and I literally said, like, this is not me talking about me caring if the character is black or white. When it comes to especially old franchises like this, I don't care. There's always going to be changes. If you don't like the changes, wait for them to go back or go back to when it was where you liked it. I don't care. They're always going to change these things. My argument was that people were using misinformation to argue what the character should be because where they originated from. And I'm like, listen, the fact of the matter is that April O'Neil was never originally designed to be a black person. Okay, that's just a fact. I don't care that they've had her be black before and there wasn't this much.
She had a perm.
But I'm saying, like, originally
that's what people were basing it on, though, which I thought that's kind of racist.
Right, exactly. But that was the point where I was arguing.
And the cartoon I mentioned, Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, April was black in that one too.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Right.
And I guess like the biggest issue, like this, because this happens. This is like the umpteenth time this has happened, right? We went through this. We're still gonna go through it with Little Mermaid, right? We went through this with Rings of Power last year, right? Anytime, any character, and I hate the term race bend. I get why people use it. I hate the term because the bigger issue
it's not a race bend. It's It's an adaptation.
Right, and the bigger issue that I have is when people decide to try and apply rules one way or the other. You know, like you'll get the people out there. And I had some guys come at me that day when I was because I was posting about that because I wanted to talk about the trailer, and it was because I think it's a cool trailer. I really had no interest in seeing the movie before when they were just showing the character posters. Then I saw the trailer and I'm like, okay, no, I like what they're doing here. Donnie's voice sounds a little high. He's my favorite turtle, but I'm still gonna see it. Right?
He just hasn't hit puberty yet.
Right? I made the joke. I was like, do turtles have balls? Well, his hasn't dropped yet.
Yeah, no, clearly not. No, definitely. But no, like I had some guys that were like, well, if they're gonna make April O'Neil, but this you always hear this, if they're gonna make April O'Neil black, then why can't they make a black character white? Or the obligatory White Panther. Make White Panther, right?
Oh my god, I hate that. People did that. I hate that.
And well, because this is when you have to remind them. It's like, guys, first of all, you don't take away from the diversity. Like it's not a negative, right? But on top of that, if you're talking about a character that literally is like them being black.
Is their like whole identity of the character.
Yeah. It's
yes.
Not the
what part of April O'Neil? Like, there's no race identifier. Iris West on the seat for however you feel about the Flash. However you, I don't give a shit. However you care about the CW, whatever, don't care. But Iris West, Candace Patton is Iris West. Who gives a shit?
Even Kirstie Clemens.
Yeah.
Right. We're about to do.
But thank you, Ray, because I had people when I talked about this bring up Black Panther all the time to me, and I'm like, listen, I have no issues with swapping races unless the race is literally relevant to their story arc and their character. Black Panther is black because people are from Wakanda, which is in the part of Africa that's not the South part. Okay, they're supposed to be black people.
They want Wakanda to be in South Africa.
They want Wakanda to be in South Africa, and then I think haven't they even done it with like Jefferson Pierce? Like, make him white lightning.
Wakanda's in Missouri, guys.
Like, here's the thing. Resident Evil 6.
Careful.
6? No, 5. Sorry, Resident Evil 5. Resident Evil 5 had controversy because it's set in Africa. and their issue was, well, you're going around shooting black people as a white guy. That's a little racist. And I'm like, they're in freaking Africa. Where you go? And then it pissed me off because to cater to the crybabies on the internet, what do? They light it up. We saw some Asian friggin' people in the game.
What about all the white people? What about all the white people we killed in Raccoon City? Like, who cares? It's just it's a fictional.
My point was like, they're complaining about black people getting shot in Africa. They're African zombies. So like now all of a sudden, did you guys complain to Resident Evil 4 when they were killing Spaniards? Because Resident Evil 4 was in Spain. They all spoke Spanish, but nobody cared when Leon, the whitest guy, Leon S. Kennedy, is going around shooting people from Spain. But God forbid they go to Africa. Mind you, the secondary character, African woman. So it was like the most weirdest flex. I mean, people just want to be mad, but like I said, it's like,
and that just reminds me. I know. I'm sorry. I'm just reminding me that I haven't watched it yet. But so Mel Brooks' History of the World Part 2 is on Hulu now, and I've got to watch it.
I got to watch it.
But no, you're right. On either side of this, people just want to be upset, and it's like at the end of the day. But again, like I said. And I had to tell RJ this too, Sag. It's like, because he was all down, like, it's said that we can't talk about the actual movie in the trailer. And I'm like, RJ, it's just Twitter. The 90 to 95% of the general audience does not give a shit about it. So here's the deal. Like, when Mutant Mayhem comes out, if it doesn't do well at the box office, it will have nothing to do. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why? Okay, fair enough. No, but like, see, you gotta say it's all objective.
See, but he's also named Black April too.
That's true.
I've changed my name 5 times on this stream.
Fair enough. No, but
because you can now put like something under, the whole underneath thing.
Yeah. Fuck you, Scott.
I was waiting for Travis to show up at this point.
It's not the gold standard. As Travis Lee would say, it's not the gold standard anymore. That's a whole other discussion. But at any rate,
I saw you guys discussing. I didn't really catch up on what you guys were talking about.
No, that was just. But no, it's like if Mutant Mayhem comes out and doesn't do like well, right? Mm-hmm. And the get woke, go broke idiots start chirping like, "Hey, it's a victory for." No, it's not going to have anything to do with the fact that what actually kind of pissed me off a little bit more was what I saw a couple of people commenting on her size too.
Oh yeah,
saying that she was like fat.
She enjoys her cheeseburger.
Fat and ugly, yeah.
Right, and I'm like, to me, it was like, okay, well, she's not a broadcaster. Like, it's clearly like modernized. Like, they're not just modernizing, like the ethnicity, but they're modernizing the role. Where like she is just like kind of a podcast reporter. Like she looked like a podcaster to me.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they're gonna have to do something like that.
Well, she's a journalist. Going back to Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, she's a journalism student in that series.
Okay,
so they'll probably do something like that.
More than I totally get that.
So it's weird now that he's bringing it up. It's like I said, I didn't really enjoy Rise as much. My kids loved it. It was very much more their speed. But I'm seeing a lot of like they're borrowing. What I see Mutant Mayhem doing is they're borrowing from a lot of different iterations. And Seth
Rogen went like this. He went, see what they're doing over there with Spideyverse? My God, we can do that with TD. Yeah, that's what he did. I mean, that's what happened. I mean,
aren't we getting Baxter Stockman?
Yes, it's is Giancarlo Esposito.
Yeah, exactly.
Giancarlo Esposito was Baxter Stockman. Yes.
Wow. I mean, that guy's voice will send chills.
That's a fantastic casting.
Yeah,
yes.
Sure is.
Yeah.
I mean, even though like I'm always like one of those people that just like fucking stop giving like these actors like the voice.
By the way,
but at the same time, I'm like, look at that cast.
But also, but in the comic, Baxter Stockman was black.
Yeah, I mean that's.
He was. Like, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I did not know that because he's quite white in the cartoon that we grew up with.
No, he's a fly.
Yeah, what are you talking about? He's like a fly.
How many? I forget how many. And this was always when they aired the show in syndication. That was always confusing because there's a handful of episodes before he becomes the Fly.
Yes,
and so
there
as
are.
a kid, and so as a kid, you're like, wait a minute, how like the chronology was all off in terms of when they would.
Those are the VHS tapes were for. That's exactly.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've only seen it on DVD, so I have no idea actually that it was out of order like that.
Well, because you do get episodes where he's building the Mausers.
Yes.
Before he gets mutated into the Fly.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Which has been really fun because for Declan's birthday, I got him the Cowabunga collection for his Switch. So
cool.
So we were going back and I love that one because it's like you can play the arcade version and then the home version. So you can play the arcade game, but then
remember playing that?
But then the Nintendo version of the arcade game.
Thank you. I was about to say, anybody ever beat that one? I never got past the water level.
Yeah, water level was hard, but I remember when it came out on the consoles, but I remember going to the arcade game or the arcade. Remember arcades when that was all a thing?
Chuck E. Cheese or Showbiz Pizza.
Chuck E. Cheese, Showbiz,
dude, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It was always funny because they would always name franchises that we knew. They always named it like so and so the arcade game. And
yes, they did.
Badass. They did that with Terminator. They did that with with other
Simpsons.
ones too.
Simpsons was a good one.
But I mean,
X-Men game,
Ninja Turtles, the arcade game was that was one you went towards, and there was a crowd.
Because you could also get 4 people going at one time.
Yes, that was exactly. And that
was hard though.
It was hard.
It was hard. It was a hard game, but that's exactly why, because you could do 4-player, and so it wasn't just a crowd of people watching; it was a crowd of people waiting for the kids to run out of quarters so that you could become the next kid in one of the spots. It was totally what it was.
And you want to jump on their game to get you further along, in the game, because that game was hard.
It was.
That thing ate your quarters like nobody's business.
Oh, man.
And then you had Turtles in Time, which my hot take is that I think the Super Nintendo version of Turtles in Time is better than the arcade version.
Ooh.
Dang.
Okay.
Now whose hot takes Donnelly?
Now he's tagging. Water level ain't shit.
I grew up on the Turtles in Time Super Nintendo version because my parents, to get me the Super Nintendo for Christmas, bought me the one that only came with one controller and didn't come with Super Mario World. So we had to go and buy an individual game, and so the game I got was Turtles in Time.
How dare they sell a Super Nintendo without Super Mario World? That is sacrilege.
Well, it was also significantly cheaper because it only came with one controller. If you got Super Mario World, that was the more expensive one that came with 2 controllers and a game. So, my butt was like, whatever it takes just to
I get it. Yeah, they gave you the option, but they should have just lowered the damn price. and included the game, because Mario is a staple.
It's funny, talking about the arcade games. I remember Terminator 2, the arcade game was badass. But man, but the thing is though, it's you lost something when they put it out on I think in Super Nintendo, because when you go to the arcade, you had the gun.
You had the gun. The gun vibrated. It had the different buttons. Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
yes.
But of course, you didn't have that when you played it on Super Nintendo or whatever the hell, because obviously you had the controller. But still, I remember just playing that. Man, that was jeez.
The Terminator game was phenomenal. The arcade game.
There was a putt-putt golf course that I would play that at. It doesn't exist anymore. Now I live literally a mile from where that putt-putt golf place used to be, and that was now? It's office buildings and all, you wouldn't even know that the golf place even
ever
existed.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, it's very because it's kind of funny because it's I can remember that game I played at a putt-putt golf. That game I played at a bowling alley. That game was at the mall.
Dude, you brought me back, man. My brother used to he was in a bowling league on Saturday mornings. Of course, I got to get dragged to it because I can't stay home by myself. I remember going into the arcade. I mean, first off, I can the musk of cigarette smoke that was in that fucking bowling alley that was just in there. You walk in, you just get hit with a wave of just cigarette smoke within, I
love the smell of nicotine in the morning.
Yeah, exactly. And then I remember going into the arcade and Mortal Kombat 2 was in there, so everybody was crowded around that. and I would just watch people play that as my brother's like bowling. I don't even remember how good he was. I was always in the arcade when he was bowling. So sorry.
X-Men was what I would play at.
Oh yeah.
X-Men was great. Dazzler. I played Dazzler.
Dazzler was like a secret weapon in that game.
Dude, she was OP. I loved playing as Dazzler.
My sisters, because I could never have a birthday at Chuck E. Cheese because of my birthday. So like my sisters would always have their birthdays there, and so yeah, Simpsons, that was mine. And the one time I beat the game, this was like, these games brought kids together.
Yes,
because it was me, it was me and this other random kid that would play. I was Bart, he was Lisa, and then someone joins in as Homer, then somebody else joined in as Marge, and like it just turned into the four of us. I still had no idea who these kids were, not related, not family, anything like that. But it's just like, okay, we're beating this game. We all have enough tokens. We're going to beat this game, and we totally just spent the next, I don't know how long it took, an hour or whatever. We beat the damn game.
I remember
it was a team effort.
The one arcade game I beat, it was at the mall, and it was Captain America and the Avengers. And I remember beating that game because it was a crazy story. I went on a Boy Scout trip to go canoeing. We left halfway through because it ended up being just like a train wreck of a trip. So my dad and me and one other kid just left at the midway point, drove home. We dropped the kid off at his home, and my dad took me to the mall, and we just played video games. And I got to the point that I was playing through Captain America Avengers, and my dad just started feeding me quarters because like he had all these quarters, and he just started feeding me until I beat Red Skull. And then we went to Milo's for hamburgers and fries afterwards. And I was like, this is a great day.
Nice. Oh, that is a perfect day for a child. Especially if your dad, the parent, is enabling you, like they're in it with you, like, yes, here you go, son, go ahead. Yes. That's so much better. It is so much better.
Oh, X-Men Children of the Atom, X-Men versus Capcom. Oh,
anybody play F-Zero? Did anybody play F-Zero? The one where you could like actually sit in
No, I never played
bike,
that
sit
one.
on the bike or whatever. Like,
yeah.
It was like a futuristic. It was almost like proto Star Fox, in terms of like how it was in terms of the controls. But it was like a racer / shooter, but it was futuristic. It was really weird.
You know what I remember though? Like I remember Jurassic Park, the arcade game.
Oh yeah!
Oh, that thing was like you sat in it, and it freaking boo 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 boo, and you were like, you're like shooting the dinosaurs, and it was like you're going through the park. That thing was insane. That thing was insane. Jurassic. Want me to reenact that again?
Yes.
There was
blow yourself up and do it again.
I need more clips for my YouTube channel.
I know, yeah,
I've been doing that lately.
Maggie will like she's used me to do YouTube shorts.
Well, he's so animated on some of his streams, and sometimes he'll do the most. Like I remember he was just going on this like fire rant, but for some reason I don't know, he did like this weird head like bob thing, and I was like, oh my god,
does that. He's done that before.
And I'm like, oh my god, I have an idea. So I made it to like a little music video of him just like dancing with his head, just doing that little head thing.
Yeah. What I love is that he's got that one, but he's got this one. He's got the.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I get it.
Dave, I've watched you for too many years now. It's just,
I get fired up. What can I say? All right, we got somebody else joining.
I was gonna say, that sounded like somebody's coming.
Yeah, somebody's coming. I'm like trying to think like. We've been drinking too much. Yeah, I'm trying to think. What should his drop be?
Oh, it's not a usual one. Okay.
No, he doesn't have a drop. But here, I'll do this one.
I have an idea.
From the land down under, Mr. Damo. What is happening?
What's up?
Hey.
What's up?
How's it going, man? Nice hat.
Oh, we got to drink his look at his thing. We got to drink.
I know. I appreciate
Look at his thing. Look at his thing.
His name. He's plugging his website. We got to drink.
He's plugging with his thing. Is that what you're saying? See, I mean,
plugging with the thing. I realized
he took his thing and plugged us.
So what am I going to put down there? Oh, I'll put the website.
Yeah.
Mystery
guys. Yeah, you could put that little like something. Yeah, thanks for joining, Dame. How you doing?
Yeah, good, pretty good. It's nice and hot here in Melbourne, Australia.
You guys have summer going on over.
Oh wow, really?
There, right?
You know what? Can you remind me what summer's like?
I don't know.
Yeah,
because we have no idea.
We're all cold.
Like at this
We're all
point,
cold
the
over
weather
here.
can't. No, the weather can't make up its damn mind in Alabama. I mean, seriously, we went from 80 one day to 60 with rain. I was like,
sounds like Melbourne. Melbourne's the same shit.
Dude, in SoCal, it's just been raining so much. I mean, I told you guys like last week when we had snow here, and I haven't seen snow. I mean, I've seen snow kind of here, but like it came down for like 30 minutes. That was a long. I mean, ever since I've lived in this city. Yeah, for like 4 years, I've never seen it do like that. And I was like, whoa, it didn't stick, of course.
Hey, Dave, I want to say this. I'm going to jinx it right now.
Uh-oh.
What hasn't happened yet?
What?
StreamYard hasn't fucked with me yet tonight.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Why did you jinx it?
I don't know.
It's over. No, because it's going to happen now.
Because the last
5 times in the next 10 minutes.
No, because the last Fanimated stream, it happened like every fucking 5 minutes.
Oh, it was frustrating. I could tell, like Scott, like it got to the point where Scott just went click, like you got. It was funny too because when we got done with the stream, the first thing Scott said, "Well, that was fucking annoying." I started laughing. I was like, "Yeah, I don't know what the hell."
And then it started screwing with you after the stream was over.
Oh yeah, and then it started screwing. Yeah, it was StreamYard was not our friend last Friday.
Which episode was that again? Which one?
Riddler's Reform.
That yes.
Good episode.
Somebody tell me.
How did he do it? I have to know. I have to know.
Okay, I'm sorry, you guys may have covered this when you talked about it, but like the chronology of that episode is after What Is Reality, right?
Yeah, because they reference what is reality. There's a direct reference.
Right at the beginning, Robin talked about a box being delivered.
So because that's the thing. The ending of What Is Reality is like, holy shit! Like, is he stuck? Like, is he just there? And so then, so then I remember as a kid, I'm like, okay, he must have got out. Clearly, he got out because I didn't see if you're so smart, why aren't you rich? And What Is Reality? Like, they aired that way more than Riddler's Reform.
Well, we talk about this because those were in season 1,
right?
And then Dave and I have had this discussion: is that there's a lot of those season 2 episodes because it was only a 20 episode order and it was at the end of the run. That those are the ones you're fuzzier on because they didn't get in the rotation as much as those first 65 did.
Right. No, exactly. And so that always kind of like confused me a little as a kid because like I remember the first time I saw that episode, I was like, oh, he's out of the box. Okay, but I never remembered if they ever referenced that or not.
No, they don't reference him getting out, but they do reference the last. Robin says the last time you had one of these, it almost killed Commissioner Gordon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Gordon, no.
No, I know. Now see, because he's turned to James Winter. He's not the owner. I love it.
We can't be two owners. You know.
Why does everyone has tags? What the hell? I need a tag. I
don't have mine either. Let's see. I don't know.
Put a tag on.
Thing. It's a totally new thing that
I like it though. It's nice.
It's only like I think within like the last couple of months. It's because like one of the last times I signed on, I saw it. I was like, oh, okay, let me put this there.
Oops.
Oh.
Sorry,
I took all of ours away.
I like his shit, right?
Wow.
See, Dave is just exercising his god powers now.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. If I can't have it, you can't.
He's like, see, if you're not going to participate in our arcade conversation and just change your headlines all the time.
Well, it's like Simon Phoenix, illuminate.
Love that.
Illuminate.
What a great movie.
Oh, that's
Demolition Man.
Which movie that people need to go watch that I haven't watched yet, but the new Luther movie is on Netflix as of today.
It is. Yeah,
I have not
watched it earlier. Yeah. I still want to watch the show first.
I'm watching that tonight.
I have to watch the show.
I'm watching it tonight.
You can't watch the movie without watching the first 5 seasons. Like, it literally picks up with season 5 left off.
Challenge accepted.
Okay, go ahead.
And I'm going to review it.
Ian.
I still haven't watched any of that, but I hear it's good. Like
it's
somebody commented. It's kind of funny. I think it was earlier this week because you know how anytime there's like a James Bond discussion, people always throw Idris Elba in there, and I'm like, yeah, at one point, sure, but even he said, stop it, guys. I'm like fucking almost 50. Let's relax. Yeah. But then somebody like earlier this week was like, actually, if you watch Luther, kinda Bond like. I guess
you get kind of this weird Bond, Batman, Sherlock Holmes amalgamation.
Is it anything? Is it similar to like how Daniel Craig pretty much got Bond because of Layer Cake? Like, is it a similar type of relationship?
Ooh, we talking about cake?
No. Saggy.
I have pie. I'll be right back. Don't talk about cake. I got pie.
Well, because I know, because obviously he's not. Because you've seen pie. You've seen Layer Cake, right, Scott?
Of course, I've seen Layer Cake.
Yeah. So it's not like. So he's not a spy, obviously, but just the way he carries himself.
I think the thing that gets people is that he is such a badass. I don't give a shit.
Okay.
In Luther, because he's a Scotland Yard inspector.
Yes, I knew that. That I did know. Yeah.
but he's got this. He's kind of got that Sherlock Holmes way of like he can just sort of figure it out and kind of profile. But then he's kind of got that Batman kind of, if I need to bend the rules and break some legs, I'm
totally down.
I'm totally down with that. And he also gets a really cool like nemesis played by and I'm forgetting her name, and the character's name is Alice, but the actress's name is,
what else was she in?
She was in His Dark Material. She's in a lot of British things. Hold on. Okay. I am so angry that I'm forgetting her name. It's Ruth something.
Okay, that was funny because Damo, you're like camera
Ruth Wilson,
like that, and then
Wilson?
What?
Really? Okay.
Sorry,
Scott. We have to have a talk.
We're having two conversations right now.
My bad. Sorry, I didn't mean to. No, I was reacting to.
No, I saw like Damo was like feed glitch, and then he was like, "What?" And then he went right into reaching into whatever he's eating right now.
Because we're hearing every time you reach in.
Every time you reach in, it is.
I'm sorry. I'm starving.
Yeah.
Well, you guys. Okay, so HelloFresh. Okay, HelloFresh is international. I didn't know that. Okay.
I have pie, so I'm eating my pie.
Okay, I want some pie. I want some pie. I want some now.
I'll send you some. You don't even know what kind of pie it is. You didn't even ask.
I like the word pie. It does something.
It's warm.
All
right. What kind of pie?
Let's have some pie.
It is a chocolate pudding pie.
Of course it is. God damn it!
I definitely want some pie. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm glad you didn't say French silk, because oh my god, French silk pie.
Let's have some pie.
The pie that I grew up on that my mother makes to perfection is lemon icebox pie.
Yeah, lemon.
Oh, dude, you don't. Let me bring you a slice of my mom's lemon icebox pie, and if you still don't like it, I'm sorry. Okay. I will drop kick you into the Pacific.
All I know is the way Damien said
pie.
After I eat the pie,
you're gonna drop kick me after I eat the pie?
Yeah,
yeah.
And then you can have cramps.
Well, the way Damien said was talking about the pie, it was kind of like I got the vibe like, oh god, last time I had pie, my child was conceived.
Oh, zing, 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 zing.
That's how I was saying.
Things are getting a little naughty right now.
Oh, come on. We're all enough of us are old enough to remember American Pie in 1999.
Oh, yeah.
We are.
I wasn't really talking about that. I was more talking like he ate pie and then, he got in the mood. Because that's what he sounded like. The way he said it was like, oh, if you don't know what pie does to me, I'm like, you're a kid.
Saggy, don't tell me you haven't seen American Pie.
Of course I have. If you
know. Okay, so that's the rest of us all thought of that movie when you said that.
Yeah.
Y'all got some dirty
right.
minds for the record. I wasn't even getting that dirty.
Staggy, of course we have dirty minds. We're on the Vodka
guys.
stream.
Yeah.
If we didn't have a dirty mind, we wouldn't even be allowed on the stream.
No.
You know what's sad is you guys brought that up, and like, there's a lot of white cream on the pie.
Oh
and
my
I'm like,
God.
I don't want to eat it anymore. I don't want to eat it anymore. Thanks, guys. You ruined my pie.
Oh boy. Yeah.
You ruined my damn pie.
Even the movie didn't go that far. Even the movie didn't go that far.
It's whipped cream, you pervs, and you just ruined whipped cream for me. I'm gonna put my pie in the fridge now. Thanks a lot.
Doing my whipped cream dance. Doing my whipped cream dance.
Yeah, I know, right?
I've been copying everything. When I changed my name to Damien, I was copying everything he did for like 10 minutes straight.
God.
Yeah.
Your
He didn't
hashtag.
even notice.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Copy this.
Okay. No. You know, okay. The hashtag is one thing, but no, the 3 seashells.
Ruined my pie. I had to put it in the fridge, which is good. Actions be good.
I know. I love how. Yeah, I know. You got the 3 seashells, which we still don't know how the 3
No idea.
work.
Do you know, Seek? Do you know how the 3 seashells work?
I have for the last probably 5 years, my bathroom has 3 seashells in it.
Nice.
And I hide the toilet paper under the sink. So if anyone comes over, it's always like a. If it's their first time there, they're like, "What the?" They get mad, and I'm like, "Figure it out, bro."
Yeah.
Yeah.
And tell the rest of us because we have no fucking idea.
If I get to the point where I can like have a bathroom and I can reconstruct it, I'm gonna have that there. And then anytime that like when I see when there's not an IC but when somebody's in there, I want to have like Rob Schneider's voice. Like go like he doesn't know how to use the seashells. It starts laughing and blah 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 blah. I want that to happen.
I'm gonna take you guys on a trip.
Where we're going? Well, we're going
on our favorite rocket ship.
We're going
through the sky.
We're going to the bathroom.
He's gonna show us the 3 seashells.
He's gonna show. Yeah.
Not gonna put your pants down, are you?
Nope.
Look, he does. He does. Yes. He wasn't
perfect.
lying. That's awesome.
That is great.
I wasn't kidding.
No, that is
so
fantastic.
cool.
That is outstanding.
I love
Well
it,
done.
man.
I put that shelf in the wall just for that.
Now, how many people that come over actually get the how many get the reference? Any of them?
I think only one friend in that 5 years has ever, because I've had roommates out in California too, and some depending on where I stayed, sometimes we shared a restroom, sometimes we had our separate ones. But yeah, I only had one person ever go, just laugh and go, "All right, you got me. Where's the toilet paper?"
Yep.
I thought we all thought you were kidding, but nope.
No, I'm not joking about
that.
that.
No, well, okay. See.
That's why no one comes over anymore.
You want to go the real extra mile? You've got to get one of the swear machines, and basically have it on the other end of the wall, and so they can just curse into it for like I don't know, a couple of minutes, and get that's the toilet paper dispenser. That's how they will get.
Right, but it's receipt paper.
It's receipt paper. It comes out in the tickets.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I looked into that.
Yeah, you should look into that. That's so awesome. But all right, so how are we feeling now that apparently Tom King has basically said something we all kind of figured, but at the same time we're like, all right, maybe he flubbed up because it's all like one of the things. But if anybody's wondering, what we're talking about, I mean, obviously it's like, we're wondering exactly who is going to be directing Superman Legacy. We all assume Gunn is going to be doing it. And the way I'm looking at it is, well, I mean, we got Warner Brothers Discovery that is trying to save as much money as possible. There's still debts that need to be paid. So it's like, why not just have the dude that you hired to be running this whole thing and who's writing this thing? You might as well do that. But then there's like the whole thing of like, well, you got these other projects, so maybe he can actually handle like one of those and have somebody else do Superman Legacy. But then we have Tom King, who was on some kind of podcast or whatever, and he just basically said, yeah, he's going to be writing and directing it. And then that was all over the place. I was like, I think we were all anxiously waiting, like, is Gunn going to be showing up on Twitter to talk?
I'm still waiting for that. It's not that I don't believe
come on,
Tom
King. You worked for the CIA. You could be a little bit more.
Yeah.
That's why he doesn't work for them anymore.
I forgot about that.
I didn't know.
And it's not that I don't believe him. It's like
Yeah, Tom King worked for the
Yeah,
CIA.
I totally forgot that he did. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Now you know, Dame.
He's likely right. Right. It's not like when I saw the video earlier, I was like, okay, he's probably right, but I still want to see Gunn say it. I'm still looking for the tweet. I'm still looking for Gunn to be like, yes, I am doing it, or like I am directing it, which I'm okay with.
I mean, is everyone really surprised? Because I kind of figured
no one's surprised.
None of us are surprised.
Okay, I was gonna say.
We're just kind of like sitting there going like, all right, well, is Gunn gonna, basically let it be known, or like what exactly? I mean, he's not my choice. I've always said like, Gunn, don't do it. I think I still want him to do The Authority. I'm like, if that's your passion project and that's this whole other thing, you're good at, these obscure characters. You freaking brought Guardians of the Galaxy to life and made that a hit franchise. And, Suicide Squad. Even though I was kind of about it, but I know like Scott, being the fact that you're Squadcast Media and you really enjoyed it.
I really once again, I really enjoyed it to the surprise of me.
Yeah, exactly.
I've been said I was out of my fucking mind because I think it's his magnum opus. I think it's the best comic book movie he's done. See,
that's the thing. It's like I was kind of about it, and I've watched it twice, and I was kind of like, okay, it's enjoyable. I don't hate it, and I can watch it and perfectly fine. But I like the Guardians franchise better, and I've liked some of his other films better. But the fact that I've always and even when all this stuff was happening, and like people were bringing the whole Gunn issue in Twitter. I mean, I think I even brought up when I was having, some debates online where I was just like, I know that there's Suicide Squad fans that love the Suicide Squad. They are not, and maybe not love, but they really liked it a lot and thought Gunn really kind of nailed the characters and nailed the tone, I guess you could say. And, nothing against Ayer. Ayer was doing like a whole different thing. We haven't fully seen what he wanted to do.
I know that's the thing. We still need to see what Ayer actually wanted.
Exactly.
To do.
Exactly. Yes, we do. Yes.
So we can't really judge that because what we can watch right now is just a
bastardized.
Yeah, totally. Just
that's the perfect word, bastardized.
Yeah, totally bastardized, and he's still pushing for it, and I'm glad, and hopefully we will get to see it. And I'd like the fact that even today,
the funny thing about him is that he's acknowledged it's not happening anytime soon.
Yes,
but that doesn't stop him from pushing for it, which I think is very interesting about David. Is that it's like, no, I have openly said, I've talked to James. It's not happening right now. It's not a priority. But that doesn't stop him from commenting on it while also being realistic with the fact that it's not like it's going to happen tomorrow. And I really like that from David.
He's a class act, man. He's a class act.
I do like that, but by the same token, I will play a little of the devil's advocate. You know how people have been talking, maybe even you guys have said that Gunn responds to too many trolls. David responds to too many trolls.
Yes, he does.
Because
he does.
Because his whole thing is like when he's commenting on the movie, it's because somebody has trashed it. Or today, somebody was dragging Leto's Joker again, and he quote tweeted him and said, "You didn't see the full performance; it was cut up." And it's like, David, you're right, I agree, but you didn't need to respond to that asshole. Like, you don't need to let these guys get under your skin like that.
And of course, I also love the one, I think it was Sergio, that was like, someone's like, Joker's never had tattoos, and all you have to do is, here's a cover to All-Star Batman with a giant dragon tattoo.
There's literally a full back tattoo you could just find easily.
Right.
I mean, but what I did appreciate the fact that, Ayer today even said that the damage tattoo, he explained it to people. Say that, yeah. But then he also said, you know what? That might have been a thing I went too far with. And
he's readily admitted that for years.
It's not the first time, and it was never my. I thought it was a little bit too much too. I didn't mind the other tattoos. I thought, look at the tattoos. There's Easter eggs all through that shit. But the damage tattoo was like probably a bit. It was like that one little hump. Or it was just you already were there, and it's like then you just went a little too far.
I don't know. I felt like
Give it to Chris
didn't
Nolan,
bother me.
mate.
It didn't bother me.
I felt like the
Give
grill
it to
went
Chris
further
Nolan.
than-
He'll do it.
Yeah.
He'll do
Chris
awesome
Nolan.
shit in the movie.
Because I mean, if you guys didn't know Joker was damaged, there is a tattoo on his forehead, so you know he's damaged.
Exactly. I mean,
Well,
like, but it's funny too because you know, I saw some people, even the, you know, people who really want to see the Ayer cut, they're like, well, maybe Warner Bros will let you, you know, digitally remove it. I'm like, guys, relax. Okay, if he's trying to get the Ayer cut out, he's trying to have the lowest budget possible. We don't need to be digitally removing things that's going to tack on the budget.
They also shouldn't be talking about that after the last time they tried to do that.
Yeah, mustache is a little different.
A little,
I think
but
this would be.
yeah.
I think this would be easier to remove. Sure,
That was
but at the same
traumatic.
time, I'm like,
That was
when I
traumatic.
saw, you know, and you know, I follow somebody who's very much an advocate of trying to get the Ayer cut out, and he'll like respond to anytime James Gunn posts something. He's like, "Hey man, release the Ayer cut," and then when David Ayer does, "Hey, is the Ayer cut going to be coming out?" And I've even talked to this guy too, and I'm told him like, "Hey man, it's gonna happen anytime soon." But hey, I like his enthusiasm. But then I saw that today where it's like, hey, maybe you could get it removed. I'm like, I almost responded. I'm like, guys, you're just gonna increase the budget. We don't need to increase this budget.
No.
Ayer probably took like the time to, when he pitched and talked to James Gunn, he probably was like, this is the minimum amount that I need to finish my movie, which is of course going to still be about, I mean, from what I gather, it's about $6 to $7 million. You know, if we're talking about removing a tattoo from a forehead in Joker scenes that are going to be added to it, because we all know that the Joker scenes got removed like crazy. So there's going to be more Joker scenes. We're talking about more scenes where we have to remove that. It's going to cost, you're going to tack on hundreds of thousands of more dollars just to do that. You know, you can't do that. Stop it.
No.
But anyways, well, what were we talking about before that? I don't know.
Well,
Anyways,
Tom King is basically telling us that we're going to have James Gunn.
Tom King. And well, here's the thing, because
there's a thing.
It's likely going to happen.
There's a big thing. Scott,
is this the thing that's here?
Yeah, it was.
Did you get that? Did you get that thing I sent you
earlier?
Did you get that thing I sent you? But, no, it's like, it's tough because you still have all the people that, you know, are just, they're either like not in favor of him doing it or they're really against the idea of him doing it. And their whole basis for this is his current pedigree of comic book movies. And it's like, okay, on the one hand, I get it, because all you really have to judge him on is the Guardians movies and the Suicide Squad. Okay, I understand that. By the same token,
And Peacemaker.
And Peacemaker, yes, it's true. But by the same token, remember what else Tom King said in that clip? Before he said that Gunn was writing and directing Superman Legacy, he called him like, what, a huge geek. And and he said that Gunn has already told us he has thousands of Marvel and DC comics. I and others have said before that he is a student of the source material, and he's really showing that he is a student of the source material.
Well, what did he say also too? What he's been reading a lot too, the John Byrne.
Right.
Oh, that made me.
I knew when I was going to say that Scott was going to have a moment. You know.
See, exactly, and this is when I can remind Scott I still haven't read John Byrne Superman yet. I'm still working on that. Dan Jurgens is still my Superman writer.
Oh no, I get it. But they're all of a piece.
They are, absolutely. But my ultimate point is that, can we at least maybe give Gunn sort of the benefit of the doubt that he, on some level, understands that Superman is not the Suicide Squad? It's not the Guardians of the Galaxy, because everybody's just expecting that it's going to be a joke fest. And it's going to be full of lowest common denominator humor. It's like, if that's not in a Superman comic, why would he put it in there? See, there's latitude for you to be able to do that with Suicide Squad and with Guardians. Do you really have that latitude with Superman? No, not really, especially when you consider, as I've said before, he can't miss.
Fucking hope not.
On this movie. He can't miss. Of all the projects that he's announced, this is the one he can't miss. This is the one he has to hit, not just with fans, but really bigger with the general audience. You can't do a joke fest Superman and sell it to the entire general audience. I really believe he understands that. So while I get that when people are, concerned about him doing it because they're basing it off of what he's done to this point. I kind of get that, but by the same token, Superman is different. Superman is objectively different.
And he made a point about that at that press conference all those months ago. It was like he called it the 4-quadrant film. It's like it has to appeal to everybody,
right?
Which is what makes Superman so damn hard to make a movie.
Yeah, and that's also kind of why I get why it's likely going to be him directing it, because this is your plan. You have one shot to pull this off. Perhaps he only trusts himself to, like, you know, like if he's going to go down, he's going to go down with his own shot rather than relying on somebody else to adapt what he's written. And I kind of get that. Actually, no, I totally get that.
Well, I mean, they did hire him to write it in the first place. To think that he wasn't going to direct it either was kind of like, I always knew when he said, "Oh yeah, they hired me to write this a long time ago," and I'm like, yeah, which means you were going to direct it as well. And of course, with the first property, I would imagine he would want to tackle that on. I mean, I know he said that he wanted to tackle on some other ones too, but I think Superman's probably like an important one that he really wants to do, and I think he can do it.
It's going to be interesting because, I mean, again, we talked about this last week, was like his tweet last week when he was basically defending himself for being a liar, and somebody said, you know, because you said you didn't want to take on Superman. He goes, yeah, at first I didn't want to take on Superman. And then, you know, he took on Squad because that's what he felt like it was comfortable with. And then all of a sudden, like when the job was still there and he was like, oh, I have it. I think I got it. And then he did. So now it's like, all right, let's see if we do. Like, how are you feeling about it, Damo? You've been kind of quiet about this. Like, how are you feeling about James Gunn's Superman?
Choose carefully.
Look, I'm not really fuck. I'm just not a fan of his work at all.
Yeah.
I liked the original Guardians of the Galaxy, and then after that, I just think it's a trail of shit. So,
wow!
Like, I just don't like his style. And
way to be careful, Damien. Way to be careful.
No,
I said be careful. Now it's fighting words. I'm just kidding.
Now we know what he's been quiet about.
Damien,
see, but that's good though. That's good though because we need like James.
You need dissent. Yeah.
Yes, you need dissent, and hopefully. Uh oh.
I saw a sun movement.
Is James Gunn in the room?
Yeah.
No.
James Gunn said, "What did you say, Damo?"
I see movement.
They're all saying hi. Say hi.
Hello.
No, but again, that's good though. That's good because, you know, there's a lot of people that are like, "Good luck, James Gunn," and it's like, yeah, that's the thing is like he really has to.
I hope he knocks it out of the park. I hope we have an amazing.
And I love that you have that attitude. Go ahead.
Because it's the bigger thing, right? We're a huge DC fan. We want it to work. We want he will set the tone with that film. If that film flops, then
it's
we're
over.
like, really?
It's over, dude.
Again?
Yeah.
Like, and it's people will draw away. But if it's big, I'm not worried about the box office. Like, it can make $600 million at the box office. Oh, it's not $1 billion superhero movie. It doesn't matter because if it's got a good story, good casting, then we're like, okay, well, this universe is actually we've come off the line and it's successful. So I hope he's successful. I don't want him to fail. I want him to be successful because we want a DC universe that's got continuity and has this interconnected world where we are drawn into it, not where like we're 1 foot in, you know, and 1 foot out, so to speak. So I want him to be successful, but I really wanted Suicide Squad to be great. I sat down and I watched it. I gave it my all, and I was like, meh, really? I watched it twice. I tried to watch it again. I was like, maybe I was kind of semi-retarded when I sat down and watched it the first time. No, sorry. No.
Okay.
But
okay.
Anyway, it's like I'm hanging my hat on the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie because I really, really enjoyed that film. So I'm like, okay, it's just don't fuck it up.
See, but at least you're not rooting for him to fail. At least you.
No, not at all. I want him to be successful. I want DC to be at the top of the food chain. So just Just do good, man. Oh,
Yeah.
Come on, DC. I can't make Venom videos forever, please.
But I like Damien. He's like, just don't fuck it up.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing, Dave. Like, I get what you're saying. I mean, it really is kind of like to each their own, right? But like, you can't deny that he took. Well, you can't deny that he did not make Guardians of the Galaxy, because Guardians of the Galaxy was pretty successful. You know,
no, he's turned that into an amazing franchise. The second one was all right, but the
first one was great.
Yeah,
first one was better.
The first one was amazing. So.
Yeah, I mean, he did do good with and he did good with Peacemaker too. Because I when people are like, "Saggy, are you excited for Peacemaker?" I was like, "No." First of all, I don't even care for John Cena. Second of all, like, who is Peacemaker and why should I care? And afterwards, when the TV show came, a lot of people were praising it. So I mean, I think that Gunn, it might not be the best thing that you're expecting, but I think overall, I think he is capable of doing something good. And like I said, I think what he said was, I didn't want to take on Superman before, but now I found a way, like I found the key to making it work. So I think when he said that, it's like he broke the code for him as far as the talent of how he can make a decent Superman property. That's what I feel like he meant by that statement. So I mean, give him a chance. I mean, if it flops, it flops. And guess what? We'll just have to wait another year or so for another person to come in and make a good Superman movie. But I'm saying, like, I mean, give him a chance. I think it'll be interesting to see.
I
don't like that mentality.
You don't?
I don't like that mentality of, oh, if they screw it up, we'll just get another one in a couple years. It's like,
yeah,
it's like
I don't like it either.
I personally don't like. I personally.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? We're talking about a franchise that's been out for a long time. Same thing, Star Wars, DC, like Marvel. Yes, I know Dave was gonna laugh when I said Star Wars, but these franchises are old. And they're always going to evolve. You're gonna have some hits, you're gonna have some misses. It's kind of just like, I feel like fans expect hit after hit after hit after hit, and it's like, you guys, you're not always gonna get a hit.
MCU doesn't even have hit after hit after
right.
hit.
Like it's not one of those things. You're gonna have your good properties, and you're gonna have a couple flops. It's gonna happen, and then when you have a flop, guess what? Either way, you're gonna have to wait for the next best thing to come.
But there's a difference. Is like if you. If they didn't get Avengers right, no one would give a shit about the rest of the Marvel universe. True. So if you don't get Superman right, no one's going to give a shit about the rest of the universe.
That's the thing. The pressure's on.
That's why this is a little bit more than just, oh, if they screw this up, they'll try it again in a few years. It's a little bit more than that with this particular project.
I think part of it is too. There's writing the story, that there's making the film and putting it out there, but there's also what audience are you trying to captivate? Like, who are you trying to pull into the cinema as well? Are we trying to draw in genuine comic book fans and DC fans and Superman fans, or are we trying to appeal to the new generation? Are we trying to appeal to Generation Alpha and
new generation?
Because if you're doing that, then you're probably going to go off on a tangent a little bit. You're not going to stay true to the source. You're going to try and change the character to make it appeal to the new generation. I don't think you can be true to the source and then try to appeal to the kids of today. Like I think there's a big. I think that's towing the line. I think that's dangerous. I don't fundamentally believe that the kids of today are as enthusiastic about pop culture and superheroes as we were when we were growing up. I think the world's changed drastically. And the kids of today are into other things. Not all of them, but sure. I think that's a bit of a risk.
I think that when you have a character that has literally been around for more than 8 decades, source material is a real broad definition.
Sure is.
Which source material are you talking about? Are you talking about the originals? Are you talking about Silver Age? Are you talking about John Byrne?
Can he leap? Yeah. Does he have kryptonite weakness or not?
Are both his parents dead? Or is one of them dead? Or they're both alive?
So I think that, and this is something, Damien, that we as fans, this is a trap that all of us, we walk into this rake like Sideshow Bob on a regular basis when we talk about source material, because we all have our own different, he read John Byrne. He loves John Byrne. I read Dan Jurgens. I love Dan Jurgens. Now, if he does, if Gunn comes out and does Peter Tomasi, does that mean that we're both pissed?
No, I love Peter Tomasi.
Peter Tomasi. That's a good
right.
Yeah.
Right, but that's what. But that's kind of my point. Is like, you know, the source material. It's like, okay, what source material?
Or even
is
if he
the
comes out
adapter?
and does the James Gunn version, but it's like a side of James Gunn we haven't seen before, where there's still, you know, because I thought like Guardians, there's heart to it, like that stuff
Oh,
with
there's so
you
much
know,
heart in Guardians.
yeah, and then that's not from the comics, like, you know, with Peter's mom and the mixtape and all the stuff that kind of glued that story together. And so if he comes out like that, which I think he has the talent to do, I'm with Damien. Like I don't love everything James Gunn does, and I'm not sure if I like that he's in the position he's in, doing this stuff for DC. But I also, because he is the guy, I don't want it to fail, and I want Superman to be something that is loved. And when you say like, oh, well, we got to pull from the source material and stuff, you're right. Superman has evolved over the 80 plus years he's been around, where every generation they add something new, you know, add different things to him, change his story up a little bit, modernize it in a new way. But there are still some things about him that are like just ingrained into the pop culture's idea of what Superman is. Yes. And so I think if you capture that while still putting it in a, you know, a James Gunn skin or with other elements, I think people will still be on board with it. I think it's just because like I know there's a lot of Zack Snyder fans here. I walked out of that. I walked out of that movie very disappointed. I remember being like Man of Steel. I walked out like extremely disappointed. I know. I'm going to break a lot of hearts here, and a lot of people are going to start unsubscribing to me. But the thing is, I respect Snyder a lot. I think he's got a great eye for a lot of things, but there was enough elements in that movie where I wasn't blown away. I wanted to be, because the trailers looked amazing, the music, the score, like I was just like, oh my God, there's so many elements. Henry looked perfect as the role, and there was just enough in that movie. I mean, I went to the movie with a cape on, and I left like just bummed, and I was like, man, how, like, I had friends that were with me that did love it, and I was like, I don't love this movie, and I have to see it another time or two to know if I even like it. And I think because of that reaction there was other people that had that reaction, obviously, and because it was a little mixed in that regard, you just can't, whatever this movie does, it can't split people like that. It doesn't have to make $1 billion, but it does have to not be so divisive.
Is Superman your favorite DC character? Like, is he?
He's not actually. Green Lantern is my all-time favorite character.
Oh, that's yeah.
So I have I don't have a lot of room to talk.
No,
got the worst movie ever.
It's not the worst movie ever. We have seen the worst movie ever.
Catwoman, I know.
Yes, we have.
No,
it's not.
Son of the Mask currently.
No,
yeah, that's terrible.
Followed by Howard the Duck.
Followed by Howard the Duck. Yes.
Yeah, terrible. Okay, sorry, Damon. What were you saying?
I asked because some of my friends and family here who are lifelong diehard Superman fans, like my closest uncle, he's a diehard Superman fan, and he came out of that movie and he just didn't like it. Like, and a few of my friends here who are lifelong Superman fans didn't like that film either. So I went into that film as a lifelong Batman fan, and I'm like, yeah, Superman's cool, so I'll see. But I remember my uncle walked out of that movie. I saw it twice. I saw it with him the second time, and he said to me, "I was like, Damien, you know what? It's not a bad sci-fi film, but other than that, no, this is not Superman." And he was really, really bummed out.
But see, y'all are actually going with my point. Is that there are going to be some movies from this franchise that you guys are going to love, and some that you're going to walk away and be like, it wasn't the best. So, I mean, like, I get what your guys are saying is like, at this point, after Snyder's version of these characters, it would be kind of sucky if they, like, didn't come up with, like, a Superman that everyone was like, okay, we're back on the whole no dark, edgy Superman who's going through stuff and like got to figure his life out.
I didn't find him dark, edgy. I didn't.
Some people thought he was too dark. Some people were saying he was like too dark. But I'm saying like
he doesn't smile. He's emo Superman,
right? Like he's. I feel like it's like issue. I feel like this Superman will probably be a little bit better than expectations.
So I think Zeke, to put your mind at ease, he's not going to do Man of Steel. He's not.
Well, no. I'm not worried about that.
No. Right? No,
yeah.
I get that you're not worried about that. I'm just saying,
Sure.
like, that is something that we can be comfortable he's not going to try and recreate.
Oh, sure, of course, right.
By the same token, though, those of us that are fans of Man of Steel, our concern is, okay, is it not? If it's not going to be Man of Steel, does that mean it's going to be Superman 78? Because I will tell you that the story that Damian is telling about you said it was your uncle that didn't care for it. Okay, so when it comes to, like, is your uncle? Would you consider your uncle? You said your uncle's a Superman fan, so he's not. He's not really general audience, or is he?
No. He's a Superman fan, and he's 10 years older than me. So he's
okay. Well, there is,
and he loves Superman 78.
Right. See, and that's the thing. Like, there is a lot of the divisiveness, a lot of the backlash for Man of Steel comes from people who grew up and just worship the ground that Superman 78 walks on. Well, and for them, that I agree that there are tenets of Superman that are in that film and that are highlighted in that film, but I feel like a lot of people that don't like Man of Steel, and I'm not saying you, Seek. I'm not making assumptions. I feel like a lot of people, because I experienced this. The first time I saw Man of Steel, I had what I would call cognitive dissonance because I didn't grow up with that type of Superman. I grew up with Superman 78. Margot Kidder was my first Lois Lane. Okay. So I watched Man of Steel and I liked the movie, but I didn't love the movie initially. But Shonda, who had never seen Superman 78, but was a fan of Smallville, loved Man of Steel from the beginning and has absolutely been a huge fan of that movie from the start. And so it kind of clued me in, like, okay, we have different perspectives on this. Like, I'm coming from somebody that's watched Superman 78 so many times I can quote it. She's coming at it from a completely fresh perspective. And so I remember Man of Steel, I have watched that movie over and over dozens of times, and since I have rewatched it, it has continued to improve for me. It has continued to get better for me because it has revealed to me that it was presenting the character in a different light than what I grew up with, because I didn't grow up with Superman in the comics. I grew up with Superman 78, and I feel like where I was able to push away from that, I feel like a lot of fans and a lot of people still can't. And still grip on to Richard Donner and Christopher Reeve, like, oh my God, these are the pearls, protect the pearls.
So right? I don't hold on to any one Superman because, like you said earlier, there's 80 years of his history. So there's no one Superman. There's some core elements maybe that have gone that whole time that feel true to Superman, but they're not always the case, like you said. And I always look at movies as Elseworlds anyway. I never, at least in my opinion,
all comic book movies are Elseworlds.
Yeah, I've never.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So like, I never looked at them as like, oh, this has to be the definitive version of these characters, as long as I feel it's a good take on the characters, and I feel like I went on a journey on some level that I appreciated. So I'm looking at it from actually like a kind of a filmmaking and story standpoint, and there was enough in that movie that just kept, every time I felt like I was lifting off with Clark, I realized I didn't have superpowers and I would land back on the ground. And I'm like, wow, okay. So there was enough in that film that would happen periodically that would stop my flight, if it were. But it wasn't because I was holding on to like a Richard Donner version. I know you weren't like saying that about me, but you're right in general. I think you and someone said that in the chat, Mr. Toker, like you're 100% right. There's most people have that where they're like, but also you can't blame them, because in movies you had the Superman films by Richard Donner and then Christopher Reeve, and then you had nothing until Superman Returns, which felt like a cheap extension of those universes.
Yes,
or that universe.
Yes.
And then you had another like 8 years before, till Man of Steel came out. So really, like, most of those people probably didn't watch Smallville. They probably didn't check other versions of Superman. They probably only know the Richard Donner movie and that Superman died in the comics at one point, and that's probably their knowledge of Superman. And so you can't really blame them for holding on to or comparing, because that's really all they had in movies up until Man of Steel. But you're right. It's it's a different take. And you mentioned something earlier where that reminded me of a story. So like at first I did the total fanboy thing where I would get into arguments online with people about Superman or Man of Steel. And then eventually I ended up working for Top Cow Productions. And over there, my boss, Matt, he took me to lunch one day and we were brainstorming like, Witchblade and Darkness and some comic books or something, some storyline we were going to do. And we're sitting there talking at lunch and he just out of nowhere goes, "Did you see Man of Steel?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Yes." Well, back like a couple months ago when it came out. And he's like, "Yeah, I just watched it last night." He goes, "Dude, that was awesome." And I said, "Really?" And Matt does not like superheroes. So it was really interesting to hear him. And he's like, he started pointing out all these scenes in the movie and his perspective on it, probably similar to you guys. But he was a guy who never once ever liked Superman. And he was like, "This is the first time I've actually liked Superman." And this is a guy who's worked in comics for like 25 years at this point.
Wow.
So it actually changed my whole perspective on things. And because of that, I sought out guys like Dave and other people on YouTube that had a different opinion of me. And I said, I shouldn't be arguing with people who like this movie. I should look at what I learned from Matt, which is something a friend of mine would say. He's like, "Hey, Superman wouldn't want you arguing over which movie's better," And I'm like, "Okay, Superman's not real, but that's a good point, I guess." And I said, so I stopped arguing with people and I just said, I just want to hear why they like it. And it made me feel good as a Superman fan. So that's why nowadays, like that's what, 10 years ago. That's why nowadays when people say, "Oh, there's this controversy," this is why I laugh at it now. Cause I'm like, oh, I remember those days when I used to get pissed off about stuff. And now I just love hearing what people like about something that I don't like. It's just nice.
And see, that's actually why Tim and I even started our podcast back in 2015. Literally, we were two. Well, at the time, it was the Suicide Squadcast. Now it's the DC Squadcast, where podcasts can be found. But, we literally started the podcast because we discovered each other on Twitter. And we were like, "I like this movie. I like this movie too. I'm tired of people telling me that it sucks and I shouldn't like it. Can we talk about stuff that we like?" Sure. What a random idea on the internet.
And this extended further. This exuded further, whether Scott and Tim meant this to happen or not. But 2016 literally discovered their podcast because they did an episode about Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice Ultimate Edition, and they loved it. And I'm like, "Oh my God, somebody else loves the fucking movie. Thank you." And then that leads to other things.
And what's amazing,
love that film.
What's amazing to me though is it, and because our popularity has dipped because the thing that we kind of what we loved is no longer the big thing, and the enthusiasm has waned. But the thing that inspired me all those years ago was, wow, if you're not just a dick and you just get on the internet and sincerely and enthusiastically talk about stuff that you love, enjoy, or excited about, people want to listen to that. And they don't. And it was nice finding a group of people at the time that didn't want to tune in to listen to a couple of randos bitch and moan and groan and spend an hour being miserable. Because I can't understand people who enjoy listening to other people be miserable.
I don't. Mental health crisis.
I don't.
That's what it is.
Get seriously. That. I mean, Dave has watched me enough time on this stream when people start complaining about something. And Dave, what have you seen me do? Yeah, I start dicking around on my computer. Like I just get out. Yeah. Like it's like I'm not here for that.
Yeah.
I'm here to talk about. That's why Tim and I stopped doing the news, because we were like, this isn't making us happy. Right. And so it's not making us happy. And why are we going to want to talk about something where literally you're going to hear in our voices that we don't want to be talking about this? I just wish, and Seek, I love the shift your perspective had. And I just wish more. I felt like we were going on that trend, and then WB decided to fuck things up for us, and and then other people just fed into that, and once again, we're kind of back in a lull where people are feeding off of the, I feel like the Emperor in Return of the Jedi. Good. That's
let the
feeding
hate
off the
flow through you.
Let the hate
Right.
Yeah,
No, it well, and to bring what Scott is saying, like, back full circle, like, and with what you're saying, Zeke, in terms of this Superman movie being more important than just, oh well, if it flops, then we'll just move on to the next thing. No, it's because when you talk about how you can't blame, I get it. It's a very interesting perspective that you bring up when you say the general audience really has only had Christopher Reeve, and then
and then a knockoff,
right? The knockoff Christopher Reeve, like that's no disrespect to Brandon Routh.
Yeah, no, none at all.
Because he did what he was told to do.
Exactly.
Right. He was put in one of the worst positions you could possibly put an actor in.
Yeah.
But so then you have that, and then Man of Steel. Yes, plenty of people probably experienced the same cognitive dissonance that I did, and I think a lot of us look at that situation and go, okay, well, the audience could have grown with that Superman in time if, as Scott said, Warner Brothers didn't fuck it up. But that was the problem. They got knee-jerk because it didn't do Avengers money. It wasn't heading in that trajectory business-wise, so they flipped out and went, oh no, we've got to fix this. And that's part of the problem. And that's why we've come back full circle now, where we have James Gunn, who's doing this Superman movie, and fair or not, he has inherited a situation where he must succeed where others have failed.
Yeah.
And not through Zack Snyder's fault. Zack Snyder didn't fail because of anything he did. He failed because the studio hung him out to fucking dry. Truthfully.
Yeah. He committed to his version and his take, and which I never discredit him for. Like it may not be something I enjoyed, but I like a lot of his other movies. That's why I was surprised. I was surprised leaving there. Like, man, I don't understand. I'm a fan. Like, what am I missing here? But that's just, there's some self-reflection there at some point in my life I'll get to for sure.
But the point is that, the point is like what Damien said, if we are truly fans of this material, if we're truly fans of the character of the universe, we shouldn't want this movie to fail. We should want it to succeed, because if it fails, it fucks with everything else. That we want to see. Am I a Batman guy over a Superman guy? Yes, but do I hate Superman?
No.
I better not be, considering that Lois and Clark was Sunday night viewing for me for 3.5 years, and Smallville was weekly viewing for me. I love it how it's like people want to make it like binary, that's like you're a Batman guy or a Superman guy, and it's like,
nah, man.
It's like, do I prefer
you're
Batman?
a Green Lantern guy or you're an idiot? That's
when I was younger,
Dave and I are getting to the point where we have to have a serious discussion if Batman the Animated Stream is going to take a tangent into Superman the Animated Series, if we're going to stay in like order.
That's what's going to probably end up happening.
I was going to say, I vote in favor.
No, that's probably what's going to happen. As soon as we get done with this, it's like, all right, the next thing is Superman the Animated Series. Guess what? Now it's going to be called Superman
the animated stream.
Certainly. It's going to change, and maybe we'll have a new a new opening or something like that. But for sure.
But everything that we're saying here, guys, is that this is precisely why I'm willing to trust that James Gunn understands the gravity of the situation and won't just turn
That's why his hair turned white. That's why his hair's white.
Right.
That's definitely why.
So the people that are just so deathly, and not saying anyone here necessarily feels this way, but the people that are deathly afraid, fearful, angry because they believe that this is just going to be, Guardians Redux, but Superman version, right? Yeah. he can't. He understands that he can't miss on this. No matter what else doesn't matter. Creature Commandos, Waller, Authority, Brave and the Bold, does not matter. This movie, Superman Legacy, must hit. If it does not, everything else goes down.
And even like what Seek was saying too is like somebody was saying was like, does it need to make $1 billion? No, because you better believe the budget's probably it's not going to be like crazy, and they're probably going like, hey, if you're going to do this, we got to do this with a smaller budget because obviously WBD is trying to pinch the pennies, and so like if it could. Just at least and I think, James Gunn has created a name for himself, which that does help. Having names attached, at least with the directors and stuff like that. I mean, and then it's just it's going to be an interesting thing because as soon as this thing like goes into production and we start seeing the costume, we start seeing the casting, man. I mean, it's gonna be a crazy roller coaster of like,
and Superman.
He better be made of electricity.
Well, maybe there'll be Power Girl in there.
Yeah, I'm gonna be the new Superman.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a cameo as Power Girl.
But that's also why, like, because people are like, okay, well, there are no DC movies in 2024. What are they gonna do between then and Superman Legacy? Well, aside from like the shows that are coming out next year. The amount of their job after Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom is done is to remind us and hype us up for Superman Legacy. That is literally what they're going to spend a year and a half doing with respect to, so we're going to see all of it because they're going to openly show us.
But we're going to have Elseworlds at least in 2024 with Joker and Penguin at least, which I thought was pretty cool. It is pretty sweet that that they're taking the DC Elseworlds label, hey, that all is still happening. Like currently, right now, we got Joker 2 and the Penguin series filming, and that's all Elseworlds
and
stuff.
They're filming it outdoors where we're getting like set photos of.
And they're totally. I have to believe on some level that's calculated.
Oh, of course
it is.
You have to lean into it now. I mean, I'm really like glad that because Marvel and Disney have, like I said, they've been like, hey, whatever we could put out there to hype up, and we're not gonna ding any channels or websites or whatever when they post this stuff, and I still worry about DC, Warner Brothers a little bit because they still might, block some shit. But from what I gathered, it's like, I mean, there are some shots of Colin Farrell that are just like, is this a promo? Did a professional fucking shoot this? I mean, obviously, paparazzi can have some really good cameras, but I mean, there was a shot the other day of him like by the car, and it was like a perfect, clear, just crisp shot, like he was posing for the fucking thing, and I'm like, thank you.
I'll tell you a shot that wasn't of him, the one of the ones of Kristen Milioti.
Oh yeah,
as Sophia. It was like, damn, okay, yeah. Because she's one of the others that I'm like curious, like how they're, because we've seen a version of Sophia so far from Crystal Reed in season 4 of Gotham, and I'm really curious to see. Especially, I've seen a number of other stuff. Like, I'm really curious to see how she plays this, and of course Clancy Brown.
It's Maroney. Oh my goodness! How he looks.
Can't wait to see what his look as Maroney is going to be like. For sure. So say that there's a lot to anticipate with respect to this, but at the end of the day, when it comes to the future of the DCU hinges on Superman Legacy. Yeah. And I believe that Gunn understands that enough that he knows better than to just be flippant about it. I think that if there's any project that he takes the most serious ever in his life, it's this one.
My only worry, and I'm not saying he will, obviously, but I think you're right. He will be 100% dedicated to it and try to focus on it. My worry is overthinking it.
That's my only worry. That is a genuine concern. That is absolutely a genuine concern. Not that he would be too fast and loose, but that he would overthink it. And that is a very genuine concern. I'll agree with that.
But I don't want him to, and I'm not wishing for it. So. like Damien said.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh man, the pressure's on, but you know, and then right after that, then you gotta like deliver on all the other stuff. It's
Under
like
pressure.
and then yeah, exactly. Thank you.
You're
That was a
welcome.
very interesting
Yeah.
version of Queen, but
Well, not
Yes.
technically Queen. It's a collaboration of Freddie Mercury, and
Queen,
David
Freddie
Bowie.
Mercury, and David Bowie.
Under
Yes.
Did Queen actually do the music of that? Man, this is a tangent. Did they actually do the music on that, or was that just because I know it was a? Anyways, I don't know.
it ends up on Queen albums. I'll say that.
Interesting. I know. And then of course Vanilla Ice tried to make it sound like he didn't rip it off. Remember that? There was like an interview. He was like,
It goes dun 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 dun.
Yeah.
There's like a sh in there. There's a sh in there.
I hate that, as a child I heard that first.
Yeah.
And then later discovered, oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I heard that. I heard Vanilla Ice too, We all did. But hey, he gave us Ninja Rap, That was
Go Ninja, go.
Yeah.
Okay, we're just cannonballing through the bottom of the Squadcast movies list here.
Ninja, rap, ninja. That song was awesome. That was the best part of that movie.
Love that.
They were dancing and kicking, the foot soldiers' asses at the same time.
Boy.
It's great.
And
but
Toko and Razor.
Yeah, exactly. But we got somebody else joining right now.
Oh no.
Ooh.
Casey.
Why are you the way that you are?
No, it's not Casey. I'm happy to disappoint you all and pop up here. Go Ninja Rap is a classic, though. That's one of the best tunes of the 90s.
Ninja, rap, ninja, rap.
But happy Friday, happy weekend, everyone. So
we were just talking about you earlier, Travis.
Oh no! What happened?
How are you doing today, Travis? How are you doing?
With what? What happened today?
No, it's just.
No, I'm like, what did I miss? Like, I have not been on.
I know that you listened to my show for the first time ever.
I did,
week or so ago. I don't know if you've listened since.
No, I haven't. No.
I have
one was enough, Ray.
But that's not it. I had to listen because as I called you out, I feel I was misquoted because my main thing was not that the effects of Ant-Man and the Wasp, but no, I'm soon in a couple weeks I get to start working from home. The job that I have currently now, I would sit beside. I'm in a cubicle and I'm always sitting beside my manager, so you literally have no time to listen to podcasts anymore. I have like a backlog of shows that are like evergreen content that are just, but I did make the exception for my ego to look, got to make sure I'm represented all right here. So
yeah, well,
I will in the future again.
Well, no, it's just since then I have added a segment to my show. I'm calling it an MCU wellness check.
I've seen your Twitter. Yeah, I've seen. Yeah,
because it's really not about the franchise. It's really about the fan base. Because in the wake of Quantumania, and even Phase 4, I don't think the fans are taking it very well. Like I'm seeing things that we've heard, that we've been told about the DCEU for the last 10 years now being said. But I saw a whole thread where they're like, the MCU needs to get back to good storytelling.
Oh, fuck off. You know what? And I saw people get like mad that there's a rumor that Sam Raimi might be coming back to do 3. I saw some people like losing their shit.
Oh my God.
Like, people that I'm like, that I've had conversations with, maybe even on this freaking stream, and almost chimed in. I'm like, relax. What the fuck? Did Sam Raimi like kick your dog? What happened? Like, Jesus
Yes,
Christ.
He did. He did.
Apparently.
And as always, it's just a thing of just if you don't like it that much, just don't watch it. If you know you're actively probably not going to like that one, just skip that one.
Hey, the reason I haven't seen Love and Thunder.
Exactly, right?
And don't.
Yeah. Shit. Yeah.
You didn't. Yeah.
Right.
Hey,
just don't.
At least we're gonna make a profit. At least Love and Thunder made a profit. Ant-Man and Wasp. So is that even gonna make a profit? I don't know. But no, see, for me, it's not like because I didn't love Eternals, but I still I would say past that. I didn't love Black Widow, but I still passed that. So there's been a couple of things in Phase 4 that I didn't love, but I guess for me, it's not like the sky's falling because it's just. well, I didn't like that, and then I'm on to the next thing. It's the same thing with DC. If there's something I don't like, well, I'm on to the next thing. I know DC is different because we've had a rocky road these past few years, but I'm still, I guess it's where I operate, where myself, and I guess the same thing the guys at Geekfers, we're always still just seeing the stuff because we like the superhero genre. So, and even our listeners, like, we talk about the MCU and the issues it has, but we're all still kind of locked in as far as we're going to either see this at the theaters or some people just skip and wait till Disney Plus, but we like the genre. So it's one of these things, again, I'm going to enjoy it while it's here because maybe there is a future in 20 years where the superhero genre is dead and you don't get any big superhero films on the big screen anymore. So I'm going to enjoy them while they're here. And Guardians is coming out. I'm sure things will be fine. You know?
That is literally what I've been telling people that are like freaking out over Quantumania. I'm like, watch Guardians Volume 3. Bring everybody up to happy.
Yeah, that's gonna be. It's gonna be big. I think that's gonna be big. It's gonna be the longest runtime too. Apparently, of all three.
And that third act, he is potentially going to I on some level I expect weeping in the theater.
Oh yeah.
I'm probably gonna cry.
Yeah, there's gonna be some.
I've become
really
a big softie
beats.
now. Like as I get older, man, I cry in fucking movies way more than I used to.
I cried everything, man.
Okay, I'm with you on that.
Gamer's with me.
No, I'm with you on that too. Because remember when we talked about Afterlife a year or so ago, and I cried twice, at the end of that movie, and then in the car on the way home after watching that movie.
It just happens. I remember it's just a little line, but I remember it still gets me almost every time I watch it. In Toy Story 4, when Buzz and Woody are saying goodbye, but he's like, "She'll be okay," and Woody thinks he's talking about Bonnie, Bo, but he's like, "No, Bonnie will be okay," giving him the permission to leave and be a Bo. Oh my God. Every time I start to choke, I'm like, why? I know it's coming. I know, I've seen this movie before, but yeah.
It doesn't matter. There are movies, I've said for many times, there are movies that it's you can clock it. I can tell you, the moment, the beat, where it's and I'm going to cry in 3. What? I mean, and it's just.
And that movie's La Bamba. Richie!
There's no crying.
Oh, shit. That's so sad.
That gets me, though. That gets me now.
Last time Dark Knight Rises was on free-to-air TV here. I put Eric to bed. I sit down, and I turned it on about 5 minutes before the funeral scene, where Alfred is hanging over Bruce Wayne.
Oh, yeah, that gets me out. Yeah.
And
Michael
he's
Caine
I failed you.
Shit.
I cried in the cinema, and I've cried the 67 times I've watched it since. And last night, I had tears streaming down my eyes too. And my daughter, Jasmine, walks in. She makes herself a tea. She's like, "Dad, what are you crying for? You okay?" I'm like...
It's that delivery and that Zimmer score too. That last track of The Dark Knight Rises, because it's kind of like the variant of the Dark Knight theme, the ending, and oh my goodness, just the emotions, everything. Even when Levitt pulls the drape down, and Goran's that music when Zimmer gets going in a final act, that, The Dark Knight, Inception, No Time to Die, when he has to do a big finale and it's the last 5 minutes, Zimmer's just gonna go and you're gonna feel it.
Well, it's kind of You Are My World, when Superman's picking up the kryptonite spear. I fucking cried.
I did cry too, and I'm not even a massive BVS guy, but I cried during this.
That's a heavy one. Listen, truthfully, I've told you before, I can't get through the Lego movie without crying. I can't.
I cried in the Lego movie as well.
Well, because Legos are my favorite toy. I still have all my original Legos are right over there. No, I'm not pulling them out. This isn't show and tell. But
hey, I showed my seashells. You better show your Lego.
I was about to say, I'm like, wait a minute. I think that was a jab at Scott and James.
I feel I'm.
But we do have somebody else that's
showing right now.
Oh, another person. Is it Casey?
That is the sexiest thing I have ever seen.
It's Casey.
I knew his name was going to be that. I knew that was
kick him out of here. Get him out of here.
I like your hashtag, Casey.
Oh, God.
Thank you.
Get him out of here. He's got no camera on. Get out of here.
That's right.
Oh, speaking of,
you're the one you don't have a camera on.
But that's my picture, and it's beautiful.
That's Casey's picture.
That's Casey's picture.
Yeah.
That's not. It's too small. Mine's is big, and you can see it.
Oh man, she just said you're.
What have we measured?
You're just small. Wow.
Yeah, you're too small, Casey. Casey, you're too small.
That's okay. I have the right hashtag though.
That's also
This
true.
guy's been after me all week. Ben is randomly quote tweeting me for no reason and stuff like that. Yeah, Ben, you can't say anything. I saw a YouTube stream where you're like going after Chris for giving Black Adam bad reviews. You can't tell me what's going on over here, you know.
Travis, I got your back. Me and Casey have a rivalry, so I got you.
Okay, good.
This started like a week or so ago, Travis.
It was 2 weeks ago. I remember.
She's rotated a little bit. Like first, she tried to make one with me, and it's like I don't know that we've disagreed that much on stuff. And then like last week, Casey and Ben were just
they're stern shit. I heard
violent. I mean, they chose.
It got violent. It was very violent.
It was like, damn.
My favorite was Ben where he was so drunk because I did listen to that where he was like, oh yeah, I loved The Dark Knight Rises, and then be like, oh that fucking movie. It was the Batman. Like he would say things, then an hour later, completely different opinion. Like,
Drunk Ben is best Ben. Just saying, drunk Ben is best Ben.
And yet he types poorly when sober. It's interesting.
Yes, Seek. Yes. Thank you, Seek.
You're welcome,
see it. I see it. Seek. I see it.
Yeah. I'm Travis backwards.
Which is what
you are, yeah.
Sivart.
Lens B Savart.
Lens B Savart.
Kill Tipsyism.
That's right.
I love it.
Not a superhero movie, but just quickly, has anyone here watched Creed 3?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Haven't yet. I
have not.
I'm a
not into
completionist, so I want to
Creed
see the
series.
second one first. I haven't seen the second one.
Here's where I go and say I have never seen a single Rocky movie ever.
I've seen a
How
Rocky movie.
dare you, Scott? How
I've
dare
seen
you?
the first two. I've at least
I've seen
haven't
Rocky
either,
movies. I've even seen Rocky movies, Scott. Come on.
But I did look it up. They're all on Amazon Prime Video. So
Yeah, because Amazon has them now, right?
Yes, they do.
Who was? Yeah, what studio is that?
MGM.
It is MGM.
MGM.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because now they're
Yeah.
making an
Yeah.
anime, they're making a Creed daughter spin-off, they're making all this shit.
Are
my
they?
God, why
announced
are
it.
Are you like? Are you serious? Are they
That came out,
actually
yeah,
doing-
it came out in some like I think it's like a Hollywood trade
I
report.
didn't hear about the daughter thing, but I heard about the
didn't either.
anime.
Yeah, that's there's a
Why are they
pitch for a
making an anime?
series, which
Because now everything is got to be a franchise.
Yeah.
Like they're
Well, I mean,
franchising everything.
and
There was that
MGM
whole thing, but like before it came out, like Michael B. Jordan said he's an anime fan, so he like
that's
when it
right.
came to the
Oh,
choreography,
God.
he basically said that he wanted to make it anime like. And when you watch that final fight, there were shots where I was like, whoa, dude, nice. And then the way that he took that fight at the end, I won't say anything for you guys, but I know Travis knows. But I was like, the way that he transitioned it to not just a normal like, oh, this is fight, and there's the crowd and stuff like that. The way that he did it, I was like, interesting. And then there was like, man, there were some shots where I went, whoa, that's pretty cool. I like that.
It was pretty good.
Yeah,
I
it
feel
was
like
pretty
it's
good.
It was good.
It sounds like it's Dragon Ball Z inspired. I
There's
bet you
like-
that's his favorite anime, Dragon Ball.
I don't know what it is, but it's just even me as a normie who's not seen that much anime, you could tell there was inspirations. And now when you've seen it after, there's like shows and then there's actual shots of the movie and they're like they line up and things like that. So I guess that's why he's doing a Creed anime now. So I think it'll just be like fun boxing fights that are really
Listen,
highly
Ray,
stylized.
Ray's here, so I can say this. A lot of black people, when it comes to their top favorite animes, it's Dragon Ball Z. It's Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball series.
Except for
I'm
Jordan
telling you,
Peele. Except for Jordan Peele, who actually put an Akira shot in Nope.
Oh yeah, he likes
did
it.
he?
Yes.
Well,
he
Akira's a
did.
classic, though.
Okay,
But no,
another
here's the
question.
thing. A lot
Did
of
he do-
young black
did he
people
do
love
the
Dragon
bike
Ball.
slide? Is that what he
Yes,
did?
That's what it is. It's the
Of
bike
course.
slide. That's exactly
There's
what it
a
is.
video. There's a great video that's like 20, 30 years of the bikes, like of everyone doing the bike slide.
Mhm.
Yes.
Batman Beyond Return of the Joker does a lot of Akira references.
Well, do you know why?
Yes.
Yeah, I love that story. I love that story.
You can
Tell the
say
story.
the chat in case there's someone who doesn't know.
Oh.
I didn't mean to burst your bubble like that.
No, I thought you probably did know. It's one of those stories I love. It's like one of the original animators from Akira worked on Batman Beyond to the Joker, so he was like,
Oh, that's fun.
I want to outdo myself. So when the satellite is shooting the laser and chasing the Batmobile,
Oh yeah. Okay. Yes.
it's a
All
direct.
right.
I mean, like if you've
It
seen
is.
Akira, you're like,
Yeah.
Seek is really setting the Scott hate.
Scott
is a bad American.
Well, Akira is one of the, I would say, one of the first animes that hit the US that was like, whoa, what the F is this? Because like a lot of the anime that came out that really got popular, that we won't count Speed Racer because like that a lot of people didn't even know that was from Japan, which is hilarious when you think about it. But right, like Voltron, those shows, a lot of people didn't even realize those were from Japan, which is crazy how you couldn't figure that out. But like when Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball Z started becoming really popular, and then Akira the movie came out. It was Akira. I remember Akira and Ninja Scroll were the most talked about Japanese movies that came to the US that everyone like talked about. And those were like two movies where if you watch those movies, you're just like, what the F is this? This is intense. There's a lot going on. It's very strange because like, again, a lot of people didn't understand Japanese culture either. So it was like one of those things, especially Akira, because Akira was visually the most, towards the end, the most grossest thing I've ever freaking seen.
Oh, God, yes.
Here, I'll tell you what though, Saggy, like, you ever watch Gigantor? The cartoon
is that
that's the old one, right?
It's a really old. No, okay.
That was around the time. That was around the time of like the first anime Astro Boy. Around that time. Right?
I think in Japan it's called Tetsujin 28.
I think I've seen it, but not completely.
You know what Casey's Dom name is now?
Yeah, I know, right? Casey was straight up was like, "Is that a?"
Nobody answered, and I was like, "What did you watch?"
No, but
it's not a hentai. Don't worry about it.
No, it is not at all. But no, that's a very old black and white Japanese cartoon that my parents like grew up watching. Like that was
Dave.
That's like way back in the day.
Yeah.
Dave,
what?
I know you don't do anime, but please do yourself a favor and watch at least Ninja Scroll. Watch Ninja Scroll. You will like Ninja Scroll.
They always do this though. The anime nerds.
Ninja Scroll.
Oh, I was like, there's a squirrel that's a ninja. That's kind of cool.
Watch Voltron. Voltron is sick.
Voltron.
I mean, Voltron is.
Just keep watching Batman.
Well, Voltron's a Sentai, so it's basically Power Rangers before Power Rangers.
You're not into anime. You don't really.
I'm not really into anime. I watched Ghost in the Shell. I did. I enjoyed it.
That's because you also like Matrix.
Enjoy the Animatrix. The Animatrix was pretty cool.
Hey, Saggy, here's one that it was like a one-season show, and I loved it. I feel like no one remembers it. Did you ever see Ronin Warriors?
Yes.
I really enjoyed that one. I missed that one.
See, the thing with people who are not anime fans, which is upsetting, is that like people look at anime as anime is the genre. Anime is just the style. There are so many different genres in anime that it's shocking when people are like, I can't get into anime. It's like, no, it's just because you haven't found one that is your cup of tea. Because there's so many. You got the superhero girls, you got the bloody ones. Somebody mentioned Berserk. Berserk is the most amazing anime, but it's the most effed up story, and it's so good. If you like blood and gore and like fighting and chop limbs, like Berserk is up your alley.
You brought up Speed Racer earlier. I own the whole show.
The classic?
Yes, I own the classic like cartoon. It was on sale for like $5.
The movie is underrated.
The movie's very underrated. The movie is very underrated.
I don't like to use underrated that much, but I think the Wachowskis did a great job on it.
Well, the reason why is because it took a lot of anime elements into it.
Yes,
the general audience didn't get it because it's basically.
Well, that's the thing is the Wachowskis really like. I mean, one of the things what I like about anime is like you said, the style. I do like the style, but it's like, yeah, I have to find. And there's been times where I thought the Ghost in the Shell was great. I thought the anime Matrix, when some of those individual. Stories, chapters, whatever you want to do, that they were great. I mean, yeah, it's just I don't go for the Dragon Ball Z or whatever the hell this, that, and this. There's a lot of things where I kind of go whatever. But if you even like Kill Bill had anime elements to it.
Oh, yeah, had an anime section in it.
Yeah,
yes.
But I'm just saying, like, and I liked that. Where the hell was I going? Oh yeah, where was I going with this? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, there's just like
Gigantor.
Gigantor.
Gigantor sounds like a character from Quantumania.
Well, it's kind of funny because I just get reminded of Speed.
Played by Chevy Chase.
Keanu Reeves calls one of the guys.
He calls one of the guys Gigantor. Yes, he does. Yeah.
Immediately when I heard Gigantor, I thought, yeah, like Like in Speed, he goes, "Hey, Gigantor," because it's like a big Mexican dude.
He's a big, huge dude named Ortiz.
It shocks me when we talk about anime and we're talking movie talk, because a lot of movie directors that you guys love their movies, it's like a lot of the inspiration comes from anime. Yeah, like with Zach, Sucker Punch was basically an original anime.
Yes.
Yeah, that's where I was going with it when it came to the Wachowskis. I mean, when you watch anime, it's like some of the visuals, you go, man, if they can only capture this live action, and it's very difficult to do that. But the Wachowskis really did do that when it came to The Matrix. Like when you see like behind the scenes and they talk about like their inspirations and they bring up anime and they bring up certain things, just like the way that the one of the agents lands and shatters like the pavement and stuff like that. That was like pulled from this anime.
That whole final battle between him and Smith is straight out of anime.
Right. Well, the funny thing is you talk about how you watch Ghost in the Shell. Yeah, The Matrix was very much based on a lot of elements from Ghost in the Shell. And I think it's interesting because anime originally, they got their inspiration from us. You know, a lot of their art, they got a lot of inspiration for their art style through Disney princesses, the way they drew the eyes and stuff. It was all very resonant, like of our cartoon style, which is interesting because now we're taking from their culture, their style of animation and implementing it in movies, which I think is a great combination. You know
what movie you guys should watch if you haven't watched it yet? Hero, by that would star Jet Li. Came out.
I've heard that.
It's on my list. It's on the list.
Came out about like probably 17 or 18 years ago. Excellent movie. And if you want to think like they had some inspirations from like an anime, I mean, there's literally a fight scene that takes place on water. So Jet Li and this other dude are having a sword fight on water, and there's a shot where they're literally just dink, dink, and they're just like walking on water as they're like trying to fight each other, and it's shot from like below. It's a beautiful shot. A lot of beautiful shots in this movie. But if you ever come across Hero, watch that movie. That movie is like just insane. And man, if you want to talk about bringing, wrapping flesh around and like an anime type style, that movie does it very well. Very well. It's crazy.
2002 it came out. I never heard of it before, but I'll definitely.
2002. Okay, so that was like over 20 years ago.
I
remember dragging my
2002 is over 20 years ago. Oh my god!
Yeah.
You know who I
anyone here watched?
Go ahead, David.
Anyone here watch Tekken Man Blade, the anime?
No, I haven't watched it.
No, came out in the when did it come out? Early 90s, 1992 to 1995.
I think Cowboy Bebop's the last anime that I watched,
which was great.
Yeah.
The
anyway,
thing,
that was a good anime
the
as well.
one person I would love to see make a movie, because he's an amazing storyteller, is Hideo Kojima. Because like his games, Metal Gear Solid was a great series and great story. And then even though I know people hated on Death Stranding as far as like the gameplay, the story was actually interesting. And I think the thing about Hideo Kojima that I really respect is he really tells original, very interesting stories. And they always have like a hidden message to it. Like Metal Gear Solid was a very political storyline. If you think about it, it came up with some interesting conspiracy theories.
There's a whole subsect of people that have been waiting decades for a Metal Gear Solid film adaptation.
Oh,
they're still waiting for it to happen.
I thought Oscar Isaac.
It was supposed to be Oscar Isaac, and that guy who directed Kong Skull Island was attached to it for a while.
The reason why that might not happen is just because Konami is just
a fucking mess.
Konami's just trash right now. They did Hideo dirty, and I don't want them to make a live action movie of Metal Gear if Hideo's not going to get a single penny off it because he deserves it.
No, I think that would be wrung. That would absolutely be wrong if that happened.
Right, but I think I'm wanting him to really make a movie because, because somebody in the chat has originally dreamed of being a movie maker, and it's easier to do video games, but like everything he does in video games, the stories he tells through gaming is amazing, and incorporating that so we can be more involved in that movie because if you played Metal Gear Solid, any version of the game, it's like playing a movie. And
Even
I would
Death
love
Stranding
for
to me
him.
is like a huge space epic, and stuff
Right.
like that.
And
Like,
I would
it's
love
very-
for him to make a movie.
Yeah, I mean that's the hard part about. I mean that's why everybody's raving about Last of Us. It seems like I haven't played the game, but it seems like from people's reactions who have, they're like, "Wow, they're doing a great job of like." Really
Yeah, I just started watching it.
I will
The Last
say,
of
though,
Us is
since we're-
amazing.
Yeah.
Since we're talking about video game adaptations, I think that we are maybe just I think we're a little under a month away
4
from what could be the best video game adaptation ever fucking made.
What?
For a
Possibly.
movie though,
Which game? What's that?
Mario.
For
Come on, tickets on sale
That's
yesterday,
but that's
people.
not live action. I'm talking
Okay,
about.
you know what? No, but here's the thing, though. Like, I
Nothing's
get
gonna
that,
beat
but,
the original Mario Brothers movie.
but-
Sorry,
It's not live
but
action,
the-
Ray. Watch
no.
Sonic.
See,
They did it
no.
better.
See, here's don't. We're not going down that road again.
yes,
Casey.
we are.
But like,
Buckle
no, with
up.
respect to, you got to
Get in your Mario
understand,
Kart.
like, Mario Mario's one of those characters. Like, no, he's better served animated. And I've been saying
I
that for
agree.
years.
Yep.
And I
Same
waited like
Turtle.
for the longest time. I was like, okay, just like I've said this for like the last 10 years. Like, just could Pixar or could somebody just do a fucking animated, like CGI animated Mario movie? And now I am a month away from finally fucking getting it. And the new trailer came out
I like-
It's gonna be
yesterday,
massive.
and like,
It's gonna be huge.
oh my god!
Do you think it's gonna hit
Seriously.
$1 billion this year?
I do.
Because a lot of
Whoa.
people think that
I
that's gonna be like, because everyone knows Mario, right? And
I mean,
Brandon
most people
Franklin's
will
not
probably go
gonna
see
be
it.
it's from the Minions, guys. They know
And
how
the
to
Minions
make
almost
$1
last
billion.
year made the
that
Minions
made
almost
$1
last year
billion.
made $1 billion. Well,
Yeah.
Minions the first one did, but last year it made over 900 million. The whatever Rise
Yep.
of
Almost
Gru,
made $1
whatever.
billion.
And,
Yeah.
and like I was talking about this because obviously I'm not sure if you guys talked about the Shazam stuff already, but like I was talking about some people in my like GV Discord, and it's so funny where Shazam are like, we don't have it fucking here where I live. No IMAX. It's called Extreme Screen, so it's like the closest thing to it, right? So Shazam is 6 days away. There's still not a single seat sold for that. Mario is a whole month away, and already 25% of that theater is full. And I'm not saying it's going to be the biggest movie, but I think $1 billion is definitely in a hitting point, because I think that is just that's a perfect 4-quadrant movie. It hits
Right.
so many generations, and it's going to be just even if a kid's never seen Mario, you can take them this. I think this is going to be
And
only
it's
an
an
hour and a
IP that
half.
everyone knows.
Yeah.
Well, and it's going to hit the nostalgia, because did you guys see the new trailer that came out yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
No, I
No.
intentionally did not watch it because
Yeah,
It's
I
the
bought the
cake and
ticket
Easter eggs
and
and stuff.
avoided the trailer.
It is insane to me how and still need to see the movie, but every trailer it's like, how do they fucking paid attention? They paid attention to the game, so that even though a kid that has never played the game is still gonna like think it's fun and funny, but somebody like me that grew up and it's my favorite fucking video game franchise in the world gets everything. Like, oh, and hearing the sound effects, it's like, oh my god.
That's how I
am
felt
not
about
ready.
I think
Sonic.
Ray's excited.
I am not ready for how much I'm gonna love that movie.
just a little bit. I'm just trying to
But yeah,
guess.
I think Mario honestly has the best, like, has a chance of being the biggest movie of the year out
And
of everything.
animation. I mean, look at the numbers that Puss in Boots has been doing. Like
It's been trucking along.
it's been trucking along just fine. I mean, it's
Really,
it's
see?
just dropped on Peacock, and they're like, it's still making money. It's like they don't care. It's
And that movie was fantastic. I
Oh, it's
love that
amazing.
movie. It's
I don't even-
so
yeah.
good.
What movie?
I don't
Oh,
want-
best
what
of that
movie?
franchise, and it's like
You
a
mean Puss in Boots
Puss in
movie?
Boots,
Oh,
and it's
okay.
like, I like the Shrek movies, but this feels like it's like a level above all those movies.
Yes.
It's a
Oh,
whole
hey,
other level. The Wolf is
Scott-
one of the best villains ever created. He's so scary, and he's in a kids movie, but man, he's fantastic. It's if you guys haven't seen it, watch it. Even if it's like a kids movie, no, it's like a fun. I
Do
don't
I
know.
have to see the previous movies to
No.
enjoy
No,
it?
you don't.
really
actually.
Apparently you
don't.
don't,
No.
which is great.
Scott, I don't
But you
think I don't think. No, go ahead. What were you
No,
gonna
no.
say?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Scott, Detective Pikachu sequel.
Oh yeah, that's coming.
yes. Okay.
I don't think we've talked about that because that's apparently going forward, and I know that we both really loved that movie when we watched it for Fans Without Borders # shit that Brent won't watch back in the day.
You know what else
Do you
is
know what
coming?
movie it looks like?
Sonic 3.
Oh God! Same day as Avatar 3.
I watched Sonic 3. I love
Is it really?
Right now it is, but that's not going to
Yeah,
happen. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's always.
Like Sega
I
Mega
hate
Drive.
release dates. I hate it when they put release dates like 2 years ahead. It's like it never fucking stays. Name a movie that's ever stayed. That
No,
when
never.
they announce a fucking date, it
Guardians of the
Zack
Galaxy Volume
Snyder's
3.
Justice League.
Jesus Christ! Shut up.
I'm still traumatized from when they had the release date of Batman versus Superman. It was coming out in 2015. I was like, "Fuck yeah, it's only a year away," and then it
got pushed a year.
Yeah.
Same thing as
Now,
Avengers.
you know what movie looks like complete vomit?
They've already delayed those Avengers
Wait,
movies,
wait,
but
wait,
they're
wait.
getting delayed again.
Speaking of Avengers.
Wait, wait. Let's hear what's compete.
Damien, what's vomit?
Damo?
The movie 65.
Oh,
See the trailer for that?
what?
How dare you?
65 is
I
so
want to
fun.
see it. I
It's
actually want
Scott,
to see
you're
it.
gonna enjoy it.
I'm curious about it. I'm curious about it.
If you watch the
last
trailer,
night.
if you watch the trailer and thought, "Hey, Adam Driver with sci-fi tech fighting dinosaurs, I would like that," that's the movie.
I
That's
was
it.
gonna
Like,
say the trailer. You know what you're in for, right?
yes.
Yeah. So
Hey,
what do you-
Damo, I'll just say it's not vomit. It's not.
No,
it's
it's-
enjoyable. It's
no, it's
actually
good.
enjoyable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
So,
It's like a solid, fun B movie. Like, yeah.
Really?
No, I'm not saying it's a game changer thing like that.
No.
It's a simple
No, I
sci-fi
said-
movie. It's a simple sci-fi movie of dinosaurs versus somebody who has futuristic tech. That's all you need.
Yes.
I was like, fine. I was
Cool
like,
shit
fine by that.
happens. Adam Driver acts his ass off when he can.
Oh yeah, he breathes a lot. You'll hear him, yeah, a lot, but
Breathing, baby, breathing.
yeah, I mean, he does a lot of running. He does a lot of physical stuff in them.
Oh yeah.
Damien, sometimes it's funny because earlier they were talking before I came on. They were talking about Transformers, and like,
Yeah, we went everywhere.
I've
right?
always had this
Yeah,
theory.
we have.
I came up with this theory with like Transformers and the Michael Bay movies. Is that like movies? At least how I look at it. A lot of times, it's like you're eating. It's like health. It's like you're supposed to eat healthy 5 out of the most of the week, right? Like Monday through Friday, have your leafy greens, have your protein, all that stuff, right? But every once in a while, you got to have your cheat day, right? You got to have your and that's your big fat greasy cheeseburger with the bacon and the onions and everything else on it, right? And that's just it's the same thing with movies.
Are you saying 65 is not cinema?
No.
See, here's the thing though. Like, what is your definition of cinema?
No.
Something that plays in the movie.
Ant-Man and the Wasp for
It's
Casey.
produced by Sam Raimi. I didn't know that. I didn't know if Sam Raimi produced that.
Bob Iger clearly doesn't like Quantumania either.
No, he does not. No.
He was like,
Well,
why are we making these?
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
hey, we should stop making
A
sequels.
third Ant-Man movie?
Yeah.
I will
but
say though,
You know, maybe-
I don't agree with what he's saying because
Me either.
Phase 4 basically entirely was exploring new
I-
characters.
but
So
I
I don't
still-
think he has watched
I
much.
I must have read that article differently than both of you guys because I didn't think he was talking about specifically like third movies. I felt like he was talking about like this shit about how everybody's confident that Robert Downey Jr. is coming back as Tony Stark.
Yes,
and it's like
that is another
okay,
thing
That
as
too.
well.
That too.
and
It's not happening.
and it's like, but it's
It's
look,
happening.
you gotta you have to have like it's when your franchise is 15 plus years old, you do have to refresh it. And if you keep
Yes.
going back to Iron Man and Hulk and Thor and all, it's like how much of a refresher is it for anybody new that actually wants to come in, especially when you were 31 movies and 7 shows deep in 15 and counting
Right. Yeah.
in 15 years,
True.
right?
That
But then you
part
have
I
Michael
definitely
Keaton
agree
coming
with.
back as Batman. I mean, that's the thing is like there's always still going to be that nostalgia effect. There's no way that Robert Downey Jr. doesn't come back in some form. I don't
He's
in the
coming
next
back.
10 years. There's
Yes.
I can't see it not. I mean, we got Hugh Jackman, coming back. I mean, that's a different circumstance, sure, but at the same time, it's like look at what's happening to Michael Keaton, 30 plus years, and he's coming back. And it's just there's just no way that Robert Downey Jr. or Chris Evans does not. Something is going to happen where they do come back. And I mean, because capturing that nostalgia effect. I mean, even like with Spider-Man No Way Home, I mean, to bring back Toby and then Andrew for that was pretty magical.
That was pretty cool. That was awesome.
And then just, I just rewatched them all again. And it is pretty crazy. Like, oh yeah, they pulled that off. Now you could start nitpicking on like some of the stuff, sure. But I mean, it's going to happen. I think there's no way that it doesn't. But at the same time, they still got to continue with that. And, luckily the MCU is lucky that they didn't have all their pieces all at one time, because now they could just be like, all right, well, at first it was like, well, we have this, we had to build off of Iron Man and these guys and stuff like that, and they did it, and then they got Spider-Man back finally, and then now they could still continue with Spider-Man and really make him his own now that they introduced him, which is great. It's like, a lot of people, some people were not happy about that. I thought it was like a fresh take, but now we're going to have Spider-Man on his own. He's not going to have the Stark tech. Cool. But we still have Fantastic Four. We still have the mutants. The mutants is a big thing. It's like, how the fuck are they going to get that? Yeah.
So, I agree with that part of Iger's, saying that you don't have to bring back Iron Man and all that shit. And that is a problem in Star Wars as well. They keep, doing a Luke and all that. So I would definitely love to see new characters on screen. Absolutely. But that's been already happening in Phase 4. Like Shang-Chi, you have Eternals.
I agree.
Then the rest of them are on
Marvel.
Disney Plus.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think he has seen those then, because
didn't you also kind of get the feeling though, and this has kind of been the case with even Feige and everybody else, aren't they just kind of in anti-Chapek mode whenever they do press?
Yes.
Yeah, 100%.
That's all it really is. It's not even necessarily like, well, we don't think we should be doing this or doing that. It's really just saying that the previous guy fucked it up and we're fixing it. Yeah. It's really all that they're saying in all this press.
But also, it's kind of weird hearing Iger talk about Marvel and what they should do in a press conference, because usually that's Kevin Feige's thing, and he lets Feige do whatever he wants. But now that he's saying that means obviously he's acknowledging that there's trouble in their house, and canceling the Feige Star Wars project, I think, is also another sign that he wants.
Interesting.
That's another sign he wants Feige to do.
Rogue Squadron. I'm never going to get fucking Rogue Squadron.
Who? Come on, let's be honest. Who really thought that the Feige Star Wars movie was ever going to happen? Who really thought?
I did.
In 2019,
I did.
Really?
I wanted to see that.
After Endgame, I thought, he's going to get to
Jenkins
Endgame.
When I thought Rogue Squadron, I thought was going to happen, but the Feige one, no, I did not. I never thought
I actually was more certain the other way around. I thought Feige was going to happen and Jenkins wasn't.
I wanted to see that.
I think when you're the boss of the MCU, you're not.
That is true.
People talking about
James Gunn.
being spread too thin. Like, no, I don't. At
the same time, it was like. See, the question I had about that whole thing was like, he's just producing it, right? I mean, like, he's not. He's not writing it. He's not.
He had a story, I think, for it, and then
Waldron
he had to find a director.
Yeah.
Okay. Damo, you got to go.
Bye.
I have to run. Dinner with the family.
Alpha privilege. Wow.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure as usual.
Oh, no problem, man. Thanks for joining. Always appreciate it.
Always, man. Have a good one, all right?
Yes, indeed. Take it easy,
man. Team.
All right.
Love you all.
Easy, man.
Ciao.
See you later, buddy. Make sure you guys follow all that. Follow him.
He blew me a kiss, but there was no tongue in it. So
yeah, I know exactly. It wasn't a French blow kiss. Yeah.
No.
Sorry, you can follow him where? I didn't mean to interrupt that.
I don't know. Just follow him.
Was it a French or blow or a kiss? Like I was very confused.
Man, I wasn't the only one that heard that.
you know I'm going to hear it, and I'm going to give Dave shit about it. It's what I do.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Anyways,
he's Johnny Carson. I'm Ed McMahon. That's how this works.
But Dave, I actually you tweeted about the Star Wars thing earlier this week, and I actually do agree with your tweet, even though I'm fine with like what Taika did in The Mandalorian. But if you're asking me to choose which of those projects I want first, It is. It's not that one.
Yeah, I mean, again, and I even said this on Film Junkie Live. Cheers.
Shit.
Okay, so when it comes to Taika Waititi, it's like okay, I can enjoy. I mean, I can only I did enjoy Jojo Rabbit. I'm trying to think of what else that he directed that was
Hunt for the Wilder People and We Live in Shadows is fucking.
I want to see What We Do in the Shadows. I do want to see
What We Do in the Shadows.
Yeah, I've seen some of that. It's
fantastic.
good. It's good. And then I've seen Jojo Rabbit, and I thought, wow, okay, there we go.
Jojo Rabbit is his best.
Yes.
Yeah, so I didn't even like Jojo Rabbit, so that really tells me where I land with him.
Heartless, heartless.
Like
red shoes, Scott. Red shoes.
But the weakest part of Jojo Rabbit is him. That's the thing. It's like when he's in a movie, he's just like he could be very unlikable, but it worked because he was playing fucking Hitler in that movie, so it did work. But anytime he's in something else, I'm like, I just want to punch you. I don't know what it is.
Guy.
Why I hate you. I don't like it.
Free Guy.
It's like, I mean, in Free Guy, I love Free
Flight of the
Guy,
Conchords. That's his best thing. You guys are all crazy.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, like, the fact that matters is like, hey, these two movies are shelved. Taika Waititi is still going to make his, but he wants to star in it. And I'm like, no. Stop. I don't think it's going to happen because that's just like right now. But yeah, it was just like
I think it's going to happen.
Oh, boy.
Because I think you're talking about this, like, why is his going forward? I think it might just be kind of similar to the MCU stuff where he's, whatever you think about him, I think he's good at playing ball. I think he is, when you're probably in the room with him, very good at being friendly and stuff like, because the same thing is like you hear stuff like us as like you guys may not enjoy him, but we don't hear people be like, man, he's a fucking asshole and said he's throwing. No, it's just like, you either like his comedy or you don't, right? So I feel like he knows how to play the game really well. I think he knows how to, okay, you want to do this, but I want to do this. Let's meet in the middle. I know you guys how you feel about Thor, but
he
both those movies were successful
as well.
Yeah, they were both successful. Like that's my thing about Iger when he's saying, "Oh, those characters." It's still like, yeah, Thor. This last one was almost a $750 million movie. Like, that's where it's like, yeah, sure, you want to get rid of them, but at the same time, that still worked, and there's still an audience for that, right? There's still people that like that style. And
so let me ask you this then, Travis. It's like because I've heard a lot of people talk about Quantum Mania's box office versus Ant-Man and the Wasp. Well, the number that you just quoted for Love and Thunder is less than Ragnarok. How come no one's talking about that?
Oh yeah, 100%. But like the point is, that's why I wish, like obviously I wish COVID didn't happen at all, but I'd love to see like the glass ball of how did Shang-Chi and Eternals do in that world, like we were talking about tour, like without COVID, right? Because what if they were say like 700, 800 million? Because then you can say, oh, they're making the same as Thor.
Shang-Chi, I would have because when Shang-Chi was announced and when they were, I was expecting, like my hope for it was Black Panther numbers. I wanted it to do that business. I don't know that it would have, but I think it would have come close.
And what did Black
without
Panther
the pandemic
end up finishing at, anyways?
700-800.
Well, no, I'm my comparison. I'm saying the first.
No, I know
with
Shang-Chi, but I'm just saying, like, even Black Panther, it's a comparable box office to the last Thor, right? Like, these are guaranteed. You're 250 away from $1 billion. Would you want to throw that away and stuff? So Taika has a style. I don't think this is a good idea because for me, with Marvel, I take it as like comic books where you can see a movie like Taika's and either you like it or you don't like it, but you move on, like comic books. If you don't like that writer, you don't like that artist, you wait for the next run and there'll be someone. That's why I know everyone complains, oh, the old Thor is so much better. Well, it's still there. You can still go back and watch it. They didn't delete it. It's still just watch that movie.
I do watch it.
Exactly, right? But that's where I don't think Star Wars for me is that. Star Wars is not Marvel and DC where
Star Wars.
I don't, exactly, Saggy. Like, I don't know how, I feel like Star Wars has you can play around with it, but I feel like you still got to keep a consistent tone with that. And I think Taika doing a movie, an episode's different, but a whole movie and him starring in it, that I think could be a rocky road. And that's coming from a guy that likes the Thor movies.
Don't star in it. I'll be okay.
Yeah, don't star in there.
And he has like an appearance as, a mocap fucking
bartender.
For sure, fine, whatever the fuck you want to do, but just don't star in it. And when he said star, I was like, don't star in it. And maybe that was just like, maybe what
it's
was
received
received
or something.
Yeah. And I'm like, no, don't do, So
but
I mean,
even like a core role,
I don't know.
I don't even want that. It's just like.
But if he can make a decent Star Wars movie, fine. Impress me. Show me that you can. Sure, it's perfectly fine. Make me feel better about the last two.
His
Thor
movie will
movies.
probably be like Solo. somewhere in
Yeah, I
that
can
tone.
see that type of vibe. Yeah.
Well,
Just
okay, but
more
which,
slapsticky.
okay, but which version of Solo? The Lord Miller
Well, we
one
only
that got
saw
scrapped, or the
one.
Ron Howard version?
Yeah, the
We
one that
only
was
saw
described as
one,
Ace
though, that's the
Ventura.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
that's the
yeah.
thing. So I don't know.
That movie
but
is great, by the way.
I do like Solo.
The one we didn't
I-
see? Yeah, because the one we
No,
saw
the one
wasn't
we
great.
No,
Travis.
It's a boring, bland
Travis.
ass
Travis.
movie, and the
Travis.
people rejected it because it's a boring, bland ass
Travis,
movie.
hush,
a fun
Travis
And
is
adventure
Alden
wrong.
Ehrenreich in that role was a fucking charisma
Travis
twister,
is wrong.
black hole.
Wow.
Oh my
Hashtag
god!
Are you
Travis
describing
is
no?
wrong.
See, just because the story of how Solo was made is similar to Justice League doesn't mean it came out the same way as Justice League. It did not. Even though there's some real
No, Justice League
real
is much
eerie
worse. No,
there's some real
yeah,
eerie similarities though in terms of the production of what happened with both movies. Crazy
well,
enough,
and even
so, like,
people still don't talk about it with Star Wars. People talk about creative freedom, but then they'll fucking praise Rogue One up and down when fucking Edwards was sat there and watched Tony Gilroy redirect his movie. Like everyone talks about Rogue One being the best, but like that's a Justice League situation. Not as bad, but that's what it was. They reshot the
it
shit
worked.
out
No,
of that movie.
that's when it worked.
And
That's
they
when it
added
worked.
they added that Vader scene
Yeah.
too, which everybody
And it
was
worked.
like, "What?"
But at the
Right,
same time, I
that's-
see so many people that talk about Directive's vision. It's like, well, that was not his vision. He was sat
Yeah.
down
Oh, was it?
and someone fucked his wife while he watched. That's what
Oh
happened.
my god!
Whoa,
That's what it
jeez, Travis.
And that's
Maybe he
the
liked
rumor.
it.
And maybe he did, but that was the rumor that he just sat on set
Wow.
and Tony
Oof.
redirected his movie. And it's just like, and that's why he gets all this praise and he hasn't
Wow.
directed anything.
And
That's why he got Andor, and it's the best show.
I agree.
Andor was great.
Andor is
Andor was
fantastic.
great. It was different. It was
it's-
great.
you hate acknowledging that sometimes that shit works and that's like
Mhm.
probably one of the biggest examples of it working.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Uh-huh.
no, that for Gareth Edwards, no, that is very shitty. It's a very shitty situation for Gareth Edwards, no doubt.
And I like Godzilla, and I know he's working on a movie now with, I think he has like a good cast or something. There's like a couple actors attached to it. I thought he's working on something. So I'm excited to see him do something on his own where he doesn't have people lording over him and stuff like that. What are you laughing at,
Rogue One
Casey?
got cold. The comment.
We got somebody else showing up right now. No.
Yeah.
I don't know why. You look like him. That's
Wow.
why.
That's
I
what
chose
everyone
that.
tells me. Everybody tells me that. They're like,
Yes.
"This is the guy from Practical
Wow.
Jokers." I'm like,
That's
great.
why I chose that. I was like, yeah, he does look like him. He looks like Joe Catto.
It's Andre.
Saggy, your face is bigger than ever. With blonde hair, it's awesome.
I know, and look at that, perfect. Like she's like a porcelain doll. No, like
Yeah, it's
look
all
at that.
airbrushed and everything.
Filters,
Yeah.
baby, filters.
Baby filters.
Oh, I thought it was AI.
I thought Rogue One was exquisite cinema.
So no, I took my picture of my cosplay and put it through like a cartoony filter to make it more look like a comic book character.
I
like a
figured.
comic
No, I
book
thought that
character.
was a straight up selfie.
No,
Yeah, I wake up like that. I wake up like that.
Andre, I'm
I would
glad
know.
you're here because we were talking
What?
earlier about Sam Raimi.
Oh no, see, that's the thing is like, I was gonna bring up. I don't know how I was gonna
That went
inject
right over everyone's
Sam
head.
Raimi into this.
What's
whole
his
thing.
name? Logan
but we-
Swish did not like it. I was like, wow.
No, I mean, you
Oh,
were.
yeah,
he
he
was just
totally-
like he was like, dear God, no, and I'm like, dear
Yeah,
God,
I was like,
no.
dear God, calm down.
Like, when did Sam Raimi become a?
He hasn't even
pariah?
read a
Like,
comic book though. That's the thing. He
No,
hasn't-
exactly. He was like, I just picked up. I think it was a Grant Morrison Batman. He's like, this is gonna be
Yeah.
my first comic book ever. I was like, oh, okay, well,
He's a
Okay.
Southern boy. You know, he was raised.
that
on
was,
the Bible.
but that
He
was
was
just
raised on the
such a
Bible. That was his comic book.
that was just such a visceral reaction from him. I was like, damn, okay,
yeah, that was extreme.
This
And
is
then his
Sam
boy
Raimi
came
we're
in and was
talking
like,
about,
who was it? The
No,
other
no,
guy.
it got crazy. I saw that thread. I was like, whoa.
Yeah,
man.
it took off. I was like, okay,
And I
well.
was like, I almost wanted to chime in, like, whoa, guys, whoa, it's not that bad.
No, you
That's
didn't
pretty
have to,
bad.
Dave, because you were chimed into your own thread that was going bananas over.
About-
Oh God, what was it over again?
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't remember what
oh,
happened today.
it was over the mix at the Tom and Jerry with Zack
Yeah,
Snyder's-
the Tom
yeah.
and Jerry.
Yes.
I was like, what is
Yeah,
going
yeah.
on
Yeah.
right now? This is nuts.
Oh yeah, it was the
I-
anniversary of the. It was the anniversary. If anybody wanted to know what we're talking about, is the fact that it was like the anniversary of when the whole Tom and Jerry foul up happened
Right,
with
yeah,
HBO
yeah,
Max.
yeah.
which was like if you were to click on the Tom and Jerry movie, I think this was like it was like a day before or a couple days before Zack Snyder's Justice League was supposed to come out.
A week.
It was a week.
It was a week.
Yes.
Oh wow! And when people clicked it, I remember when people sent it to me like, dude, and then they cleaned it up real quick. But like one guy was like, I don't think this was I can't. I'm not convinced that it was not on purpose or something.
It wasn't
like
planned.
And I was like, no, it was a foul up. And then all of a sudden, like, and then he goes, I don't know, was there? I was like, no, it was, because I was explained to me by my friend who like was like knows about all that, and he like explained like how when it comes to some of these streaming services, because it's happened on all the streaming services. That's the thing. Like if you were to find forums, people would be like, hey, I clicked on this one movie and another movie played. What the hell's the deal? It's happened before. But of course it wasn't going to be a headline because it's not Zack Snyder's Justice League. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So, and then I was like, okay, it's happened before. And basically what happens, like it's just incompetence. Somebody fucked up on their job. There's codes. There's all this stuff. Something happened within all that.
It was
and
Toby Emmerich.
Like, and I got that explained to me. And not to mention, I talked
It was James Gunn.
Yeah, it was James.
It was James Gunn.
Hired by Foggy inside.
I even had a conversation with Zach about it, and he goes, "Oh yeah, like they fucked up." Like he actually said
I still love his comments. He was like,
"Yeah, he even
those
said
fuckers
that.
are amateurs." I swear.
Yeah, exactly. He said that on Vero, but then of course some fucking douche nozzle came into the thread, is like called me dense and said like, "Yeah, you're talking out of your ass," but then he brought up all this other stuff. He's all, yeah, the fucking trailer got leaked, the TV spots. I'm like, okay, I'm with you on that. And then he brought up like, and then the whole series to a movie. I'm like, you realize you're 100% wrong about that part, right? I'm like, I'm not sure. Yeah, it was like a whole thing. But, because there's still people out there that think that Zach didn't pitch the fucking thing as a series when he's literally said that on streams, on my stream.
We saw what the opening title sequence was going to look like.
Right.
And it was funny too,
He
because
showed the title.
Yeah, when I brought that up, he completely ignored
it's still
that.
broken up into episodic chapters.
Yeah,
seriously,
that are 38 to 45 minutes long.
Yeah, exactly.
right. Like what is
it was just and it was just like a funny little like short exchange. But yeah, that guy who follows me too, by the way.
Yeah, you point that out.
Watching right now, pacing in his room.
Yeah, I'm like, you follow me, but yeah, you hate me. You hate follow. I get a lot of hate follow. I guess
I hate follow the shit out of you.
Oh,
apparently.
I've definitely had my share of hate.
So does Seek.
Me
Seek
too.
too.
Yeah, we hate follow you. I hate watch you. I hate everything.
Yes. Yeah, okay. I'm about to
everything.
Yeah.
Dave's like unfollow.
Yeah, that's it. You're done, Power Girl.
I like how everyone's name is like some kind of cut down on somebody else or whatever. Scott's
I just put head cheese.
See, Andre, you have to understand. I'm the grown up in the room.
I know. You're the teacher. You're the teacher.
You say that with a straight face.
You know what? It sucks too because before I came on when I was at work,
it doesn't suck for me to be the grown up, Andre. It makes complete sense.
It does. But I was gonna take.
You're
a picture
saying that
myself.
that's a good thing.
Someone has to be, Casey. Someone has to be.
Somebody has to keep us all in check, Casey. It's okay.
Exactly. What were we gonna say, Andre?
No, I almost took a picture of myself.
Stop Andre again. I'm sorry. What was you gonna say?
I was gonna take a picture of myself, like right up my face, and then make that my screen, so I would match Saggy. But I was gonna be even closer. So
you should have done it.
Didn't you hear what Scott just said?
I know. Work got in the way. It always does. But no, I liked your costume, Saggy. The Power Girl cosplay or whatever.
Thank
that was.
you.
That was cool.
I posted it like because I've had people say I should do Raven from Teen Titans or Power Girl, and I've already done Raven from Teen Titans. So I was like, I saw Power Girl was like all over the place one day, and I was like, maybe I should just get the costume. And then I said okay, and somebody helped me out and got the costume for me.
Can you do April O'Neil next?
Oh, here we go.
Here's the thing, though. I'm actually light-skinned enough where I can pass, so it's okay. I think there won't be enough controversy for me.
Yeah, well, and if you like the hair, like you just wear the wig you have on now as Power Girl, everybody will be fine.
I've had red hair before, so people are like, "Oh, Sag, you look good blonde." I was like, I have been blonde before, but it just kills my natural hair, so I don't do it anymore. That's why I got the wigs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, we talked about that earlier. We talked about that earlier.
Same thing.
Yeah, Ray knows the deal. Ray knows the deal when it comes to my hair. Trust me. That's why I love Ray hair, because whenever it is mention of my hair, I'm like, Ray knows that my hair has limitations. And bleach is definitely one of those limitations.
Well, it's just, and I've seen people attempt it, and God bless them. Just
well, you know what's funny? Quick unrelated movie talk story though. I remember this woman. She was this Caucasian woman. She owned a salon, and she used to, I think she dated. I think the story was she was like had a kid with an NFL player. I don't know who the NFL player was, but he was a black guy, and she was always bragging about how
do you know that?
Because your daughter was mixed.
I'm just kidding. You said you didn't know who it was, so I was just messing.
I didn't know who the NFL. I didn't know who the football player was, but so she was bragging about.
Okay.
She was bragging how she could do. Yeah, she's bragging how she does her daughter's hair, and I'm just like, oh god, I hate when people who have mixed kids they think they can do the hair. It's like it's not the same. It's not the same as your hair. You have to do it differently. So she was bragging about it. So I was like, okay, like I'll let you do my hair because she wanted to do my hair. So she asked what I wanted, and I said I wanted it half blonde and half black. So she had to bleach one side of the hair, and after she bleached it and she rinsed out the bleach, like the hair was dead, but like it was super silky smooth. Because, well, that's what it does. The bleach kills your hair. It doesn't matter what, So she killed the hair. The hair was silky smooth. And she just kept feeling, she's like, oh, my God, I don't know. I've never felt it like this before. That's so amazing. I'm like, you're a hairdresser and you don't understand that the bleach killed my hair. But you bragged about doing black women's hair and you don't realize, like, you killed my hair. And it was looked good for a while. And then it started falling off. It started falling out. So I had to
and the sad part about that, Saggy, is that what you just described is, like, still a massive problem in Hollywood, because like that's why, like, when you see a lot of like black actors, like women especially, like their hair will be done a certain way because the hairdressers only know one way and don't know how to treat their hair like at all. Like it's just it's been a problem for years. It continues to be an issue because a lot of them assume they know and don't. They have the limited knowledge.
Look at Naomi Campbell, one of the biggest supermodels of that decade. Her hair literally is like falling out because of all the stuff that she did to her hair for her modeling career. Her hair is like patches of hair is gone because of the bad treatment. But yeah, that's true actually. If you look at all the black women in Hollywood, their hair is legit like destroyed.
Well, stop cultural appropriating white people, man.
Whoa, Dave. Whoa.
I don't know.
Great on time.
Hashtag cancel Dave. No, I mean it's true.
He's already been canceled. He's fine.
Cancel Travis.
Well, no, I mean, because that's always a hot button issue. Anytime it's reversed, it's like if you do a certain thing, it's like, oh, don't do that. But it's like, aren't we like all celebrating hairstyles? Shouldn't we all?
Well, like in that case, Dave, a lot of times, like in Hollywood, as I'm sure you probably know, like that comes down from the executives. Like the suits are the ones that are like straighten the hair, no dreads, that type of deal. Like that's unfortunately an edict. People that like the thing that Meg posted earlier today that really fucking pissed me off. That anonymous Oscar voter that was talking about Woman King and Viola Davis.
Director.
James Cameron.
The lady director.
Director.
Well, here's the thing. Funny thing you mentioned that because I actually just watched Woman King yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? But I just watched Woman King, and I actually liked it. If it wasn't for the fact that if you look past the historical inaccuracy, which is kind of a big deal, if you think about it,
kind of a big deal, but I mean,
kind of a big
it's not
deal.
A documentary though. It's not a documentary.
It's not a documentary.
Right, but it's not a documentary. Well, it's not a documentary, but it's more like the fact that they do downplay the history of the slave trade. Because the slave trade and that with that culture and that kingdom and the ruler, like if you go to the history, like he was awful. Like he legit, like the whole premise of it, right? Like he was like one of the worst rulers of that time for Western Africa.
Well, I mean, he kind of had that though, because I mean, he was, he never wanted to get dirty. He even like, gave what's his face, the bad guy, like how many of those girls he just kind of handed over to him. And so, like, he already demonstrated traits that he wasn't exactly the best guy, but they just didn't play it up very much.
They definitely did. They made it seem like they were trying to steer away from it.
Yeah.
There actually is a documentary that Lupita did where she went and talked to, like, I think
it's really good. Yeah, I saw that.
Because she was, I think it was, if I remember correctly, she was originally cast in the movie.
And she bowed out.
And she bowed out because of that, and then went and did a story about, like, the whole situation behind it.
Right. I mean, Viola Davis, she's was phenomenal in that movie. Like, that movie,
Marshawn
she
Lynch
was so
too is
great.
fucking so good in that movie.
Yeah, like all the cast, the cast was really good, and that's why I felt bad, because like it was a really good movie. Again, if you ignore the inaccuracy of history, but overall, the movie was really good.
And that's the thing, Saggy. Like, if that anonymous Oscar voter had actually cited that as a reason, that would be
James
one thing.
Cameron.
But no, he cited
James Cameron.
You know what it lacked?
Who do we think it is?
I don't know.
It's not James Cameron. I refuse to believe James Cameron
It's
is
James
that
Gunn. It was James Gunn.
Yeah.
It has to be some old, pissed off
somebody that would admit that they
CBM's doing good.
Somebody that admits that they didn't watch a movie, but the actress should shut the fuck up about complaining with respect to represent. It's just so much.
I mean, like I said, the movie itself, Joss Whedon. The movie itself was really, really good. I was actually kind of like, damn, if it wasn't for that one thing that kind of made people not want to go watch it, it was actually a really good watch. I would watch it again. It was so good.
No, I need to catch it. I mean, I was a little turned off by, like, when I was like, oh yeah, the history of that, and I was like, maybe I'll
here's
but
the thing,
I do want to watch for the performance, because I love, Viola Davis is great in everything she freaking does. So I'm like,
well, I also don't think that I mean, in our circles I could see that, but I don't know that was why it didn't get such acclaim with the general audience. I don't know how much the general audience cares about historical accuracy with respect to those things. I think it was just
they really don't. They just want
I think that movie was just off the
source material, man,
for a lot of the
source material.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the thing that somebody brought up when I was covering, like, my thoughts on The Woman King, is somebody was like, people take these type of movies, and if they say that it's based on history, people assume that that's the history, and they don't do their due diligence to actually research it. Anytime I see a movie that says this is based on a true story, the first thing I'm doing is going on Google and being like, okay, well, what's the true story? Like with Cocaine Bear, that's the first thing I did. I was like, I had to look it up.
But Saggy, they do that wordplay, and they go inspired.
No, I know, but that's the thing is, like, even though it's inspired by, I'm still interested in, like, what's the true story?
Yeah,
I know Scott is falling asleep on the camera.
Scott. I know he said he had to leave. So go ahead and check out Scott. Yeah. You look like you're fading. You're fading fast.
It's been a long day.
Yes.
So, and we have a busy day tomorrow, Dave. So.
Oh, yeah, we got something to do tomorrow.
So until then, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast at DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. I'm on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. And of course, Sunday night at 9 p.m. Central, be sure to check out Dave and me here on the Film Junkee Film, where we will be discussing the episode Second Chance at Batman the Animated Stream.
Two-Face episode. That's right.
Oh.
All right. Thank you, Scott.
See you later.
All right.
See you later.
Bye, Scott. Much love.
Bye, me.
I love how he just said, like, we got a busy day tomorrow, and it just left. Hey, we don't have.
Yeah, I realized when I was looking at the screen, I was like, oh yeah, Scott's fading. Let me shut up.
Yeah. We don't have a busy day. We just have to talk about something.
By the way, Casey smells. I just want everyone to know Casey.
You're gonna talk about something? We talking about?
Nah. Well, I gotta go to the bathroom. You guys talk.
Out real quick.
Bring your seashells.
Okay.
Oh, come on. It's something that's going to be cool. Let's just say I didn't make it into CinemaCon, but there's another con that's going to be coming up soon. What?
All right. Okay. All right.
Yay, cons that I can't go to, even though I have a cosplay costume. That's
now I
perfect for all these
gotta
cons.
change my name to Blue Balls now.
Blue
Hang on 1
balls.
second, guys.
Blue balls. I wouldn't know what that is.
That's just
Well,
my.
I'm not.
Where,
I mean,
where are we going with that, Casey? Where are
I
we
don't
going with
know.
that?
I
Blue balls?
know,
No,
I
because you
know.
realize blue balls is not great. Say, oh, that's my name.
That's
on the
why I
streets?
stopped.
Like, what are we gonna say?
Oh, that's why I stopped. He said.
That's what they call me, blue balls.
That's what they call
Pump
old
the
blue
brakes.
balls. Old wrinkle nuts.
Casey, you
Wrinkle
show your
nuts.
age. You show your age, sir.
Oh, it's okay, Casey.
Thank you.
It's okay, Casey. I support you.
So you guys talked about obviously you guys talked about James Gunn directing Superman, right?
Well,
Yeah, what are your
listen,
thoughts on that, Andre? What
No,
are
we
your
didn't talk about that.
I told last time. I told last
We
time
didn't
the
talk
same
about that. What are you
thing.
talking about?
I told last time the same thing. I'm gonna say it again. It was obvious that he was gonna do because
Yeah,
of the
it
type
was
of
obvious.
person he is. He's creating a new universe. No, like anyone would do that, especially a type of person that he is. He's creating a new universe starting with Superman Legacy. He's writing the project. There's too much pressure on him. He's not gonna let anyone else direct.
Right.
That's
Well,
not who he is.
Well, and I think that look, like everyone who doesn't like James Gunn, who's out to get James Gunn, like, look, you should be happy that he's directing this because now
right.
if it sucks, you could say you're the reason why it sucks. I hate you.
That's
And if
another
it's
reason
good-
why I love
That's
this
very
news.
true.
And if it's good, those guys are still going to go, oh, it was lame.
Yeah.
But that's it, you know?
like, because the thing was yesterday.
I like Man of Steel
someone-
better. You know what I mean? It just
You,
feels like one of
you
those
guys see
arguments.
that tweet?
I won't say
somebody was asking to rank James Gunn's his comic book projects, like
yes,
between the Guardians movies, Suicide Squad, and Peacemaker, and like my list, which is probably on an island, which had the Suicide Squad first, then Guardians Volume 1, then Peacemaker, then Guardians Volume 2. Because I still
You had Suicide
for
Squad as
Guardians.
number 1?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
That was my reaction to last time,
But-
Andre. He
but
called it his
what I did-
magnum opus.
I'm with
Yes,
you
and
guys.
I still
it's
fucking
bottom,
believe that. Yes, it's all subjective. But at any rate,
it's all subjective.
But I did.
I don't
the
agree with you,
caveat that I had it.
Hold on, let me change my hashtag.
Yes,
Here we
good.
go.
Work on it.
Ray
is
here
wrong.
comes
I've said a
hashtag
lot of
Ray
right
is
stuff.
wrong, or whatever, or something about
Hashtag
the
blue
gold
balls.
standard.
It's
Right.
not subjective.
Oh, it's yes.
It's all objective. It's
Yeah,
all
it's all
objective.
It's all
That's what it should
objective.
be.
No, do it's not subject. That's the one I did earlier. That's a better one because it makes no
Yes.
sense.
But no, the caveat I put at the end of the tweet was like this list with any, like if we're lucky, this list will be rendered completely, will like all move down a notch in 2025.
Yes,
Because that's the hope that regardless of what he has done so far to this point, the hope is that Superman Legacy is the best comic book movie he ever makes.
Right. I mean,
this point.
and I was saying it the other night. I said, I'm not ready to shit on James Gunn until I actually see his projects. Now, you could argue that, well, we've already seen Peacemaker and we've seen Suicide Squad. I actually like Peacemaker. But until I see his actual projects, I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, I don't like James Gunn. It's going to suck. I hope it stinks. I hope it all fails. It's like, no, I haven't even seen what he's going to do yet. That's
the thing with
to have a filmmaker fail is weird. I mean, like I've even had people like even talking about Shazam.
Yeah, so
They're
cheer
like,
for
they hope
Taika
it
Star
tanks.
Wars, you
They hope it
motherfuckers. You remember this when Taika directs Star Wars,
Okay,
We're not rooting for
the
Did I
fail.
say that
We're
I
not
wanted
rooting
it
for
to
him to
fail?
fail.
I know. I'm just
don't want it to
reminding the
happen.
chat, reminding everybody.
Hey,
let's keep that
I think
mindset.
about that.
If it does happen, I don't want it to fail, but I just don't want it to
Right.
happen.
I just want it to
Right.
succeed. No, but I mean, when you talk about Star Wars,
I didn't
like,
lie. I changed my mind.
Yeah, that's it.
No,
Change
I
your mind. But
I
look
just
what's on
don't
the
want it to
horizon,
happen.
though. I mean, there's not
I'll root
much.
for it.
I don't know. I mean, you talk about the Ryan Johnson trilogy. I don't care for
That's not
that.
happening.
The Taika Waititi
Oh, dude,
movie.
I wanted
don't care
that
for
more than
that.
anything.
No,
No, the
I
one
don't.
I wanted more than
No.
anything, I wanted the Rogue Squadron movie. I did. I wanted
Patty
that. That was the
Jenkins?
one. That
So
was
did
the
I.
one that I
So
believed
did I.
was going to happen. Yeah, dude, come on. The
Well, they
first
filmed
video
the
where she's
whole
got on the
fucking
fucking
video of
helmet
her,
and
like,
she's in
roller
front of the
skating
damn.
and
It's a great
shit.
video.
Yeah.
Oh
Like,
no,
that-
it's
that was-
great.
Oh no,
Yeah,
I wanted it to
that's-
happen too, but
That's the
But-
funniest video ever.
My father was a
Yeah.
pilot. It was just like, oh wow, okay, she's inspired. That's awesome. And then it got canceled. Like, okay. And Wonder Woman 84 sucked, so it was like that didn't help you out.
No, but I mean, like, but some people like, but at the same time, it's like, I mean, Wonder Woman 84, even the Suicide Squad, people give those movies a lot of shit because they didn't do box office numbers, but that was like during the heart of all the pandemic.
That has nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
the box office should be the last thing you're worried about. But they'll be
I know that.
I'm
talking about just like when people use that as a thing. You know? That's all. I mean,
well, not only that, the box, not only that, they were literally like Wonder Woman 84 was the first day and date release for that whole year of the 17 day and date releases, and then Suicide Squad was in the middle of that. So it would. I didn't go to the theater to see either of those. That's why I don't have.
And it was a smart move because Wonder Woman 84 should have gone straight to 8-track.
It should have been a Sci-Fi Channel movie. It was just like so.
Okay,
it's funny that. Go ahead.
No, the Suicide Squad or Wonder Woman 84.
Suicide Squad.
Are you thinking?
Suicide Squad's way better.
Okay, good.
But that's not saying much. Okay. That's like saying the shit I took yesterday is better than the shit I took today. You know what I mean? It's kind of like,
dude, Suicide Squad had Starro. What more do you want?
I mean, there were things I liked about the Suicide Squad. Like I like Casey was saying. I liked that they had Starro. I liked what he did with Polka Dot Man. I liked Bloodsport. I thought it was good. So I mean, there were aspects.
Peacemaker and Rick Flag.
And there were shots
the
that
Rick
I
Flag
liked.
scenes.
Dude,
there was aspects
Rick
of the movie
Flag
that were
was
really
so
cool.
good. Yeah.
The Rick Flag and Peacemaker fight, with the fact that he like showed the fight on the reflection of the helmet.
Oh, the helmet.
Yeah,
that was such a beautiful fucking shot.
There were a lot of really cool shots. I was like, wow, that was well done. But then like with Rick Flag, when he stabs him, it's like they made sure to show, you know, the piece like going in or whatever he used
because that's James Gunn. He wants
right
you to
into
know.
the heart. So it's like,
he wants you to know. Exactly. He wants you to know he's dead.
There's no bringing him back. He's dead. It's like, oh, okay, that's interesting.
That's what he does, though. Like he does that on all his movies. He does not bring that, and that's part of like the gravitas.
He's probably pissed they brought back Gamora.
Well,
or is he pissed that they killed her off in the first place?
I was going to say he didn't bring them. He didn't kill her or bring her back.
Yes,
that was the Russos. So.
But
yeah, with Superman Legacy, there's another thing that's that everyone has to look forward to is that he never made that type of movie before, and you know, I mean, I don't know how he's gonna make it, but I'm fairly sure that he's not gonna just repeat the Guardians of the Galaxy flavor or the Suicide Squad flavor or the Peacemaker flavor. I mean, so that's another reason why I think he should direct.
Ma Kent is going to give him a boombox to listen to.
Oh yes, that look, songs
playing the John Williams theme
with a hip hop beat to it,
and then Superman throwing that into outer space.
Exactly.
So here's the thing. So right. Thank you for saying that, Travis, because like we have. You know, as fans, we have non-negotiables about things, right? Like for me with James Gunn, my non-negotiable for the Suicide Squad was bring back Viola Davis. Do not get rid of Viola Davis as Amanda Waller. My non-negotiable for Superman Legacy is very simple. Make a new fucking theme.
He will. He has to.
I think he will. I'd be fine.
I hope he doesn't.
Williams, but
I hope he doesn't bring John Murphy back though.
I'd be fine if they did, because to me it's the same way as you can make it like Bond, you can make it like Star Wars. There's music that or Hogwarts, like that's when these big things like KC.
No,
KC. I'm saying like
I mean, I get what you're saying.
I'm not on the same level as Ray.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example for the MCU itself. Spider-Man has his own theme in the MCU, but they sometimes, you know, play the old Spider-Man theme in the trailers and stuff, and that is
they
cool.
never do in the fucking movie.
Yeah, that is cool, but he needs to have his own theme because that's his character.
He doesn't need to.
Yes,
you need him to have his
Shut
own
up,
theme.
Travis.
You need him to have his own theme. I don't.
Okay, if in the off chance they are doing the Williams theme, I hope they recreate a modern version of it at least.
Sure, yeah. And that's what they did with the Bond theme, right? There's variations of that theme over the years and stuff like that.
Like how they did for Michael Keaton's Batman.
That's different.
But it could not be different. They could say, hey, from now on, whenever you see Superman for the next 50 years, you're going to hear that fucking music.
That's also not
Superman's
it's not the greatest example though, Travis, because each Bond movie has its own theme with an art like a Tina Turner or a Tom Jones.
But it's still, when you
Shirley
hear that,
Bassey.
you think of Bond, right?
Or
and
Adele.
when you hear
Adele,
yeah. When you hear the Harry Potter Hedwig theme, you think of Harry Potter. So I wouldn't be. I think it will be a new one, but I still wouldn't be surprised. But that's like, for me, it's not like if that plays on the thing, like fuck. Fail, like that's done for me. It's like, okay, they chose to do the theme. And I move on.
That's the new theme song.
I'm walking out.
Fail.
I will still watch the movie, but I will be sorely disappointed. I'll be really disappointed.
I agree with you, Ray.
And it won't inspire confidence for me. If they come out and say that's
let Metallica do it.
If they do
Especially
the Danny
because-
Elfman, like it's the only Superman theme. If they come out with that shit, it's like no.
Yeah,
I
especially because this
hope
theme
Gunn
will
does
be
that.
for the next 10 years, and we'll have to keep listening to the same fucking shit.
There's only one Superman theme. Only one.
Okay, look,
they have,
in the
they have
Flash
John
trailer,
Williams there saying
And
that.
3 Doors Down sang it, motherfuckers.
Oh yeah, great song.
in the Flash trailer, they had Michael Keaton's theme, but it was a modern remake of it, right?
But
At
he's
least
going to
do
be
something like that.
Right, but he's going to be a one-off now, so it doesn't really matter. You can bring back that theme.
No, I'm
knowing
just
that
saying,
it
you
stays with it.
at least do something like that.
But at least
just
it's
don't.
Keaton, though. Like,
Yeah,
it,
it's
like he
Keaton.
didn't change actors,
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
If Christopher Reeve came back from the dead and was like, "I'm going to be Superman again," you would play his theme because you're like, "Oh, that applies to him." But
That
I think
would
when
suck
it comes
for the
to
new actor.
I got an exclusive actually. I got exclusive for Dave. If he wants to play it.
Oh boy!
If you want to play the song, the intro, I got an exclusive for you.
What is it?
I heard from my sources that Mozart is going to be doing the theme song for Superman.
Whoa!
Yeah, you heard it here first, everybody.
Exclusivo!
The Mozart.
Starring Christopher Reeve.
I thought that insiders were saying that they were going to go with the Hans Zimmer theme.
Well, look, I don't
Plans
know who
change.
you've been talking to, but
Plans
Chris
change.
Randolph
Plans
told
change.
me that it was Mozart.
No, come on, guys. We all know that Vanilla Ice is coming out doing a Superman rap.
Superman rap beat go. Yeah, that'd be
rap.
great.
Super rap.
Man, super,
rap.
man, super,
Yeah.
super.
Casey's
man.
so mad he left. Casey's so
Yeah,
mad.
Casey got so
Yeah.
upset that
He took his
was
blue
like,
balls and went home.
Casey,
but it's
no,
okay.
Casey,
He
come
took his
back.
Sunshine Band and he left.
No, why did you guys chase my Casey away?
Nice.
Like I said, I'm not actively on Twitter campaigning. Like I'm not that guy that I need the Williams theme back. I don't care what they do because I just like,
You should
okay,
be.
whatever that they want to go, sure.
Right.
And the same thing when we talk about if it being a good movie, the general audience, like the theme's not going to make or break this movie either. You know, it could be the shittiest theme ever, but the movie has to be good.
But it is part of it, though.
It
the
is,
theme
but
has become like synonymous with the iteration.
And to be clear, like this is
Oh, he's
different
back.
than different than Trunks No Trunks.
You're
Right, like,
you're
'cause-
wrong.
Oh shit!
I'm still convinced that one image he posted like a month or so ago, like cryptically, where he's wearing. I think he's going to do Trunks. I do.
You're
think
getting
that's gonna
Trunks.
happen.
You're 100% getting Trunks.
I'm not happy about that, but that's his
Well,
choice.
here's the bigger
John
question.
Williams
allowed to
theme,
do-
directed by James Gunn.
with Trunks. But here's the bigger question:
Yeah.
is
It's
that
gonna
in
be
the
Bobby
trailer?
Henry.
$300 million.
But you guys, in the trailer,
Yeah.
in their first trailer, are they going to have a Trunks joke?
No,
Like-
well, I hope not.
It'll be
Well,
like, did
see?
you always wear your underwear outside your pants?
See?
Huh?
See that?
I mean,
Yeah.
like-
That's
Then you'll be like,
Okay.
If they want to make $1 billion,
okay.
they'll make that joke.
So yeah, so if they do like see that's it's not gonna be an origin story, so you can't
right.
But it could be a new person that bumps into him the first time, right? That's never met Superman, and they go, "Why are your underwear like that?" And I don't. That's stuff that I would feel is more gunny, and I would not want that. My worry is not Superman being jokey. And I wouldn't
More
worry
gunny.
Superman being like the fart peacemaker thing. My worry would be more the characters around him could be a little more wacky,
No,
and that's where I go.
Jimmy
I don't-
Olsen is totally gonna be that guy.
Well,
I don't want
and
that.
he's saying that he's gonna take inspiration from All Star Superman, and All Star Superman, it has a lot of Jimmy Olsen and Lois Lane and Perry White and the whole Daily Planet crew, and they're kind of slapstick, kind of corny, and so they're going to be in this movie a lot, and if he's taking inspiration from it, and so I think you're definitely going to get some a bunch of corny jokes from time to time. And it wouldn't
Agreed.
surprise me if at the end of the trailer, it was like, boom, you know what I mean? You see Lois Lane and she's like, so do you always wear your underwear outside of your suit? what do you mean? Like, and that's where it ends. You're like,
Twitter's
oh,
Twitter-
no.
never sleep.
Twitter's
I'm never
going to
sleeping with
implode.
you.
But at the same time,
Twitter's
the fact
gonna
that it's
implode
such
if
a
that
debate,
happens.
people need to. I would almost be like, all right, he commented on that in the movie, but yeah, I wouldn't like it. But I don't know.
But you know what I
I don't
mean?
want it
Like-
in the trailer. At least the
Yeah,
trailer
I
I
don't
think
want
is
it
too
in the
bold.
trailer.
If you put that in the trailer, Twitter will be the cesspool will increase
eat 'em alive,
1,000-fold.
And then
Oh my
Superman in the
God.
trailer says, "Yeah, there's only one type of trunks that Superman wears, and these are the trunks right here." You know.
Do you
the
guys
red-
remember the Brightburn trailer?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was just basically like the Man of Steel trailer.
Yeah.
Imagine if his Superman movie just surprises everyone. Just be completely serious.
like darker than
I
BBS
actually
Man.
think
Darker than Man of Steel.
Yeah, he's killing
I think-
everybody in this one.
I know, yeah, he's snapping necks left and right.
Jimmy
That's
looks
his
at him the wrong
legacy.
way, and it's over. Yeah,
I think
that's
that,
his legacy.
it's I actually think it's going to be a lot more serious than we think it is because
Yeah.
he has to make an impact with this movie.
Yes.
He can't have it come in and be like Peacemaker, where it's just
Yes.
where they're
He
just kind of
can't
fucking around the
miss.
entire time.
He can't
If they
miss.
do that, holy shit! No, I think this is going to be at least the trailer for it. I would imagine the tone would be kind of like what we see in the Flash trailer, where it has this kind of a serious, sort of intense, action-packed tone, and that's what they're going to go for. Because if you come out fucking throwing jokes and shit, it's just gonna go sideways.
Yeah.
Real fast.
Same thing. Like, look at all those trailers too. Do you get like that classic music drop, or is it like original music? But like you look at Squad, Guardians, it's always very popular song with footage, right?
I would
Does he
love
do
for,
that with
I,
this?
I,
It's gonna
I would
be like,
honestly love for-
hip-hop.
I'd love for him to do. I don't know that he'll do this, but I
Wrong
would love for him to do
Superman.
what Reeves did. You know, where he and Giacchino
I would love that. Yeah, I
basically
would love
put the
that.
theme together like 2 years before we saw the movie, and you know had the if he did another camera test like he did with Pattinson back in like early
Yes.
2020.
Ooh,
If
that'd
he
be a
does
good idea.
If he does
That
a
would be
camera
a
test,
great
that
idea.
You know
would
what the
be-
camera test is gonna be? Is gonna be at Comic-Con. He's gonna bring out the actual person in the suit.
He's not gonna bring him out in the suit. Stop.
It's not
That's so
Ca-
campy.
Casey,
Like,
he-
hi, everybody. I'm
Casey, we
Superman
went
in the
through this.
costume.
He's going to be at Comic-Con. He's not going to be wearing a suit. The suit will not be designed by then.
You guys are the fun police.
Yeah, if that's the case, then Dave's the chief.
Yeah.
Totally am. Saggy, you're getting sleepy, even though your eyes are, you haven't blinked the whole time.
Very attentive to the conversation.
Yeah, my eyes are very dry. That's why I can't close them. They're crusty too because I haven't closed them this whole time. 4
You
hours.
like
4 hours.
pink eye?
straight. Yeah, I have stink eye.
Oh,
What
knew I
were you
smelled
watching?
something.
She was watching Black
I'm
Adam.
watching that. I'm watching Black Eye. What, Casey? Why? Why do you do this to me, Casey? Every time.
Black Adam.
Every time. Because Casey knows. Every time I get triggered because I hate Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Because I don't want you to leave.
That I know. I just got here.
Aww. All right, I'll stay for a little bit longer.
I mean, it's not like we can see you anyway.
There we
so
go.
just go
I'll
to sleep
stay
and-
for if you guys hear snoring, you know what happened.
Yeah. So we
All of a sudden
catch
you're
it
there.
out. And then we'll just start talking mad shit about you. Oh, sorry, I gave you
Yeah.
a stupid picture.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Wow,
Power
Sounds like a
Andre's
world
all
beast.
that.
Wow, Andre's attacking me for my picture already. Listen, Casey said he didn't want me to go, so because Casey said, I guess you guys
Oh,
stuck
well,
with me then.
there you go. There you go.
Damn it, Casey.
But
Sorry.
Wow,
What?
Dave, damn.
What? I
going
didn't
back to
say
the whole Superman thing, I'm actually glad that he is directing it. I think it sucks that Tom King is the one who just said it, and he didn't know. He was just talking like, oh yeah,
He
he's gonna
knows.
direct it.
He's in
Andre,
the
for the
writer's
record,
room. He
James
knows.
Gunn himself
He knows.
pretty
Tom
much
King's a
said
moron.
it.
He
I mean,
knows.
James Gunn pretty much said it.
It was pretty obvious at this point. I mean, if he would have brought
Why-
in a director, it would have been like, oh, okay, that's.
But here's the thing: why would they hire James Gunn to write a Superman script and be like, yeah, just write it. We'll have somebody else direct it. Like
Exactly.
like
Does
of
not
course,
make
as soon as he
sense.
admitted that,
Especially
I mean,
after
not only
it
that-
was his concept of doing Superman. He said he
Yes.
knew how to do Superman. Now he's not gonna let someone else direct it unless
Yeah.
it's
Right.
Spielberg or Nolan or
unless it's
some
Zack
big name
Snyder.
like that.
Zack Snyder. Well,
Zack
and that's the
Snyder.
thing too, that like everyone's like, oh, I hope Gunn and Saffron's fail, because they have this image in their head, like, yeah, as soon as they fail, they're gonna get on the phone and call Zack Snyder and say, hey, Zack Snyder, come back again. But it's
No,
like
as
that.
soon as they fail, they're gonna sell it to
to
Hydra.
Universal.
Dude, they're called
Yeah,
Zach.
Amazon.
Zach. So
Did-
Gunn
did-
and Saffron
who
failed.
said Universal? Who said Universal?
I did.
Yeah, no, yeah.
They're gonna sell to Apple.
Those rumors
We're talking about
will
WB,
pop
not
back up again
Snyderverse.
if this doesn't work. Those rumors will absolutely
Yeah,
pop back up
right.
again.
So
if
the
this doesn't
stakes
work.
are the stakes are
yeah.
there for
Yeah,
sure.
you're absolutely right. Like
Mhm.
selling WB, I'm not talking about the Snyderverse.
Yeah, no.
Oh no,
Yeah.
no, certainly
Yeah.
not. No.
But they just
No,
sold the Batman cartoon.
Oh, I know.
What? It was like, oh, come on.
But
Yeah, they
Snyderverse
sold
in
it- they
animation
sold-
is a no-go, right?
Yeah, they sold Batman animated.
Hey, that's okay. That used to be on Fox, the old
Yeah.
90s cartoon. So
Well, it's the same price as the entire Justice League live action, apparently.
Must be a damn
Right.
good show.
wow.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
just
they're gonna call Zach, and Zach's gonna say, "Nah, I'm good."
Well, no.
Suck it, Warner Brothers.
He's gonna whisper
Exactly.
no.
It cost
Suck it, Warner
WB
Brothers.
that animation or that Batman
I have that
animated
drop.
series. It cost WB 500
Yeah,
million.
second Warner Brothers.
That's what I'm saying. It cost them 500 million because that was the
He
contract
loves
they gave
saying that, by the
to
way.
J.J. Abrams.
Oh, right.
I was gonna
Who's
I was
done
gonna
absolutely
say
nothing.
like
Fucking
That-
shit,
that-
this better
that
be a
was-
damn
that-
good show, JJ.
that was my whole
This is all
thing.
we
Was like, JJ finally working on a DC project.
Is he though?
Yeah,
JJ and
he
Matt
just,
Reeves.
he just looked at
That's
some
the thing.
photos and he's like, yeah, that looks
Hey.
good.
That
Yeah.
looks good.
All
Put
I
some
saw-
more lens flares.
somebody was like, "What the hell, JJ?" And I'm like, I just saw, JJ's there, but there's two other names that are written there
Exactly.
too, and that is Matt Reeves and Bruce Timm. And I'm like, I'm looking forward to what
The people
they're
who
brewing up.
actually work on it.
I'm 50,
Exactly.
50-50
I'm all-
on Tim.
I'm all-
Okay,
when
I will-
this whole thing, when that thing was announced, Bruce Timm was saying it's going to be more Batman the animated series than Batman the animated
Spiritual
series.
successor, kind of.
Yes,
Yeah.
but it's like
Sign
one of
me up
those
for that.
things where, like, because during the time when Batman the animated series, they had standards and practices. We talk about it all the time on Batman the Animated Stream with Scott. We always talk about like how they had to hold back. They're not going to be holding back as much when it comes
Not on
to
Amazon.
this one.
They're not going to hold
for
back
sure.
at all. This is you're now on
Mature.
the same you're on the same app as the boys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many
You know what?
families
And
are
Invincible.
getting shit back?
Invincible.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Dude, that was such a great tweet, Ray. I shouldn't say that. But when you were like, for all those people who don't,
Why is
who
it
were
so
mad
ridiculous?
that-
Why is it so
I don't know, 'cause
impossible
it
to
just
like my
is.
tweets? Jesus.
it just is.
I like your tweets,
He's
Ray.
been on a roll lately. I'm telling you, lately I've just been like, man, Ray's is killing it. But when you were like, yeah, everyone who's mad that it's on Amazon Prime, you were like, you also have Invincible. You have The Boys. I was just you started naming off
Jack
these shows. I'm
Reacher,
like, Yeah.
Jack Ryan.
I was like, that's a really good point. I mean, those shows are awesome. So
Well, because people were upset. They're like, I've got to go to another app. First of all, you guys don't already have Amazon Prime. You weren't already watching.
I
that?
have it.
Everyone has Amazon.
I
Prime.
don't. I don't.
Like,
And just wait for the
These
show
are
to
the,
get
these are
done.
the same people that are still paying for cable.
right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Stop paying for
so-
cable. Everything
then-
you need is on streaming.
yeah,
Get rid of
cable's the only thing you need on cable is sports, and you can get around that.
You don't even need cable for the YouTube TV, Sling.
Yeah.
There's ways to get sports without even paying a cable bill these days. So screw that.
I can't even remember the last time I've had a cable box. I don't know how long. Probably
It was
when I
7
worked
years
for
for me.
Yeah, about 6 or 7 for me.
Yeah.
We used to be like before we cut the cord like 4 or 5 years ago. It was one of those cases where it was like, man, how's it gonna feel not having live TV available at the press of a button? And
Oh my god, I missed commercials so
nothing, yeah.
much.
we don't
I
fucking
know.
miss it at all. Not at all, man, dude. We haven't.
Well,
we don't
because, I
watch
mean,
live
I
TV the
mean-
regular at all.
Like when we had cable, like we found that like my wife and I were like, dude, all we ever do is watch on demand. Like we just watch. Essentially, we're streaming shows through the cable service. So we're like, why are we even doing this for?
Yeah.
It's one thing to
Right.
have like Comcast internet. I mean that's great, or Xfinity, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But
Xfinity.
the TV, no, I don't give a shit about that.
No.
And what's funny is that if you have Comcast, Xfinity internet, then all you have to do is just make sure that the cable connection is hooked up, and you have like high definition basic cable provided to you, regardless. So it's interesting how that works. And then if you have a tuner on your television, you can actually like search for channels and get a bunch of channels that you're not normally supposed to get, but you're going to get like TNT and ESPN and everything. It's crazy.
Yeah.
A tuna?
Well, because they're trying to bridge, because Comcast, because if I remember, like years or so ago, like they and I think a couple others like came out with their own streaming boxes because they saw where the wind was blowing and they've lost like so much money
those
from
are
cord
garbage
cutters.
too.
And so they're like, hey, here's a box so you can stream Netflix and Hulu and all the other stuff that you've been killing our cable services for. They're trying to dip their toe in everything.
But nobody wants to pay a rental fee for those little devices. I'd rather just it's built into my TV, or I buy a Fire Stick and I'm done.
Well, it sucks because I couldn't get cable. I couldn't get internet without some kind of cable, so we just got the cheapest thing we can get. It's just crazy.
That's so stupid, and that's really
stupid.
dumb.
Well,
I was like, I just
has everybody looked at
oh yeah,
yeah.
I started letting myself go a little bit.
Wow.
Andre,
I've been working nights.
Working nights.
Look at that.
That's me getting off work.
It's like, hey, you want to go to the club?
How's Clancy Brown though? How's Clancy Brown?
Hey, Shaggy, you want to get a burger?
I want to see Travis. I am so looking forward to how his Maroni look.
Oh yeah, that's such great casting. When I heard that, I'm like, oh, that's fantastic.
That was
such
beautiful.
a character actor.
Clancy Brown. Yes.
I don't smell saggy. What are you talking
You
about?
are just now seeing this. That is
really? You just saw that?
Wow.
Holy cow.
Casey, did you just now see that?
I wasn't looking at the text.
Hashtag Travis is wrong. When did that get there?
It's never gonna go away.
It's all subjective. What the?
What is happening here? Okay, so one of the last.
It should actually be Casey Snell.
Okay. What? Maybe leave the jokes for the rest of us.
Ever since Blue Balls, Casey's been.
It's Travis's last name.
Leave the jokes for the rest of us.
If I was single, Casey may be in another world, but I'm married with 3 kids. It's too late.
Dave, you
we
were
had our
about to say.
Wait, you have 3? Wait, hold on, Travis. You have 3 kids.
Travis has
Last
3
time I
kids,
counted, yeah.
Bro, how old are you, Travis?
Did they like
Quantumania? We didn't want to surprise you like this, but Travis, I'm your 4th son.
Yeah.
He read it in the diary.
A lot of faulty condoms.
Wow. So. Yeah. Nice to finally meet you, Dad.
Travis looks so young to have 3. Like 1 I could get, but 3?
Strong 1%.
When his wife got back from the hospital, it's like, let's go.
No,
Just got busy.
Yeah.
Right? As soon as the doctor said she's good to go, he's like, all right, you ready for number 2?
in the delivery room?
Pretty much. Yeah. We planned all 3 of them out. We're very fertile people, so.
Here we go.
We all know, legitimately. All of them are 2 years apart by a month because literally we just know if it's that time of month and something happens, we're pregnant. There's no like, oh, maybe it's not gonna happen. No, it's done. So
Travis just looked at his wife and she's pregnant, bro.
Yeah.
Like are you have you reached or?
We might do 4. We're waiting a couple more.
4?
You're gonna go there?
Jesus, Travis.
Right here.
He wants
Casey's
that number.
Casey's skin is crawling though. I saw Seth Rogen tweets. He's like, "No, these fucking kids." But no, and I agree with Seth Rogen. If you don't want kids or you don't think they do good for your life, but she's a family of 4. I'm a family of 4. We're waiting because 4 is like that's a big number. So we're gonna wait till
I have 2, and I'm done.
Yeah, we're waiting until our youngest is 2. She's 1 now, and then we're gonna kind of go from there.
When people say family of 4, they're including the parents.
That's true. Yeah, I guess so. I meant more. She was a sibling. Yeah, 4 kids. Right? She had 3 sisters. I had 3 sisters. So that kind of idea. So,
Travis is
I'm a family of 4.
So,
I've got a brother and 2 parents.
She tricked me into having more kids.
Travis is gonna keep going until one of his kids hates Quantumania.
Oh no, they're not going to be allowed to. I mean, you see this? You can't like no.
Oh, see that
no, I don't
watch
do
this
that.
movie.
They watch.
How can you like Broccoli Man, son?
Broccoli Man,
freaking Broccoli Man.
Yeah.
What was the
laugh at Infinity Cones? Laugh. But no.
Okay, so one of the last things that I wanted to ask you guys before we wrap this whole thing up was one of the things that I talked about during the week was the fact that a possibility of Henry Cavill having a character.
Yes. Thank you for bringing this up. Yes.
In the DCU, and my whole thing was like, and I know Ray agreed with it.
Yes, I like this idea. I do. I like this.
And I was like, all right. If Henry Cavill, if James Gunn and Henry Cavill did have a discussion on characters that he could possibly play in this new DCU, I'm like, all right, let's think outside the box. Okay, obviously people always, remember when the whole, when he was going to be in the MCU?
Everybody's Lobo.
Lobo, yeah, right. When he was going to go to the MCU, it was like he's going to play like a Superman character, but I'm like,
Hyperion.
Have him, Hyperion. I couldn't remember the name. Thank you. And I was like, no, it's too close to Superman. He's got to step away from Superman. That's why when I thought about it, I was like, have him play a villain, have him play the big baddie. Don't do Darkseid right away. Let's do Vandal Savage.
He should be Reverse Flash.
Jimmy Olsen.
That's a fucking soft reverse.
Perry White.
Ezra.
Batman. He should be Batman.
And I'm not trying to make this like a PC cast. I'm just trying to say, like, with Vandal Savage, though, can he, a white man, play that role nowadays? No. So that's the only thing, right? They'd probably get a foreign actor.
Well, who is? Well, hang on. What is it? Casper Crump was is the only one I know of that's played him in live action, and that was on the first season of Legends of Tomorrow.
So
I don't know what
he's so good in that.
The same way as like Roz, I think will be. They'll make sure because everyone brings up with Nolan's franchise how he whitewashed.
Okay, that one, Raish, I get though. I get the
that would fit him,
but like, but it did. No, I like it.
It's so
whether
fake.
It's Vandal Savage or not, I like the idea of him because I've said before that like
Aqualad.
I've said that like before,
whitewashing again, whitewashing.
I'm glad I brought this up.
Well, someone was saying Apollo from The Authority that he should play Apollo.
All right,
is that the Superman type?
Yes.
Okay, seriously.
Dick Grayson.
Like, I like
Alfred.
Let Ray finish.
Before when he was like when there was the possibility of him still playing Superman, I was like, no, you can't play a villain because people were saying like, because I think Dave, even you were saying Dr. Doom in the MCU, and I'm like, you can't do that if you're still playing Superman.
Yeah, I know.
But if he's not gonna play Superman, then by all means, I'd rather see him be a villain in the DCU than in the MCU at this point.
James,
and
are you confirming that James Gunn is Kevin Feige's plant? That he
is
sent James Gunn to DC to fire Henry Cavill so that
he's going to make Superman Legacy the worst.
Henry Cavill is going to play Gorilla Grodd in DC.
He's gonna voice the character.
Kevin Feige.
He's gonna do the mocap with the balls and everything in the gray suit. And he's gonna.
Kevin Feige once had conversations with Cavill, and Cavill said, "I can't play Dr. Doom if I'm Superman." And then he sent James Gunn over. Fire.
Got him.
No, I'm in the camp that I don't want it.
I would like to see him play a Kingdom Come Superman that comes through the multiverse to take over like as many universes as he can, where he's the villain. And I think it'd be cool if the new Superman has to take on Henry Cavill Kingdom Come version of Superman, and that's how he has to kind of prove himself. Like he's got to take him on.
Okay,
but I mean, but you can easily make like the BVS comparisons where he realizes like what he's doing is straight genocide and then he has this kind of like awakening, right? But I just thought it'd be kind of cool to have the new Superman fight against Henry Cavill Superman. Like, hey,
I think that's still on the table.
Oh,
totally. Counterpoint. So counterpoint. We can still have, because remember Brandon Routh, he was Kingdom Come Superman and CW's Crisis on Infinite Earths after already having played the Atom in like seasons of Arrow and
that was weird.
So. That wasn't weird. It was great, but like
I mean, it was great, but it was just like I remember when they did it. I was like, wow.
The big reason that I like this idea, though, of Henry Cavill playing a DCU villain is purely for the brain breaking, because like it will set Twitter ablaze. It will break the brains of fans, and what's even better, I put this in my tweet that I quote tweeted for Dave. I said, the headlines for this from a PR perspective will be gold because Inside Edition and like ET and everybody else will be like Superman breaks bad.
Yeah.
You can't buy
Henry
Grace-
Cavill for
like
Lex
that.
Luthor.
But the
Grace
thing is
Randolph
that
will just
Shave
say
his
that.
head. Shave his
Grace
head.
Randolph.
Poor
Shave his
man,
head.
Zack Snyder.
if you made
Not just that, she
Cavill-
will just say that. Oh, he's doing nothing new, playing the bad
Yeah,
guy.
well,
Oh my
he's already
god,
been a
that poor
villain.
man Zack Snyder bullshit. Oh my god, she
Oh.
said that she
It's
said
true.
that because she knew. She said that because she knew it was going to get a reaction. She did it for
Oh, she's right,
attention.
She
Jake.
She's
said
an
that
attention
because
whore.
it's true.
Ah.
She did. She got it. She got
Henry
that right.
Cavill for Brainiac.
That'd be insane.
would be
No, but I
insane.
mean, like, yeah, I was just kind of thinking. I don't think it's gonna happen for sure. My hope is what Andre said is like eventually it'll get to that point where it's like he's
Yeah.
playing that Kingdom Come Superman, and hopefully that was discussed at one point when it comes to him and James Gunn
Well, that's
talking.
also my
and-
hope. I share
Yeah.
that. That's ultimately.
Yeah,
If
I think
if you're asking me to choose between the two, yes, I want Kingdom Come.
Oh, yeah.
Superman.
Yeah, see, and that's the thing. It's like, but we were, but my whole thing was like, okay, the question was, who would he play in the new DCU? And of course, and I even said, when I posted the clip on my Instagram, I went like, and don't say Superman. That's played out. Stop. Don't even say Superman, because I got that much on Twitter. Like, who would he play? And they're like, how about Superman? And I saw other people like, how about he play Superman? And I'm like, guys, this is not the question. Okay. The question is
Hashtag bring back Henry Cavill.
Yeah. I'm like, I get it, guys. I feel your pain. But
Zack Snyder's
also,
Justice League.
is that a condom?
No, it's a
What
sticker,
the
man.
KC, you need those for your
That
beautiful
is-
home.
That
I
is
need
big
those.
condom.
No, that's
Give it
actually,
to
no,
Travis.
I need
Give it
to
to
know.
Travis.
Someone-
Give it to
I'm
Travis.
glad he
Someone
did
should
that.
tell
That's
me.
totally what
More
it
than
looked
all
like.
of us.
That is.
Give it
It's
to
the
That is
Travis.
super
totally what it
size
looked
for Travis.
Yeah, yeah.
Someone
I
is
need-
telling Zack Snyder's Justice League condoms.
Travis,
and
dude,
you can
marketing
only have a
as,
trilogy
you can
of
go
kids.
as long as
Okay.
4
You can buy
hours.
those at my merch shop, guys.
Yeah.
They're in
Go to
Andre.
4 hours and 2
Now when I have
minutes.
sex,
Oh
I
my
can tell the
God.
wife, "Hey, this is a
Andre, did you
cul-de-sac.
buy
It's not
that?
going anywhere." All right.
Yeah.
Did you buy that to go as long as 4 hours?
Don't worry, sweetie. I'm Snyder cut. Yeah.
I'm Snyder Cut.
Oh. Okay.
All right.
So if Cavill was to play a villain, I would. That's not anything I would like per se, but if he would, I would just want to be a character that doesn't interact in Superman or the Superman world. I think it would be good to keep that separated and stuff like
Like
that. But
Shazam?
Yeah, definitely.
he can play Black Adam. Yeah.
Oh my God! I was gonna say it,
Black
Travis.
Adam.
I was gonna say you can play Black Adam. Travis
He's gonna
read
play
my
Shazam.
mind.
No,
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
man. Oh, my
I
God.
just think actually I would rather prefer he does. If let's say in the perfect world he does come back as Henry Cavill, he comes back as and becomes Superman. I would prefer him to not be in any
Just
comic
an
book
actor.
stuff. In any, just be like the same way it felt special with Andrew because there was so much time in between. If you have him doing different roles, I think you lose a little bit of that. But let's say if there was no Kingdom Come Superman, then I say yeah, Feige, Red Rover, bring the stud over.
Well, because I
Hey
mean,
Henry, you want to come back as yourself?
yeah. 'Cause like in Kingdom Come, like they fire a nuke onto all the superheroes that are fighting each other, and Shazam sacrifices himself to save everybody. And then that like kind of makes him realize what's really going on. But what if in this world that didn't happen? Instead, all these superheroes got killed, and so you could take it a really dark path, with the Kingdom Come story. Kind of alter it a little bit. I think that'd be God damn it, Sag.
I know, she's like cracking up right now.
Because I'm just sorry. I'm just picturing them all forgetting. Henry Cavill, look at that.
Same. I'm imagining.
He
I'm
has this
imagining
big
Cavill in
sit-down
a-
meeting. Yeah, he has this big sit-down meeting of Saffron's there, Gunn's there, the new directors, everything. Like, okay, fine. Even Zach's in the room. Like, okay, what's gonna happen?
Even Zach's there.
We want you to play yourself.
I'm imagining Cavill being in that Superman Legacy movie, and there's just a Stan Lee type cameo. And Superman flies. He says, "Hey, I know that
Dude,
guy."
enough
that would be
said.
sweet. And he's standing next to Zach, and they're both like, "Whoa."
Oh, dude.
No,
Okay,
he'll be
okay.
the guy. He'll be like, "Do you wear underwear on the outside of your pants?"
No. They're gonna do that exchange. We're like, "It's a bird, it's a plane," and that's
It's kind of like
It's a
what it's kind of like what Andrew and Tom did to Toby, right? This comes out of your hands.
Oh,
Yeah.
the-
Oh, you
with the
can't
whole-
do
with
that.
The web. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
that
I
was
like
great
that.
though.
No,
That was I
did
love
like
that
Yeah.
line. I was like, wow, it's true. They're like, wow,
Whatever you
make
feel about
organically?
No Way Home, every interaction between the three Peters is just perfect. The
Oh,
writing
it's
of that, the
fantastic.
Peter number
characterization.
three.
Yeah, Peter number 3.
Well, but and I mean, it was great for two reasons. One, because of how organic the conversation was, but two, also like for those of us that saw the whole Raimi trilogy, watched both of Andrew's movies, to hear them reference event, like when you talked about like, did you ever have a web block, and the light bulb goes off in his head, and you're like, yeah. The second movie, and he starts talking about it. And he's like, "I fought an alien
once.
I fought a Russian dude in a rhino suit, and like all like just like
well, even like all the way down to like he's like, oh my back, and we
right, the back, right. He had him crack his back, right?
Yeah,
no, that was
Or even when he asked him, he asked Andrew Garfield, his Spider-Man. He goes, do you have someone like do you have someone like a girlfriend back home?
Oh yeah.
And even that, it was like, oh wow. They even touched on that. It was it was so perfect. I was like, oh wow.
Well, and which of course was like totally like we were talking about crying moments earlier. The moment where he saves MJ.
Oh
like
yeah,
so just like man,
Andrew sells it so well in his face.
Dude, even doing the rewatch, I was like, and when I was showing Steph that, I even told her, I was like, Andrew Garfield has like the ultimate cry face.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
it's like okay, it's like Toby has a cry face, but it's not. But when you see Andrew Garfield like start tearing up, you go, stop it. Like, and in that moment when he catches her and he's speechless and he starts getting the cry face, you're like, fuck you, man. Like,
Dave's like, you made me cry, damn it, I'm a man.
Like, god damn you, Andrew Garfield. I mean, even in the two fucking his Spider-Man movies, when he starts doing the cry face, I'm like, god damn it. Because I mean, let's face it,
he's a good actor.
He's the best actor of the three.
Of the three. Well, he's my favorite Spider-Man out of the three.
Yeah.
He's by
Damn right.
Spider-Man of the three.
Damn right.
Oh yes.
The Amazing Spider-Man 2 is
If you're gonna have
Toby
Tom
said,
Hardy's
you're amazing,
Venom
you're
fight
amazing.
any of them, you should fight
you're
Andrew.
amazing.
Damn it.
Yeah.
What? Who?
Venom should fight Andrew. Did Tom Hardy
Right?
fight Andrew's?
Andrew was.
Yes.
We already put Andrew through 2 bad Spider-Man movies. We want to throw him in the Venom verse where the
Bad
50 Shades-
Spider-Man movies.
Travis.
Oh,
the
whatever.
Amazing Spider-Man movies.
Travis is wrong.
Travis.
You're gonna tell me the Amazing
Hashtag
Spider-Man 2 is a good Spider-Man movie?
It's a great Spider-Man
I'm gonna tell you,
movie.
Venom
No,
is a
Dave,
great-
you don't
Travis
believe that
is
in your
wrong.
face. I see it in your eyes. Amazing Spider-Man 2 is a good movie, Dave.
Don't speak to Dave.
For the record, I'm trying to
It's
jump
not
on.
perfect.
I'm trying to jump on the Travis bandwagon, but I also like the Amazing Spider-Man
All
was
right.
not my favorite.
Okay.
I don't want Andrew Garfield with the
I'll
50
say
Shades of Grey's writer and stuff like
I'll
that.
say
He deserves
this, I'll
better.
say this, Travis. I'll say this. Okay, it's
How dare
okay.
you.
There's things that are not good about the Amazing Spider-Man 2, but the web slinging is
Oh
the
yeah,
best
that's
out of all of
fantastic.
it.
Yeah,
Everything that
That's
has to do with
and
Spider-Man is
Andrew,
amazing.
and I love the costume in that
Exactly.
movie,
Just like what
too.
Dave said,
Costume-
there are
the
things that are
costume's
not
best, too.
good. Just like the Suicide Squad, there are things that are not good. But overall, it's okay. It's an okay.
That's not what
movie.
Dave said.
Okay,
Dave didn't say that.
I like him as Spider-Man. I just didn't care much for him as Peter Parker. But that was just my personal thing. Like,
Yeah, his Peter's a little too cool for school.
He was too,
I'll
he was
agree
too
with that.
cool. He's like, yo, what's
Yeah.
up?
So?
Yeah.
What do you
Yeah,
mean,
but
so?
I'm with Sagi, where if you have an idea,
I
it's
saw it as a
Sagi.
guy
It's
who
like
was
Keaton
trying
as
to be
Bruce
cool and
Wayne,
he
right? They can
Yeah.
always be a little off and stuff like that. But no, I think
He
there's
had
like
a skateboard, guys.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
A guy that was trying to be
Have
cool
you
but
s-
wasn't. Yeah, I can see
That's
that.
how I saw Andrew Garfield, was someone who was
Yeah.
trying to be cool, but he wasn't.
Have you seen any teenager
Y'all are
nowadays?
projecting.
They're all like that.
no, they don't
What?
exist in Canada. You just
Yeah.
start
Teenage-
at one, you
teenagers
go to
exist.
5 and you
Exists
jump
in
to-
Canada.
Oh, to answer your question, Dave,
They're all in Canada.
What?
Cavill for Captain Adam.
Captain Adam. Okay.
That'd be
Captain
good.
Adam.
I love Captain
Cavill
Adam.
for Captain Boomerang.
But if he was in,
What?
if they for some reason, which I agree with the panel, he shouldn't be in the Superman orbit. But
No.
if he was, I think he'd be a good eradicator as well.
Cavill for Black Panther.
Ooh, Eradicator.
That's Marvel. Come on.
but-
See, he's speaking my language. Dan Jurgens. There you go. Yes.
Yeah.
Eradicator.
I love Eradicator. But Steel is my
Yes.
favorite of the 4, but I love Eradicator.
I know that's Marvel, but I just want to be funny.
I think it'd be awesome if he came back as a Kingdom Come version and he had other multiverse characters with him. Like he had
that would
the
certainly
Crime
be
Syndicate.
a crowd pleaser moment.
Dr. Manhattan.
Like he had the Crime Syndicate
with the cock out and everything.
I know. That's what I was like. Casey
Yeah,
just wants to see Henry Cavill's dong.
He wants to see the blue balls. Casey's big blue balls. Guys.
No. Not Henry Cavill as Manhattan. I want to see him with Manhattan.
Okay, so Henry Cavill is going to be the new Aquaman, and Jason Momoa is going to be Lobo.
Perfect.
There we go. I solved it. I literally solved it for
Cavill with the blonde hair.
I can't imagine though with him with blonde hair.
No, but I
he can be
why?
Martian
What do you got
Manhunter.
against him being a blonde? What do you got against something about him being a blonde?
But is Momoa going to be Aquaman, or is he going to be somebody else? Is he
He's
going to
be
be
Martian Manhunter?
He's going to be.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that next February when we see how the box office does.
Let him-
No,
He needs to be Hal Jordan's Green Lantern.
Travis is right on that one. We regardless, I mean, and I know that
Travis is right.
we've speculated on how
Travis is wrong.
they're not necessarily like big on Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. I mean, and it's funny, it's kind of cemented further because Gunn has started to hype up Shazam a little bit, like he saw it, like and has tweeted about it in the last week, right?
He saw it
But we
recently.
Nice little picture you got here.
But we got to see exactly what Aquaman. It's like for all these movies, we got to see what all of them do at the box office before we determine.
It doesn't matter. It could be the reverse.
Where any of them are going to go.
It could be the worst reviewed DC movie and still make a bunch of money, and they go, okay, well, what do we do with this, right? So it doesn't guarantee even like whatever subjectively. Tons of bad movies make money all the time, right? So it doesn't even matter if it comes out
like
as
Love
shit.
and Thunder.
For you, subjectively,
yes.
You know, at least my bad movies make money. Casey, you like Black Adam? Where's the money? Where's The Rock? Where is he? He's nowhere to be found.
Yeah, screw The Rock. I'm with
Ant-Man and
Travis.
Quantumania?
Right.
I don't see no money there.
I'm with Travis now. I'm with Travis
Captain
now.
Marvel.
I'm
Travis.
also with Travis. Team Travis. Travis is right.
Travis.
But
is
yeah,
right.
who knows about Aquaman? There's tons. We got trailers to go still. We got promotion. You got a Comic-Con. Like people could get excited. Like to me, like sure, test screens could be out there and not going well, but like it's too early to call. And like they're test screenings, but they change shit. And then when the movie comes out, they are really happy with it, right? Like
they're going to
Zaslav. Remember, he did say that when they first took over. He's like, "Oh, we got these movies, and I believe we can make them better." And now it's it's up to them, right?
I'm not gonna lie.
Now Black Adam happened. Yeah.
Well, my biggest fear is that if the Flash movie is going to be really, really good, that's going to probably set the precedent for the future. And if any movie that comes out after the Flash is trash, that's the biggest hump they're going to get over. Because if the Flash movie is fire,
what do you mean?
That's what I was saying about the momentum of the Flash as well. Like leading up to the Flash, they haven't had much success, and then the Flash comes out, and I think people will start raving about DC again, and hopefully Blue Beetle is great, and then you have Aquaman.
But Segi's right. You're in a weird position if Flash.
And then that leads to Aquaman.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
like if Flash does really well, but then Blue Beetle and Aquaman just eat it, you're like, well, what do we like? But then you could just attribute that to Keaton and nostalgia and stuff. They might do that, right?
Well,
they might say,
right, but they can't do that with every movie. They can't do that with every movie moving forward because I mean,
but by the same time, like I guess, like, what do you mean? Like, okay, so is the idea that the Flash is going to make? Like, let's say it does make $1 billion. Like Ben is confident it's going to make $1 billion. I'm not.
I am too. I am as well.
Ben is right.
But let's say it makes
Ben is right, unfortunately.
But let's say it makes $1 billion and Superman Legacy makes 600 to 700 million.
Ant-Man
now
money.
Superman
failure.
So now Superman Legacy is failure.
Yes.
Well, no,
bullshit.
depends on
That's
budget.
bullshit.
I'm with Ray. It
bullshit.
should be the budget. Like like Superman Legacy. Let's say if it doesn't make a profit or just barely breaks even, then there's an issue. But I don't think Superman should have to go make 800, 900. It all depends on what they price at. If they fucking balloon into like 250, 300, then sure. But
all I'm saying is, if that movie doesn't make more than Man of Steel, he's gonna have a problem because.
You think
one of the reasons, because one of the reasons
Man of Steel's budget was $25 million. I don't disagree. I don't agree.
Yeah, but one of the reasons they were moving away from Henry Cavill is because he's not universally liked, right? So if his movie comes out and doesn't
Wait,
perform
what?
that
By
well,
who? The studio? I mean, come
Casey,
on.
what
what
are
are we
you talking
talking
about?
about here?
He is
I know.
like.
That's
No,
fake
no,
news.
No,
Yeah,
okay.
hey,
I'm
not
in.
Casey's
universally,
wrong.
though.
Casey's
No.
wrong.
I don't know about
Because
that.
people, I feel like people
That's an
forget.
Henry
assumption.
Cavill's Superman isn't universally liked.
Yeah.
That's an assumption.
People
It's
forgot
not an
before
assumption.
BVS came
If
out.
he-
No,
BVS
it is-
took
it-
over
Oh,
the
my back.
controversy, and
It's
then
an assumption based on fact.
Did you
okay,
not
If
see
he was
the-
universally liked, the
it's
studio
not
wouldn't
among-
have pivoted this hard.
No, Casey, don't. The Casey, you know that's bullshit. You know good and damn well
It's
that when
not
it comes to the
bullshit.
no, it is
A lot of
because
people
you
did
don't-
not like his Superman.
yeah, I
When it-
agree.
All right, all right. When you went to
Okay.
your that performance, did you ask people about this or what? Like, you went to a concert recently. Is that what happened, Casey?
No.
You were at you didn't ask people about. Okay, I'll
Like,
take
how
it.
are we disputing this? We know that Henry
I'm
Cavill
with you,
Superman is not
Casey.
liked with
No,
everyone.
no,
Like,
the
what is
reason,
this?
no, Casey, the reason we're disputing is
just
because you're
looking at when
wording it
you got
wrong.
announced
You're,
back.
you're wording it in terms of like how our circles are seeing it. Not that you're not speaking for the general audience,
There we
and
go.
you can't.
I'm
speak
speaking for the general audience.
No, you're
I think
not. You
Casey's
can't.
right
Speaking for
here.
the general audience.
No, but I
No, you
I
can't.
think
How can you? Do
I
that?
think
How?
no, because Casey's right. Because you can look at someone, sorry, like a Hugh
Take an
Jackman's
example.
Wolverine,
Yeah, exactly.
or Robert Downey
There
as
you
Iron
go.
Man, where there is
Or
just it feels like there's
Captain
that feeling.
America.
Yes, I remember because
No,
BVS came
those
out,
are
and that to me
terrible
took over the
examples.
conversation.
Terrible examples.
I don't think
It's
so.
not.
I don't
Those
think
are
so.
all terrible
It's
examples.
When I
not.
walked out of Man
Whoa.
Steel, I had a
Wait.
group of friends with me, and I remember
Not
one guy being
everyone
like,
likes Henry Cavill
Yeah.
Superman.
Wait.
That's
Hold on.
just
Here,
a fact.
hold on.
not
Wait. Hold
everyone
on.
likes
Hold on.
Jackman's
Hold
Wolverine.
on. Hold
They
on.
do.
Hold on.
okay,
That's
not
not
everyone.
right.
I can't jump on that, but
Stop
Okay,
the
saying everyone.
majority of people.
Stop saying everyone.
Yeah, the
For fuck's
majority.
sake, stop saying
Majority.
Okay,
everyone.
hold on.
The
Here's the
majority.
thing. Hold on.
The
Hold
majority.
on,
Casey.
guys. Wait,
I'm team
because here's the
Casey.
thing. Here's the thing about general audience. The general audience, they follow the actor because they see the actor and other things.
Right.
Okay, what did Henry Cavill do that was very popular outside of Superman? The Witcher that a lot of people loved him in. Enola Holmes, another series that a lot of people are liking.
They aren't theatrical.
But hold on. But my point being is they follow the actor. So if
Mission
the actor's
Impossible.
in Superman, that's what The Rock tried to do, right? The Rock. Oh, everyone's gonna come see me because I'm the freaking Rock and see the shitty Black Adam movie. Okay.
Apparently,
They
he's not internationally loved.
yeah, I can't clearly. But I'm saying like Henry Cavill saying that Henry Cavill isn't like loved in the role. It's like, yeah, he is. He's so loved that you literally have psychos on the internet literally angry that he's not Superman anymore. So yeah, I would say
see,
general
again, you're
audience
talking
and
about the
fans
just-
are
circle.
Casey's
no,
just
I'm talking
talking
about
about
the general
the
audience as
majority.
well.
Okay, let me
because a lot
ask.
of the general audience knows Henry Cavill and Superman because that's the last
Let me ask
Superman
this.
he was in.
Let me ask this. Let me ask this.
No,
I'm gonna
Henry
fight you.
Cavill's.
I'm gonna fight you.
What was Henry Cavill Superman's reception for the majority of people?
But that's not
We
Henry
don't-
Cavill. That's
But
the
the
story.
general right, the
Whatever
general
it
But
audience.
is,
Henry
whatever
Cavill
it
is the
is.
poster of that story.
Exactly.
It is that
Whatever it
Superman
is.
story.
No, you guys are trying to answer a question you can't fucking answer. You are not general audience. You don't have the answer to this question.
No,
You don't.
yeah,
I'm
I'm that's
general
where I push
audience.
back.
I'm general audience.
If we
Wrong.
talk to general audience, when I go see Man of Steel and I see with 8 of my friends, and 1 out of the 8
No,
goes,
your
I really
friends are
love
not
that
general
movie.
audience.
Exactly.
Yeah,
How
they
your friends general
are.
audience?
No, they're
Yes,
not
they
general.
are.
You
So my
talk to
fucking
people at
dad,
work,
who
you
is not
ask
on
10
Twitter and stuff
people.
like that, that's
No,
general
that's-
audience.
no.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, but you can't say your friends or people that you know like who
Yeah,
follow
you
Superman
can. You
and
can.
do
But
it.
that's general
So you have no
audience,
friends or
right?
family that are in general audience, Ray. Everyone you know is a hardcore fan of Marvel and DC.
It's not about a heart. Fuck off. That's not what I'm saying. What
No, but I'm
is
saying you
that-
can talk to general audience people. I talk to people
Yeah.
that see 2 movies a year. Like that's
Ray
a
said
general
bad
audience
word.
person.
Ray said a bad word.
I see
Yeah.
2 movies a year, maybe.
Okay, you
When
don't
Ray
count. You're
says
on
an
the show.
F-bomb,
You're on
I'm
the
a
show.
jerk.
You don't count.
You're here with us.
But
We're
also,
not
See your
like,
way out.
like Ray, for example,
I
I'll give you
hate
another
theaters.
example.
Careful,
Forget
Ray
the Marvel
swearing.
example.
Careful.
Forget the Marvel example, okay? Before the sequel trilogy of Star Wars.
Why you gotta
okay?
bring that up, dude? Come on.
There's Luke Skywalker. All right. You go onto the street, ask 10 people, do you like Luke Skywalker? 9 out of 10 or 8 out of 10 will say yes. All right. If you do the same thing for Henry Cavill Superman, specifically Henry Cavill
That's not
Superman,
the
This
same
is a
Casey,
stupid
that's
comparison.
not
It
the
is.
same.
Dude.
Stupid comparison.
Mark, hold on, wait, hold on,
It
Mark,
is.
hold on, wait. You can't
It
say that
is.
because Mark Hamill has only
Yeah.
played Luke Skywalker.
Nobody else has played Luke Skywalker. That's a bad comparison.
They're kind of right on that one,
Bad
Casey. I'm
comparison.
sorry.
The comparison,
That's not a good comparison,
over
Casey,
30
I'm sorry.
years.
the
The
comparison
general audience
is
who hears
only
Luke
for
Skywalker, they
likeness.
associate with Mark Hamill.
Yeah,
so there's a
because he's
difference.
only played Luke Skywalker. Skywalker. You can't
Right.
do that.
And modern day people who have seen
That is
Henry Cavill
irrelevant
as
to
Superman.
whether people like him or not.
You're talking about
I'm
general
only talking-
audience, though, Casey. The general
I'm only
audience
talking
right
about-
now only
Yes.
cares about the current modern Superman, which is Henry Cavill was the last one. A lot of general
That's
audience
right.
doesn't go back to Christopher Reeves and all
That's
the
right.
other Supermen. So they
I'm
do
not
right
even
now
talking
care
about
that.
other Superman. I'm talking just about people liking him, universally liking him. They got burned by Batman v Superman and Justice League.
Yes.
Most people
Gatekeepers
have
did.
that
Fans
experience.
did.
Not
No, the general-
gatekeepers.
No, not gatekeeper. No, my mom's not a
90% of the
gatekeeper.
people, 90% of the audience is the general audience.
No,
Listen, I know
90%.
what I know what Casey's doing.
Casey,
Casey
you
just
don't-
wants
you
to be the new Superman.
Casey doesn't
He's trying to
have data
push Henry
support what
out
he's
of
saying.
people's minds.
Casey does
I
not
already
have data to
am.
support what he's saying.
Casey's trying to get that role. He's like, forget Henry, I'm coming.
The Luke
Casey
Skywalker
does not have
comparison
data to
was
support what
terrible.
he's saying.
Yeah, Casey, that's Luke Skywalker.
Okay,
was
Ray,
bad.
tell me this. Tell me
You
this.
gotta
Tell
at
me
least
this. Tell
admit
me
that.
this.
Hey, can you admit
All
that?
right.
That was a bad. That was
All right,
bad.
all right. Andre and Ray, tell me this. Do you, with a straight face, say that Henry Cavill's Superman is widely beloved and everyone loves him?
That's not the fucking point,
No.
Casey.
That's not the point.
That is
Well,
the
that's
fucking
Casey.
That's not the point.
He's asking a
That is
question,
the
though.
point. That is
Casey,
the point.
no, Casey.
The
here's
point
the
I'm
point.
trying to make is he was divisive.
Yes.
No, he was divisive to you. He's divisive to our circles. He is not,
He's not
divisive
divisive
to the
to
general
me.
audience.
I
He's
love
not.
Henry
He's not
Yeah, I
divisive
don't know
to
if
the
it's
general audience.
KC. I don't know about that.
No, I'm saying he's not divisive
I
to the
love
general
Henry
audience.
Cavill.
I'm
Like,
only
everyone
talking
loves
about the
Henry Cavill.
reception of what? Do you
Everyone
guys
I know
not
is
have
always like,
friends
dude,
at
that guy's a
work?
great. Yeah, I'm like, they all say, dude, Henry Cavill's Superman. That guy's the best.
But see, that's where life experience happens. Or I know people like that, and the general say, "Yeah, I like BVS," and then I know people that go, "I didn't go see Justice League because I do not like that Batman and that Superman. Not
But this
because
is why
there was
exactly.
reshoots, not because of that. It's
But
I didn't
this
like
is why
that.
you
I'm not
can't-
going to go
this is why
spend
you
money on
can't
that."
make. This is why you can't make broad statements. Though you can only speak about
You
the individuals
can.
that you know and the individuals
that
that
is-
you talk to. You can't make broad statements. You can't.
That
do
is why we were giving the examples of Wolverine or Captain America or Iron Man because they are widely beloved.
Bad examples.
No,
There's
but
only
you're
one
using
iteration.
extremes. You're using extremes to
Yeah.
try
It's
and prove
not
your
extremes.
point. It is extremes,
Oh,
dude.
it's a little bit
This is
I
not
mean,
the
how
same
can you not?
comparison.
If everything was good and dandy with Henry Cavill Superman, why did he have so much problems in coming back to the DCU?
Because
a lot
of
of
this.
reasons why.
Because
Are
the
you
studio
kidding me
wanted
right now,
him.
Casey?
The studio
Why
was
did the
trying
studio
to-
want him gone?
You're
Why
like
did
trying
the
to
studio
start
want
a
him gone?
fight. That's what
The
you're trying to
studio
do.
was trying to do a reboot
I feel
even
like Casey's
before
trolling
James
Why?
Gunn came in.
Why? Why were
Because
they
they
trying to
always do a reboot.
I'm not talking about just James Gunn's reboot. I'm talking about the previous.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They
years.
were
Don't
always
take the
plan- they
bait,
were always-
Ray. Don't.
They originally
Nope.
wanted to
Yep.
do something
I'm out.
else with Henry
I'm out.
Cavill's
Casey's
Superman.
trolling. I'm
But
not
then,
Why?
doing it.
but
He's
then,
trolling.
but then they
Blame it on
changed their
camera.
mind because they wanted to do a reboot. They always planned on it. They were like, well, maybe we'll do another movie with Henry Cavill Superman. Then somebody's like, nah, let's just do it again because he's already done a few movies. Let's just get another Superman, keep it fresh, get a new story
But
out
I think
there.
Casey's saying if
Why
he was
didn't-
universally
why were
beloved,
they-
they wouldn't go that route.
exactly?
That's
Why
not-
were they
no,
trying
no,
to change him?
But it could be a
Hey,
theory.
hey.
Like that's the thing. There is no
Casey, how
for
many
Casey,
Superman have been actors for Superman?
here's
though?
the
They
thing,
always
but
change them.
There's no answer to it. That's why it's just Casey's posing the question, and like Sagi and Ray can feel that way, but you guys can be exactly wrong. Like Casey could be wrong.
No,
I
we're not wrong.
agree.
Yeah.
Casey's wrong.
Okay,
Sagi's
first
right,
of
yeah,
all,
sorry.
it's
all
first of all, it's not a
subjective,
question.
I give up.
First of all, it's not a question.
I give up.
As far as opinions are concerned, we can all have our own opinions on it. But here's the bottom line:
Opinions are like
is
assholes. Everybody has one.
Casey, you're letting
Adding
Warner
up.
Brothers
Do
off
they?
the hook with your argument. You are letting Warner Brothers off
No,
the
I'm
hook
not.
for their incompetence
I'm not.
over the last 10 years with your argument. You are.
They
You're
did
letting
have
them off the hook.
incompetence. They did have
It's
incompetence. I'm
That
not
was part
denying
of the
that.
incompetence.
But
That
there
was
is a
absolutely-
reason.
the incompetence started.
There
with
is
that.
a reason that started. There is a reason that started. BVS was not well received by most people. No matter what the circumstances are, BVS was not well received by most people.
$873.3 million at the box office says that's
With
wrong.
this conversation.
I got a
So-
quick question.
Go
Who the
ahead.
fuck is Henry Cavill, guys? You guys been talking about him for like
This
20 minutes. I
conversation.
have no idea. No, I'm kidding.
He's an actor who has a cameo in Superman Legacy.
Yeah, as himself.
as himself.
He's playing Perry White. Now let's move on.
All right, can I put my 2 cents in?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
It's only your show.
Yeah.
I know, right?
You're the
I
head
was letting-
cheese.
I
We're
was
here for
letting
your
you guys
entertainment.
go. I was letting you guys go with it.
Dave
First
wanted the
off,
blood sports.
I can't
exactly.
let Ray and Casey get any more heated because I'm starting to feel like
Ray
I'm
said
not
the
heated
F
at all.
word.
I'm just
He said-
baffled.
I'm
It feels
annoyed.
like
I'm
Dad
just
hit-
baffled that
It
Ray thinks
feels
that there has
like Dad
no
hit
problem. There has been no
Mom at-
problem.
Don't talk over my
Ray
joke,
said, "Fuck
Casey.
off." That was epic. I have
Don't
not
talk over
heard
my
Ray say "fuck
I've
off."
never
I've been on
sworn.
these
I
streets.
thought I've
No, you
has,
swear,
yeah.
but you
You
have
have
not told somebody on the panel to fuck off. You've
Oh,
never
okay.
said
Yeah,
I was
that.
gonna say, like, yeah.
Anyway, Dave, go ahead, Dave.
He
No.
tells me that all
Okay.
the time.
I mean, okay. First
No,
off,
Whenever I say
Oh my
Marvel is the
God,
gold
let
standard.
Dave talk.
Sorry, Dave.
Come on, take it away, head cheese.
okay.
Head cheese.
All right. First off, Casey, the Luke Skywalker comparison was horrible. I'm just saying. Horrible.
You didn't understand it.
No. It was horrible.
Yeah, subjectively, you didn't
You
understand
need to
it.
Casey, tap
understand that
out.
that was not a good comparison.
Tap
Now,
out,
if we're
Casey.
going to compare them to Robert Downey Jr. and Chris Evans, okay, we have something more there. Because why? Because those characters were that's not even the greatest comparison either, too, because nobody has played those characters. Well, people have played Captain America, sure,
But no,
but
yeah.
nobody memorable has. This is what is hard about, and Marvel is going to get this eventually, because when they get a new Wolverine or a new Tony Stark, whoa, not ma, that's the thing. It's like Superman's always going to have the not ma, and that's the thing. Is like, but I get your point when it comes to the fact that the divisiveness when it comes to BVS and everything, and the fact that we only got Cavill and technically
And Justice League.
three movies we got 3 movies right there, and so that's what goes against Cavill. But I will say that when he was announced that he was back, it trended. A lot of people are very excited about it. Cavill's value did go up. Now, is it the same value as Robert Downey Jr. and Chris Evans? No, because they were in numerous movies consistently. Nothing got fucked with, and blah blah blah. So I do understand.
That's a bad comparison.
Yeah, I do understand the point that you were making when it came to maybe he's not universally loved as much, but I think you're underestimating that just a little bit. I think
I'm not
that.
like I'm just
Yeah,
saying
you
that
are.
I'm
Yeah,
just
a little
saying
bit.
that he has been out of any other characters that are widely beloved, even on the Marvel side. He is not one of them. And another example I would give is for your argument about people just didn't accept him as Superman, right? There's a clear example of Spider-Man. People loved Toby, and then Andrew came. A lot of people didn't like him. He was divisive. And then Tom Holland came along. Most people love him, right? So he's also widely beloved. So that's not a factor that you keep changing actors. So that is why I gave the Luke Skywalker example, because that's not a factor. I don't think that's a factor. That may play into some of it, but if
not
he's
a factor when there's numerous actors that have played a character, but there's only been one character that played Luke Skywalker. That's what
because if he's great, people will love him. As simple as that. That happened with Tom Holland.
But Casey, the problem that I have with here's the problem that I have with your logic.
That's not
Casey,
right.
the problem that I have with your logic on this.
The
the problem that I have with Casey's logic on this is that you are dismissing everything else operationally that caused all of that in the first place. Like, you're dismissing.
I'm not saying the
Sony's
reasons
issues,
are not there. I'm not saying the reasons are not there. I'm just talking about what happened. I'm not saying I'm advocating for it. I'm not saying that the studio was right.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that all of the other things that went into why there were different actors, why Henry Cavill only got as many movies as he did, the changes that were made, you're making it sound like it's all because Henry Cavill was divisive, and that's not true.
No,
that is objectively
I'm not
not
saying
true.
that at all. I'm not
That
saying
is
that
exactly
at all. I'm
what you're
just
saying.
saying.
Okay.
I'm just saying
That's not
how
what
things
Casey's
are.
saying.
But even
I'm just
like
saying how things
Speak
are.
responded to Carrie, like a better comparison would be to Bale's Batman, because Bale's
I was
Batman.
gonna bring that up as well. Batman
Okay,
had
well,
so
you
many
should have did that
characters.
instead of Luke Skywalker.
If you let me
Yeah.
finish, if you let me finish, I would have said that. But yes,
We're gonna get
I don't
to Bale.
think
Okay.
changing.
All right.
I don't think changing actors is
He
a
was gonna get
factor
to
in
Bale.
that, because Spider-Man had 3 actors. Tom Holland is widely beloved, and he's the third. Bale was widely beloved after Keaton, and Ben Affleck was not as beloved as Bale. So changing actors is not a factor,
Okay.
or
why
not
Luke
as much a
Skywalker?
factor.
Okay.
because
That's why Luke
because he's
Skywalker
a
doesn't work.
because he's a non-DC Marvel character.
You
I just
just
had to say
walked into
something.
that wall. You literally just explained why Luke Skywalker
And
doesn't
for
work.
example, in the DCU itself, Wonder Woman and Aquaman are 2 of the ones that are widely beloved, despite being Snyder's Justice League. So there's a difference between his Superman, Batman, and his Wonder Woman.
So
Aquaman.
Jason Momoa is beloved, but not Cavill.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Biggest
The
DC
Henry
movie.
He's
Cavill
not.
hate right
Jason
now
Momoa's
is real.
Aquaman is not divisive. By
If
the
Ray's
way, when
gonna
I'm
bring
saying,
up 800 million for
by the way,
BVS,
by the way,
Aquaman, $1 billion film.
I'm not saying divisive means everyone hates him. Divisive means a
Wait a
good
minute,
chunk of
but-
people don't like him.
Well, okay, but no. See, you're doing a bunch of different things here, because first you say he's
Yeah.
not universally
What
loved.
about
then you
Margot
say he's
Robbie's
divisive.
Harley
Then you
Quinn?
say not a chunk of people like him. Like, which is
Universally
It's three
loved
different
means
things.
it has to be 90% or over of the population.
But how do you?
liking
Where's
him.
your data on that, dude? Where's
Yeah,
your data on that?
now you're
Dude,
making.
How do you not?
Okay, but when it comes to like
100% of
Margot
the
Robbie's
population of
Harley
the
Quinn,
world.
Don't you guys talk to other people?
I'm with you, Casey.
What is
Yeah,
this?
it was a strange
What
thing that
the
they
hell?
said, but Dave,
So
I,
you
yeah,
talk-
I'm
what,
talking to you right now.
I'm
with
in the
Margot-
same space.
I'm trying to understand. That's all. I'm
with
trying to
Margot,
understand.
that one I really don't know, because like I
Yeah,
feel
see, that's where you kind of poke holes in the little logic there, because Birds of Prey did not do well. But
Right.
Oh, it
would
did
we
not.
say that? Would we say Margot Robbie's like Harley Quinn is universally?
We don't know
loved
about
then?
that.
I don't. I would say.
Oh.
I would say she's not. I would say that we
Yeah,
love the
yeah.
Not to me,
performance,
she's
but
not.
I don't think it is. I don't think people talk about her the same reverence that some other comic book performances they do. And I thought after Squad it was
Yes.
going to be like that, but
But
I think with Birds of
is it
Prey, for
because-
me, she
but
is.
it-
But
But is it because of
Yeah.
her, or is it because of the movies? So that's the thing here, right?
See,
if we're
Ray,
talking about-
we're not
if- if-
we're not discussing why it's happening now. We're just discussing that it is
But
that
you,
way
but
for
you
whatever
can't
reason.
discount why, though. That's my problem, Casey. You can't
I'm
just
not.
push why away.
I'm not.
I feel like you. I
I'm
feel like
not.
you are. I feel like you are pushing
How
the
am
why
I?
away.
Like all
Because
these
you're-
years,
because-
we've been talking about why.
Because I feel like you're only focusing on what has happened. You keep saying that what has happened, and we know what has happened, but you can't just discount why and claim
it
that
happened
it's
is
divisive.
not relevant.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
why
But
it happened
it's-
is not
yeah.
relevant to this conversation.
if he-
we've
it
talked
doesn't
about it
matter-
all these years.
it's
Okay.
kind of like if the Super Bowl, there's a whole bunch of things that happen for a team to lose, but at the end of the day, it just goes
The team
down that you
lost.
lost.
There
And
we
that's
go.
what Casey's trying to say.
So now that's scoreboard mentality. All right, I am done.
No, that's
I'm done
no,
with
It's
because
this.
not
just because I
about
use the
that.
game
In-
doesn't mean it's an actual
No.
scoreboard. It's just saying that like
I just realized
I
that.
have 3 kids. Lots of steps happen for me to get the 3 kids. I didn't have the Justice League condom. That was one of them, you know? Like and that's like it to me it's a fun debate because it's like Dave
Doing the
posed with
Lord's
Robbie.
work.
I really don't know because I feel like I talk to people that love
Exactly.
her,
I
but at the
agree.
same point, like the success just isn't there. So maybe I would say, you know what? Maybe not.
Well,
You
same
know,
with
like
Dwayne Johnson. It's like people love
Yep,
that guy, but
right.
then Black Adam flopped like a mother. Well, not flopped.
even with
Oh,
no, it flopped.
it
It
underperformed.
flopped.
It underperformed.
It belly
Well,
flopped
well,
in the
it flopped.
stands.
another example.
well,
Another example. Keeping in vein with Luke Skywalker, another example is
Oh,
the
boy.
Last Jedi.
Oh God!
Listen.
I'm done.
Another example is the
Let's hear it,
Last
let's hear
Jedi.
Okay.
On paper, the Last Jedi has great, critic score, and
Yep.
it has great box office.
$1 billion
and
Fuck the Last
$1 billion
Jedi.
movie. There we go. Everyone saw it. Popular movie, but so many people hate it. So
Terrible
it
movie.
is divisive, but there's no data to prove it. But you know that it is
Mhm.
divisive, right?
data to prove
We
that.
know that it's divisive among our circles. We know that it is divisive among people who are fans. But as far as it being divisive among the
I
general
think
audience,
you
how
guys
can you
don't
say it
talk
is?
to general audience people honestly.
I
I
think
do.
that you don't talk to enough general audience people
know
to be
you
able
ain't
to
talking
get
to
some
me.
I
information.
do, and a lot of people have said that they liked Henry Cavill. I've talked to general audience.
I
'cause,
have
I
as
mean,
well. I have as well. I'm not saying
What
that
makes
every
you
single person is
different
bad.
in your
This is
area?
anecdotal.
Guys, Casey
So
has
this is
talked to
It
anecdotal.
is
people,
anecdotal.
all right?
Exactly, Dave. It's anecdotal. Exactly. Yes.
But here's the
Casey
thing,
has
but
talked to
Casey, you
people,
can say
all
you've
right?
talked to people. You can say you've talked to people, and they said they didn't care for Henry Cavill, and then Ray can talk to people who say they do.
They-
So I mean, it's still
Again,
not.
divisive does not mean the majority hates it.
You said
It
the
could be
majority.
50-50, it could be 60-40.
You didn't say
As long as
50-50. Dude, a
that
while
is
ago
what
you did not say
divisive
50-50.
means.
You said most, dude. You said most. Or you
Yeah,
said most a
seriously.
couple of
You
times.
said
Come
90%
on.
earlier.
Yes.
Come
Yeah,
on, man. You said
90% people
90%.
don't love Henry Cavill.
That's
Okay, well,
but that's
90% is a little high, Casey. I
And
can't agree with you
40%
here.
of those
Casey,
people
come
don't
on.
know who he is.
That's
Right.
I mean,
no, you're
90% of the
100%
people
right.
who
Yeah.
know,
Dude, look
who
at William's
saw the
comment.
movie and all that.
William does surveys, and look what he even said. They love Cavill. He literally does surveys.
I
don't know,
don't
it's
think
all-
you I don't think
it's
you
all
had
It's
the
subjective,
data.
really.
He didn't survey Casey's friends that he talks to. In the park.
Look, I'm sorry that I said fuck off. I will apologize for that.
Yeah,
That was way
that was
too.
uncalled for.
Never
that was-
apologize.
That was
You owe
off
Casey
me.
a hug.
That's
I-
not
I-
even
I-
the worst thing you said.
That's true.
What
I'm
have I said
kidding.
that's
I'm
worse?
kidding.
I was like,
I'm
what
kidding. I'm kidding.
What slipped out?
No, it's just that somehow Casey got me into Twitter mode, and I don't like that happened.
Listen, when
yeah.
Ray said
I
"fuck
guess.
off," it did something to my body. I never knew what had happened. I was like, "Whoa, what
That
is
was
this new feeling?"
Yikes! But
Yeah.
no, I don't even know how we got on this. I don't know where this started.
Casey,
but-
it's Casey and the
Comparing
Luke
him to
Skywalker
Luke
comparison.
Casey chose violence when he's not on camera. He chooses violence.
Casey got his
that-
hood life on.
I mean, I think to like sum it up is like, okay, it's like
Travis agrees
the-
with me. See,
yeah,
I do.
okay,
Yep,
okay.
you're not alone.
The universal love thing. It's like, okay, maybe some people overestimate that, and then some people, Casey, underestimate that. A little bit. I'm just going by like when the whole thing that announced that he was back and how big that was and everything, and then even watching Black Adam with the general audience and the cheering. But then again, you could be like, whoa,
Yes.
was the cheering just for Superman or was it for Cavill? Was it for both? We don't know. I didn't take a survey after the script. Hey, did you like Cavill? I didn't do
I
that.
think
You
based on
should
based
have
on
stood out that door and been like, "Hey, did you like Cavill?"
I should have, but
I couldn't because I didn't know any general audience people that saw Black
so it's like,
Adam.
were people clapping
Oh,
because it
shit.
was Superman, or were people clapping because Cavill, or
There
there's
were
Based
people
on
clapping
my-
because they had the
based on
clap.
my limited experience with Black Adam, in terms of general audience, I did hover around people when they were waiting for
You
and stuff.
stalked people.
And they were
Did you like
they
the
were
movie?
talking they were talking about
Out of the
Henry Cavill.
bushes.
So I did overhear Henry Cavill's talk, not just Superman. And also everybody cheered in the theater for that scene.
Hey, did you guys like that movie?
hey, yo, did you like Henry Cavill in that 20-second cameo, bro?
Hey, right on a survey. I mean,
Oh, it
By
was
the way,
funny.
By the way, that stuff kind of happens in an official capacity over here. Some of the
What?
Indian movies, on the first day of release, some news reporters come in and they stand right out of the theater and interview some people to talk about it.
Oh, yeah.
That's a real
Okay.
thing, yes.
That's good. That's
So,
good.
are you saying that's what you did, Casey?
yeah,
That-
Casey's
No,
second job
I
is
did
that.
not.
Yeah. You like Dwayne Johnson? You like that kid?
I'm on. You like I'm on? That's what they
I
used to
can
do
tell you
here
that
in the
does
U.S.
not happen
though.
here.
Did
You like
it?
Broccoli
It's not
Man?
where-
It used
Yeah.
to be. Remember back in the day, the commercials like it's the fans coming out of the
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah.
Before you
Oh, I
got
loved
released.
it. Yeah.
It's such a good movie. You're just
Well,
like,
that was
wow.
Luke
yeah,
Skywalker.
when is the last time they did that? Like when is the
Casey's
last
never
time they
living
did
that down. Casey's
Yeah.
never living that down now.
I'm dying on the Last Jedi hill. Okay, I love that movie.
I like Last
Sucks.
Jedi.
Oh no,
I
no,
like Last Jedi,
don't throw.
Now you're changing
come
it.
on,
Yeah, now you're trying.
right,
You know,
we like
Yeah,
the Last Jedi.
separate issue. Separate issue.
You're
Right,
trying to
that is a
rewrite
separate
history here.
issue. Yeah, that's no, but
I like
that's-
Kylo Ren with his shirt off.
Oh,
What?
yeah, Adam
Jedi.
Driver's a beefcake. My God,
Last
go see
Jedi.
65.
It's
Just
the
go
worst
search
Star
up-
Wars
We
movie.
watched them last night. Shoot some
Saggy, have you
dinosaurs.
ever seen pictures of Adam Driver on a horse? Just put Adam Driver, shirtless horse.
I photoshopped me as the horse. So
Okay,
yes, I
good.
have.
I
Was
did
it
the same
good?
thing.
Was it a good movie? 65.
I
It's
enjoyed it.
enjoyable. That's what I
Okay,
say.
that's
It's
what I
enjoyable,
figured.
fun
It's a-
sci-fi movie.
It's a standard sci-fi movie.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
'cause
not
again,
universally
like,
loved.
No.
Luke Skywalker!
Casey's never living that down. By the
I think
way.
that's
Never living that
I
down.
think when it comes to that statement of universally loved, that's where it was like, whoa, like
Yeah,
Casey got out a spear and said, "Bear, poke."
No,
I respect
it. We had
a great conversation.
I
Do
agree.
do you guys
agree. That was
know
weird.
if The Lion King is universally loved?
Which one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Which one?
Yes.
The old one, the actual
Yes, it
classic
is.
one.
Yes.
Absolutely.
How can you say that?
Absolutely.
How
Just
can you say
my
that?
life experience.
Because
Not you, Travis. I know you
Okay,
got it.
Okay.
Okay.
How
this-
can you say
I
that?
can answer
Okay,
this.
Casey,
I can-
hold on. Let me say this because, okay, again, you're talking about
Wrong example.
somebody who's playing a character for like just a little bit over a decade. You're talking about a movie that's been out over 3 decades. That's the
3
thing.
decades.
Okay.
Again, bad comparison.
I got an example. Let's throw this one. Try and help KC. Is Daniel Craig's Bond universally loved?
I have no idea.
Ah.
I have never watched a single
trying to
Bond
help
movie.
you out.
I
I'd
know,
never
but I'm
talk
saying the
about Bond.
comparison of again multiple actors, multiple decades, stuff like that. That's probably more
I
apt than
said so
Lion
many
King.
I
movies.
think he is because a lot of people
I think
keep
so, too.
keep watching his movies every time it comes out, and they're excited.
And I think the next
So-
guy's fucked.
Yoda
Yes.
is
It's
universally
gonna be Henry
loved.
Cavill.
I
Hopefully
think
Yoda.
that- I-
Yeah, seriously.
Is
I
Baby
think that-
Yoda universally loved?
But wouldn't you
Yes.
say a better comparison would have been?
Prove it.
That's not cinematic.
But if you compared Henry Cavill Superman to Andrew Garfield Spider-Man, to me that's a better
Yes.
comparison because
Yeah.
they,
I
they
agree.
both had a short run. That
That's a
should've been
perfect
longer.
example.
Now,
And I think Andrew Garfield's universally loved now
Skywalker.
after No Way
Yes.
Home.
Well,
I think a lot of people had a
see-
second turn on him.
That
But
is
maybe
why-
Henry
that is
Cavill
why.
when he comes back. As
but I
Denzel
think
comes
that
back.
is
Andrew
why I was-
Garfield is very
That was
divisive.
that's why I was advocating for that Man of Steel too, because he would have sold himself in that movie to everyone.
but that's part of my issue though. Initially, with your whole point, Casey, is because I do feel like you were dismissing Warner Brothers
no,
shitting
not
the
at all.
bed with respect to the whole
Not at
because.
all.
No,
Hey,
when you
I
talk
hate
about-
them as much as you or more.
Oh,
No,
I
but-
know. I know the.
Do you
but I'm
hate
fucking-
Warner
saying-
Brothers? Do you hate them?
Yes.
but-
with a
but-
patent.
Are
but
they
I'm saying-
universally hated?
Yeah,
You're
that's
right.
universally hated.
Well, they gave
There
me
we go.
Dune.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah,
that's-
I don't think they're universally hated.
That's what always
I
happens.
just-
You're like, fuck those DC movies, but oh, jeez.
I just think that
Dune
making a
is pretty good.
statement, making a statement on whether somebody is universal, like to answer your question, who was it that you asked about a second ago? Do we the Lion King? All I can tell you, all I can definitively tell you, is that I have not met a person in my life that doesn't like that film. I can't
Yeah.
speak for the entire planet.
Exactly.
I can't.
So when you say
no,
that, that means that
That's-
it is.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it
No, it
doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It just means that everybody that I've met likes it. It doesn't mean
From
universal.
Ray's
It does not mean
perspective,
that.
that's what it means.
It does not mean that. It
From a
does-
certain
no,
point of
but
view.
From a certain
I
point of
am,
view,
wi-
yeah.
I am willing to say though.
Nobody
I'm willing
has
to say,
met a single person who hates Lion King.
I've
Somebody
never met a
right
person-
now in the
Somebody
chat,
does.
if you
I
hate
have.
Lion King,
Somebody hates
I
Lion
have.
King. Somebody on this planet
There
hates
you
Lion
go.
King. That's the point, KC. That's why you can't say universally loved. That's why you can't.
We're
say
gonna
we're
find
I
him
do want to meet
tonight.
that person. Yeah, fucking hate Lion
Mufasa-
King, that
Mufasa
overrated
hates
piece
Lion
of
King.
shit.
I'm just not all
Scar
big about
should've
the
won.
fucking Disney movies. I don't know.
I'll just
Are
have
you the one that hates Lion King, Dave? Do you want to admit it right
Oh,
now?
Here it is.
I just have to
Do
make.
you hate
clear-
Lion King?
I just have
Do you
to
hate
make
Lion
it
King?
clear.
I don't know about
Universally
hate
loved
it.
does not mean 100% of the population loves it. Divisive does
No, but
not
it means
mean
90.
that
But it
20%
means
of
90
the
apparently. But it
80
means
to 90.
90% apparently.
Yes, yes.
Hey,
Most
Drogo in the
people.
chat hates Lion King.
Still
He's
don't
just
know
saying
how
that
you,
for
still don't
attention.
know how you can calculate that.
Well, he got it.
Yeah. Send a super chat to prove it. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, but it's an interesting point to bring up, sure. And
See, Dave agrees with me.
I don't
Dave
agree.
Dave is not agreeing with you.
Not fully, because I
Dave is
agree
being
with
nice to
some
you.
of the points, but at the same time I'm like going, okay, but I think you're underestimating the fact that people, how much people love Henry Cavill Superman. I'm just looking at it as because when he was announced back, it just seemed like he was like a big crazy.
Now it is certainly different. Yes, after his coming back and Black Adam cameo, and probably that new movie would have just cemented his status. But
yeah, totally.
And I think his other projects has helped too, because from my point of view, my perspective, the people that I had talked to that did not enjoy his super, only 3, I only know the kids. I'm like, you like Henry Cavill Superman? No, okay. No, but anyways, like a lot of them would want to. They liked The Witcher, and I feel like that does help if there's a new Superman. And they were more invested in Henry Cavill as a person now, opposed to him as Superman. So I think that would have helped a lot too.
His Mission Impossible role was also
that
great.
helped. That was again huge shame. But now we'll never know because we're not getting Man of Steel 2.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this question then. Like, if say Warner Brothers stays the course with the original plan, right? And that staying the course, just to define this, means that after Man of Steel, BVS is released properly, so that means Ultimate Edition, 3 hours and 2 minutes, not the 2 hours and 34-minute theatrical version. Let's say that happens, and let's say it makes. Let's just go ahead and say it makes the same amount of money. Like, let's not even guess this
same money.
anymore.
Yeah.
Let's say it makes the same amount of money. And then let's say that let's say that David Ayer's Suicide Squad is the one that we got. And let's also say that Justice League
never
doesn't happen. And we get all of that. Do you believe that Henry Cavill's Superman would still be 90% divisive?
No.
It would have
absolutely not.
No.
That's
Okay.
what I'm saying.
So-
I'm not downplaying the factors. I'm just saying that's what happened. It's unfortunate, but it happened.
And so basically what I'm getting at, and the reason I got so heated earlier, is because it sounded like you were saying that it didn't matter that all that happened, and to me it does matter. The factors
Casey
do
texted
matter.
me, said it
absolutely does.
No.
He said what I'm saying is bullshit. Just watch this. No, because there's even myself who I was fine with Man of Steel. I liked BVS, but once I saw the Zack Snyder's Justice League, I still just call it Snyder Cut. But once I saw that, and there's other people that saw that aren't GA people, but just that got more on board with that vision overall. And I was definitely one of those people. That's why Justice League's my favorite out of those 3. And I do think that yes, if you got to tell that whole story, it'd be completely different. But like what Casey's doing or saying, you didn't get to tell it, so that's why the audience has a murky view. And yeah, sure, tons of people have seen the Snyder Cut, but there's still tons of people that haven't. There's tons of people that the really GA
that's
people.
not a theatrical.
Yes, that's
theatrical
why.
release.
There's tons
That's
of
a
GA
Canadian
people.
point of view. See, so that's gonna get skewed.
No, we got on Crave. We had sorry about that. There's people
no
that
HBO
still
Max.
haven't seen that because it wasn't theatrical. And streaming can still be big. I'm not saying that, but it's just a series of unfortunate events. I think I agree with Casey.
100%.
Yeah.
See, if BVS came out the way it was supposed to be, and Justice League came out the way it's supposed to be, Henry Cavill would have been perfect. He would have been leading the Snyderverse.
So I think there's
and everyone.
Yeah, I think when it comes to this whole thing, it's like, okay, there was Casey, you just needed to think it out a little bit more.
He was getting cut off a lot. You got knives out of his throat.
But
talking about objective facts,
just write it down.
Does not mean
no.
It's all objective.
No, I think that's where we had to talk it out to get.
We had a
Ray's
disconnect.
gonna subtweet.
Yell it out, not talk.
Ray's gonna subtweet me today.
I am not.
Unfollow and block.
I am leaving this conversation right where the fuck it is. No, absolutely not. No.
Yeah, but
don't need to revisit this,
because if Cavill was given the actual time and
Even with the Black Adam situation, he got fucked. Like,
yeah, he got
if
fucked.
if
big time.
this
yeah.
cameo was a proper
Yes.
role and had a proper, marketing and the follow up after that,
Mhm.
then it would have
He
been
got
even better.
fucked. He got fucked, but he let himself be in a position to get fucked.
The second time.
That's why I have 3
The
kids.
second time.
I left my. I didn't want to. I
Don't-
said not tonight, but
Don't
You
get
had sex with
something.
Dwayne The Rock Johnson? Yeah, don't get me going on Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Every
Is
time.
he-
he's-
No, he's drinking his fucking that energy drink. That's what
Zoa, the Zoa.
Yeah, he's drinking that
Zoa.
And he has that
right.
tequila that he's proudly is a sponsor of the XFL. It's like, yeah, no fucking shit. Your tequila's a sponsor of the XFL.
Casamigo.
That's not an
Oh,
achievement.
not
I love you.
Casamigo, Terra Thingy. I forget what the fuck it's called.
Terra
Terra
Thingy.
Nova.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you The Rock does not have a tequila called Terra Thingy. I'm telling you that right now. There's no way he has that.
It is
called.
now. If you're thinking
Yeah.
about it,
It's Terra something.
we're talking about it. It's Terramania. Whatever.
Maggie,
Maggie, you got to
Terramana.
make a shirt that says Terra Thingy for your merch store.
Yeah.
You know what's sad is I
Terra
worked
Thingy.
at a liquor store and I should know what it's called. But I don't figure out because it sold like crazy. It was a Casamigo and that stuff.
Dave, have you ever drinking it on the
Drinking
stream yet? Yeah, whatever the
I
fuck
have
I'm
not.
trying to say.
I have not. I have not yet. I should.
Yeah,
I should
save
get
Black
that.
Adam
You
too.
shouldn't. Don't give him any more money.
Adam
Don't
too.
give that man any money.
I do. I know. It's like either it's like do I take that tequila or the one that Bryan Cranston and Aaron Paul have? Probably.
Oh yeah.
You know Ron Jeremy has an alcohol.
Yeah.
Good for
Ron Jeremy has
I'm
an
not-
alcohol.
I'm not
Yeah,
Ron
he
drinking
Jeremy
that.
does.
universally
I'm not
loved.
drinking that
And the
stuff.
funny thing is,
Universally
it has a drug in
90%.
it. It has a drug in it where you pass out probably. And he comes
we're not talking about the
Yeah.
Bill Cosby drink.
No, that's
Oh, no, you know
Ron
that Ron
Jeremy has
Jeremy
that too.
prison
Yeah.
Bill Cosby is America's dad.
Oh.
I'm sure that's what he told
That
all
was
the women
great
before he gave
in-
them some
in,
of the pudding.
In The Boys, that was such a badass scene. He's like, Bill Cosby is America's dad.
Oh yeah, what's his name?
He was- Ackles, yeah.
Soldier Boy.
Like oops. Yeah.
He's like,
No, yeah,
where's
but
the
Ron
chop
Jeremy
suey?
is not a good person either.
No, Ron
like, where's the
Jeremy,
chop
no.
chewy sauce?
Just- no. Mm-mm.
He's not a good looking
anyhow.
person either.
Yeah. Man, we
Ron
just
Jeremy is America's dad.
That's good.
yellow shot now. No, but yeah, back to the yeah. Okay, so it's like I think we've kind of resolved. I don't know, maybe not Ray.
I don't think we accomplished anything here tonight.
How did we get there again? Like what?
It was
I don't
Casey.
remember.
It was all
Casey just
Casey.
texted me and said,
No. This is
And you
all
got really
because
upset over it.
this is
It's
all
all
because
because-
Louis Cavill play. Yeah.
Okay.
It's all because I wanted Saggy to stay a little longer.
Yeah,
That's also
so
true.
she should have just
Because of
left and we
Dave's
would have just been
question.
talking
Dave's
about.
How we
question.
got her to stay. Now she's wide awake.
Yeah, now she's wired.
Yeah, pretty much. That was the most that woke me the fuck up.
It was Dave's question about Cavill. That's our all
Yeah, that's
roads
what it
lead
was.
back.
Yeah,
to
who
Dave.
should he play in the DC?
Okay, Travis.
Oh wait, it was
watch
Dave's
this.
fault then.
Here's my next question.
Oh god, here we go.
Oh no.
Oh god,
Do
Casey.
people universally love Ezra Miller?
I'm gonna slap you.
Jury's out.
No,
Just
no,
because
no,
they were
no,
only,
no.
I think Justice
I
League
think
is
they
not
do.
enough time.
That was not
enough.
This was
I love how Casey said, I think they do.
Yeah, that,
Okay.
They do.
that's a leap.
Again, Casey.
How many of your
Okay.
5 friends did you ask, Casey?
I have no
Casey,
friends. You're all my
okay.
Oh,
Casey,
that was so
that you really are
Hey, what do you
trolling
think
now
about
with
Ezra
that
Miller?
question.
Yeah, you're
But, like,
trolling.
Yes, I am.
But-
Did you ask them
but-
outside of Fantastic Beasts?
Ask us after June, though. Ask us after June. And let's see how well the
That
movie
is true.
Because as of right now, general audience, March 11th still has largely no clue who the fuck
okay.
he is.
Here's the thing. I can confirm that because I didn't take a survey, but when I asked people in my workplace or people I know, they'd be like, "Oh, what do you do on YouTube?" And I'm like, "Oh, right now I'm covering this Ezra Miller story." And they're like, "Who's Ezra Miller?" So like everybody for the most part asked, "Who's
Yes.
Ezra Miller?" And then I'd explain it.
Universally
and they'd be like,
loved
"Oh,
Flash actor Ezra Miller.
And I didn't ask my
See,
friends.
Yeah, universally loved Flash actor. Oh, Grant Gustin. That's Grant Gustin.
Oh, the guy on the TV show?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Never seen it.
Greg Gustin.
Yeah, no.
They have a techno
Isn't
helmet
this his
now,
last
right?
season? Isn't this his
Yeah.
last season?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
He's gonna be in the movie,
that
right?
video?
I did see the video. He hung up the suit.
Yeah, he hung up the
Thank
suit.
God. Thank God.
Oh man,
Leave the man alone. He had a good 9-season run.
No, it was not a. Hold on. Excuse me. He had a good. How many seasons?
He had a good 9-season run. I'm not talking about the
he did
quality
not
of the
have
show.
a good.
No, not
universally loved.
He got
Travis.
He got 9 seasons of a show. You know how many actors in Hollywood would fucking kill to have 9 seasons of anything?
That's
That's a huge success.
Travis is not saying a good 9-season run. He's saying
Travis,
a good run.
okay. I was gonna say, Travis, you were treading on waters because if you were going for another kid, I was gonna make it not happen.
Well, Flash can walk on water like Jesus. Maybe you.
I need that, but no, 9 years. That's like, well, I guess it's probably longer.
Saggy,
than
that
9
was stronger
years.
than me saying "fuck off" earlier.
I know, right?
It's way stronger. I didn't
I'm trying to help
KC
him.
with harm.
I didn't threaten him with harm. I was helping. Helping.
And now for me to get on Ray's side, because I've seen people having a big shit fest on the CW this week. Like, yes, you could not like a lot of things there, but like what they did was very impressive, and they went on for many years. People still have to watch those shows for them to get multiple seasons and multiple things like that.
Apparently,
quality
it was
you
all
can
a waste
debate.
of time, Travis.
It was a waste of time, yeah, big time. You can't get any work in Hollywood. I feel like that means something about your agent more than you, but that's okay. But yeah, like that's same thing as Ezra, Grant. It's
right.
like there's like that's 9 years. He may never do anything again, but he was on a show for 9 years. Look at fucking Jack Wesley Shipp. He was on Flash season for what, 2 seasons of God?
Two, maybe 3.
And people still talk about him. They still brought him back, and that was just like a little Flash show that like, oh yeah, I remember that. This is a show that like went on for a long time and stuff. So
yes. Yeah, no, that way, and the
I agree with
Guggenheim
Ray.
thing, the Guggenheim thing, like, oh my, are you serious? Like, just that whole
it's a weird thing to say. I don't get it. I just
well, it's a short-sighted thing to say because you literally had DC, like you had your own like consistent
franchise,
or at least
yeah.
connected DC franchise live action
and waste of time. They're fucking paying him the whole time. It's not like he did it for free or anything.
I know, right?
Right.
He donated his time.
I just came in on my Sunday.
He's undermining his own accomplishments.
He is.
Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Hopefully, but
he was a weekend warrior.
Oh, I see.
It's weird. It's just even if you feel that way, it was to me a weird statement of just keep it close to the chest. Then you don't need to say because also just for the other people that like made their life or income on that. It's like, oh yeah, all that work, it was a waste of time. It's different for I think some avatar on Twitter to say it, that whatever. But the fucking guy who was like writing, producing stuff, be like, all the shit we did, it was a waste of time.
How does Amell feel about that, right? How does Stephen Amell feel, or how does Grant feel?
Like, I spent $10,000 of my own dollars.
I think he just got. I think he just got too emotional in the moment and just said it, and he doesn't mean it.
Yeah,
he said that
I'm not universally loved, so fuck
it's a waste of time. I'm not universally loved. I should have fucking did Riverdale.
Oh my god! Oh my god! He said Riverdale. I can't.
I need Riverdale updates. What's going on there? Dark Side is there yet?
Dark Side.
I gave up after they fucked the fence in season 2.
The last season of Riverdale was like watching a really bad adaptation of like X-Men. It was awful. It was awful.
Yeah, because they all started getting superpowers.
They started getting superpowers and shit, and like friggin' like what's her face became the fucking Scarlet Witch towards the end, the friggin' redhead chick. Yeah.
So this show just never had anything to do with the original comic, like ever.
No,
I think the first season kind of tried to do like the Betty Jughead like love triangle thing, but then I think like season 2 they introduced like a serial killer and everything. So I think they tried to give it a go, and then it didn't happen.
Isn't there also
so do you guys want to know how it ends?
Thing in there?
Hold on. Do you guys want to know how it ends?
I'm not sure.
No, don't tell me, please. I'm waiting.
Okay.
Yes.
So
I haven't recorded.
So basically, how it ends
my
is
time.
they basically end up in a universe where it's supposed to be like them straight from the comic book. It's so weird.
What?
Yeah. It's like one of those things where like they end up in a universe where they are pretty much their legit comic.
Is that how James Gunn DCU gonna be ending?
100%. Yeah, he's gonna
At the
bring
end
over
of
the
the show, they
Riverdale.
were just like, fuck it.
Mark
Everybody's
Guggenheim
just gonna
confirmed to direct Superman.
Like, and I liked Riverdale. Riverdale started off really
Executive producer Greg
interesting.
Berlanti.
By the way,
okay,
hold on.
I don't even want that. I don't even
so
want
here's
that.
the thing. Here's the thing with the last season of Riverdale. I think they went this whole weird supernatural we have powers element so they can introduce Sabrina. Because for those of you who don't know, Sabrina actually started in Archie Comics. And then since the Adventures of Sabrina did very well, and after that show ended, they introduced Sabrina into Riverdale for this whole weird ass, we all got powers for some fucking reason. And for some reason, this ginger chick becomes Scarlet Witch for some reason. I don't know.
Was there
really
any like explanation of how they got these powers, or they just that's it? They were just living.
I think there was an explanation, but
they're mutants.
It was stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were mutants.
Mutants.
But then
They're
the
hidden humans.
and then at the end, you just see Jughead in his like signature, like legit signature outfit with that hat and shit, and it was like weird. And I'm just like, okay, this whole show just went from like this is okay, it's not that bad, it's a good adaptation, and then it's like, what the fuck is going
That's
on?
what Dave's thinking about this show tonight.
They're probably like
not bad.
Gotham.
Oh, what the fuck's going on? You did.
They're probably like Gotham, but 100 times more. Changing their shit.
Oh, jeez.
It was just like the most weirdest writing.
What a time.
Like, that show's bad. If you watch, there's a bunch of YouTube videos of like interviews with the actors where they literally just did nothing but complain about the entire show and all the stupid shit that they had to like, hey, do you know what made no sense? Is this part and this whole part and this? I'm like, bro, they hated their freaking role.
Did they say it was a waste of their time? Did they say that?
But we were beloved.
Ray, have you seen Wednesday?
They're universally loved.
You haven't seen Wednesday? It's universally loved.
I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it.
I mean, for the record,
not by Jenna Ortega. It's not universally loved.
Fucking Jenna Ortega is like everywhere I look. Is Jenna Ortega like this, that, this?
RDB complaining?
Fuck these writers. Fuck them all.
Well,
she fought against. She fought for the character. That's good.
But I mean, clearly Burton likes her because apparently she's Lydia's daughter in the Beetlejuice sequel. So
I
feel like on that aspect, I think she was right to do that because some of the things she was complaining about actually were the weakest part of the show. But also, I agree with the people pushing back on it because that kind of throws the writers and the showrunners under the bus, and that's not a good thing to do, especially if you're that young and new into the industry. So
because season 2 script writing and stuff gets a little more interesting.
I'm sorry though, but like if the fact that the actor is, I think I respect that, and I don't think it's throwing them under the bus. It's more saying like she at least had some creative freedom and some creative voice in that writing room where she's like, hey, I want to play this character and I know this character and I want to make sure this character is accurate as possible. So she fought to keep some things more accurate to who Wednesday as a character is, and that's actually that's a really good acting thing. And yeah, it's risque because like you're basically kind of overstepping, but at the same time it's like if it doesn't make sense, it just doesn't make fucking sense.
I agree with that, but then someone pointed out that what if the roles were reversed and some writer said that she couldn't act and we had to do this and that, and that would have been bad for her, right?
And I think you're not wrong with like saying that. So I think people more also say like the risk of her saying publicly, because then when season 2 starts and if those maybe it's fine, they're like, yeah, you're absolutely right, but if they're not, and it's like, you know what, fuck her, like
even if those writers were agreeing with her in the room, making this public kind of
her.
Well, here's the thing: Henry Cavill made it public. The writers just didn't give a shit about The Witcher. That's why he stepped away. So,
after he left.
Did you guys know Henry Cavill's not liked by 90% of the population?
Yeah, I heard. Right, Casey was still. He had some graphs earlier. He actually got Steven to make him up.
He's
the
like
charts.
making the rules as he goes on.
I never said he's not liked by 90%
I
people.
know.
You did.
I said the majority. I said the majority does not love him as Superman.
51%.
Editor, play that clip back.
Listen, Casey, did you just like the Snyder movies that got on the Vodka stream? You can tell us.
Travis,
have you been
stop outing me? Those are personal texts.
Wow.
Yeah, sorry. All right, I don't want to pull the Jenna route. Sorry.
We figured it out. Like Casey is Travis's inside man. Travis is the agent.
Oh yeah. Actually, Casey's not even on tonight. I've just hacked his PC, and that's why he has no camera. It's me on the other end using like the screen voice modulator. Yeah, as Casey.
What are you doing?
I fucking hate all this stuff.
No. See,
the real Casey is in the chat.
You pull back the Scooby-Doo mask and reveal that you actually are Bob Chapek.
I would have got away with it if it wasn't you stupid
Meddling
kids.
Yeah.
You wouldn't take my Luke Skywalker.
Yeah.
Damn it!
You like Luke Skywalker? You universally love him?
You like him? Right here, speaking of the mic.
I hope to one day walk out of a theater and see Casey there with the microphone asking me if I like Luke Skywalker.
I would love that.
Sometime.
I would love that, and then we'd go back into the theater.
Yeah. And watch it again.
To watch the
All
movie,
right.
right?
Yes, to watch the movie. Obviously, what the hell were you thinking?
All right, let's go ahead and wrap this up. This is
Wrap it
Dave's
up
been
like
waiting to say that
Travis.
for an hour.
I love the
Travis
debate.
needs to wrap it
I
up.
love it. I love the debate. It's great. It's great. Good stuff. Thank you guys for being a part of the panel. Thank you to Damien, of course, who was here earlier, and Scott as well. So,
Thank God Scott wasn't here.
Oh, I
my
know.
God,
It would have been
no.
interesting if Scott was here about that.
Scott would agree with me.
Oh.
Scott would have disavowed you.
Make sure you ask that
for
next
Scott.
time, Casey. Make sure you ask that next time when Scott's on.
Yeah, stop talking for Scott.
Dude, yeah, Casey, I just let it. I just let it go. I just let it alone. Do not ask him that. and definitely don't tell him 90%. Oh my God,
He will not be as nice as you in that debate.
No, we won't.
Sure.
Anyways, well, let's go around the horn. Let's go around the horn and promote ourselves. We'll start off with Power Girl.
Present.
I don't hate Henry Cavill.
Oh my God, Casey.
I'm done, dude. I'm done.
Hi, I'm saggy. I do stuff.
Oh no.
That's it.
I mean, what else is there to say? I'm on here all the
Well,
time.
I mean,
You guys don't know who I am.
people could take that out of context.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
They can take
why-
it however they want to take it. As long, listen, my
Oh.
OnlyFans is gone,
that's
so
fair.
I mean,
As long as it's consensual.
Subscribe
Why
to
is it
Sex
gone?
Melons with a Z at the end.
Why is it gone?
Yeah, those are the real questions. It was universally loved. Keep it around.
We ask the hard questions here.
Hey, are you on OnlyFans?
if I do a reboot, I'll make sure you get the first scoop, Casey.
Thank you.
Do something Luke Skywalker.
Universe.
Saggy.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Let's end this. My God. Speak.
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter at ScottDC27.
Oh, no.
Tweet at him about Superman being universally loved.
Yeah, let's hit me up with that 90%. We're gonna do a poll later.
Everyone in the
Oh,
chat.
no.
No, I was gonna say. Tweet
But
at
no, you
Scott.
can
No.
you can follow
The
me.
fact that Seek does not even like Man of Steel.
I know. Call me Judas. Yeah, you can follow me. I'm just on YouTube at the Venom Vlog. I talk about Venom despite Travis not liking my universe. I think it's pretty fucking fun.
I like the comic universe. a
minus
lot.
Morbius, which was
I like
that
the
was-
Venom universe.
Thank you, Casey. You're welcome
I
anytime.
don't know how I got here. Something to do with Spider-Man.
But it's not universally loved.
No, not
It's not.
You know what? It is because the budget was 100 million and it made 850 million, so it is universally loved. So.
There
What about
you go.
Morbius? What'd that make?
That made negative $400,000.
People returned all their tickets.
Oh my God.
It actually lost money when they re-released it. Yeah.
yeah, I know that was
Is
amazing.
that-
People
did
went
that-
back
did
and
that
asked for
actually-
their
it-
refund
wait,
for the first
Is that actually
Even
true?
when they put it on digital, it lost money.
But
Oh, my
if you
goodness.
if you
They
like
lost
if you like Tom
subscribers.
Hardy and you like Venom, just come check out my channel and then follow me at the Venom Vlog on YouTube and Instagram.
There it is, Mr. Ray.
Okay, I think I'm sufficiently calmed down now after Casey spent a good portion of the show triggering me. But you can find me on Twitter at the Flightcast, and you can find my show and my blog at theflightcast.com, wherever you get your podcasts. This weekend, I was going to talk about award season and why I don't partake in it. And I was going to reference the thing that we were talking about earlier with respect to that Entertainment Online article that Meg shared, because that is just some horrible shit. And people need to understand just how shitty Hollywood is a lot of times with respect to diversity and all that good stuff. So yeah, that's going to be talking about that. Plus some of the other stuff, we didn't talk about the Shazam stuff earlier with respect to a thing that got dropped earlier tonight.
Oh no, we talked about it before you got here. Yeah.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay. Because
Yeah,
I had mixed feelings on that, but I'll share those later. But yeah, and then the feedback show, the Hexagon, which is also over the weekend. Tons of talk about, well, really everything: DC, Marvel, Star Wars, Star Trek. We do a weekly check of James Gunn's Twitter account to see what cool stuff he says. He did say some more cool stuff this week, so we'll talk about that. And just for Travis, an MCU wellness check to see how his fan base is doing in the wake of the disastrous Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantum.
Don't trust the Twitter users, Ray. Don't trust
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is just gonna make everyone forget about it.
Pretty much.
Yeah, it's gonna be universally loved.
Yes,
All right.
I can attest that my podcast is not universally loved.
But guess who is? KC, go ahead.
Well, I don't know about that after tonight. But you can follow me at Krypton Cage on all social media if you still want to have fun conversations without getting into fights. And that's about it.
So don't listen to your show?
Yeah. That was not a good promotion.
That was not.
His podcast stuff is like Luke Skywalker, all right? That's
I'll be. Oh, okay.
Oh God. No, it's too much.
I'll be there.
Luke Skywalker drinking the blue milk. All right. Andre.
You can find me at Nicotina on YouTube. Like and subscribe. You can also find me on the Four Nerds Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time at the Four Nerds Network. And you can follow me on Twitter, Instagram, and Vero as well.
There you go, Travis.
All right, so you should just head over to Krypton Cage because all the people in the chat already hate me, so I'm not losing any followers. You need to follow KC the next little bit.
Somebody said that you reminded him of Pete Holmes, and I'm like,
I know,
yeah, I knew it.
I've
told you that.
Somebody said
yes,
I've told you that before, Travis.
Is he a comedic actor or a stand-up comedian?
Yes,
he's the guy. Dude, he's the guy that did this. This is Batman. Him.
We get it. You know I'm good at it. I do the alphabet. A is for Alfred. B is for Bats.
It's a clitoris. I get it.
See, and that's funny. That's how the Three Kids thing happened. I did that exact same scenario. But yes, go listen to the universally loved Geek First podcast. I'm always on there doing stuff. Thanks for having me. This was a fun show. Good time.
Travis is wrong. Casey is right. Nobody hates Travis.
Holy shit, he's right. You look just like this guy.
Yes.
Dude,
now I know it's him.
It's right there. It's right there. You gotta pull it up at least.
Come up. I've been wanting to say
there
this.
There he is. Holy shit.
Yes.
Oh, that's not the greatest picture of Pete Holmes. I'm gonna
Travis,
say.
you look great.
Travis, this is the future Travis.
Dude, the hair is almost exact.
All right,
this is future Travis.
No, blow up Travis.
Whoa.
What's uncanny? Look at that.
Oh my God. If you guys haven't noticed, me and Travis are in the same apartment.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, he's just
two
next room.
purple lights.
Yeah, we're sharing our electricity bill.
They're staring at each other.
Yeah, we're just looking.
Yeah. Can you believe the shit Casey's saying?
Yeah, high five, brother.
What's funny about Pete Holmes, though, is he says he looks like a lesbian Val Kilmer.
Okay, my whole life I've gone Val Kilmer, though. I have.
Yes.
I've gone that my whole life.
Lesbian Val Kilmer.
Yeah. That's what that. Pete Holmes has said he looks like a lesbian Val Kilmer.
I'll take that.
Yeah, I can see the Val Kilmer. Yeah, I can see.
Oh
that.
yeah.
I can see the Val Kilmer.
I can see the lesbian.
Hey.
I saw a lot of those.
He's got 3 kids.
Release the Schumacher cut.
Yeah.
Totally kidding.
All right. Oh, this was fun, guys. This was always a lot of fun. Thank you to everybody. We're ending it on lesbian Val Kilmer. That's it. All right. That's what we're doing. All right, guys.
Where can I watch that?
Appreciate it.
Later tonight, I'll send you a link.
Yeah, do all that, and we will talk to you guys later. Bye.